Guten Tag.
Oh, I have to do a tweet.
Join us.
Good morning, Chatty House.
Good morning, everybody. Rustock got the belt today. Nice job,
Seven.
Rustock. All right. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hi, David. What's up? What did I just tee? John Pauls, good morning from Iceland. Well. What's up, Warren?
Oh.
What's up, West Sac? Drew Down.
Hello, everyone.
What's
Hello,
up?
Spencer.
Filthy McNasty in
Morning, Spencer.
the house. Hi, Spencer. Hi, John.
Great toe day, too. All right.
What's good? This chai I ordered from Nick's Roasting Co.
Oh, is this the new daily? Okay.
That's where I like to switch up the routine a little bit sometimes, and so I just pop in there and I get a little work done.
Yeah, because you were later than normal.
Yeah,
today.
But I was over there at like 8, sitting there for a little bit.
Okay.
Hop in the rundown, run over to Trader Joe's, which is across the street, grab my salad, come in here.
Yeah.
Salute.
Yeah, I came in. You were already. I was the first one here, which is unusual. I think I got here like 8:44.
Hi, Loki.
Loki Trickster.
It's my Friday today, so I hopped right out of bed. What up, Katrina? Taco Toe Day. Ooh.
Oh.
Well, hey, whatever you're into.
Whoa.
We don't shame.
That's too much.
What's up, the other James?
TMI.
What's up, Soren? Jason. Did I already say hi to Drew? What's up, Drew? Alex Smith. Good morning, everybody. Hello. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is behind the glass. The Chatty House at youtube.com/ESPN1320 is already cooking. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you until noon. Good morning, everybody, on 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. Of course, YouTube and Twitch at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We have the free Odyssey app. That's a free app where you can listen to this radio station along with a bunch of other awesome Odyssey content, music, podcasts, all that jazz. But search ESPN 1320, favorite that station, and then you can listen to us live anywhere in the world.
There it is.
On the free Odyssey app. The James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, that's the podcast. Please subscribe, even if you listen live. Subscribe to the pod. That way, if you miss anything, you can easily access the show. Joe works very hard to get those podcasts up for you.
Yeah.
Anyways.
The Chatty House is undefeated.
It's just cooking.
You're just ridiculous.
I thought the toe jokes would go through yesterday. No.
The great toe jokes.
They continued today. Yeah. It's my just spilled garbage all over the place. Anyways, great start to the program. It's my Friday today, guys. That's why I'm a little bit Friday-ish today.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm going on this trip with my dad.
This is really cool.
Yeah, and I've talked about this before, but we're going to Wrigley Field and Fenway Park.
Okay.
We're knocking them out so fly to Chicago, hit a game at Wrigley, fly to Boston, hit a game at Boston, come home.
I've been to Wrigley, but I haven't been to Fenway, and I haven't caught a game at Wrigley. Right. I did the tour.
Right.
And the tour is unbelievable.
And it turns out they do a tour on game days, but it's a limited version of the tour that you did.
Okay.
So you walk around the concourse and you get access to a couple of places, but not nearly as in-depth as the one you did.
Okay.
So really, really excited for this trip. We've been talking about it for 10 years. And the impetus was, hey, if they decide to tear down Wrigley Field.
Yep.
And rebuild, they did it with old Yankee Stadium, right?
Yep.
Tore down Yankee Stadium, just built a new one. If they decide to do that, tickets at Wrigley Field are going to be impossible to get, and we're going to lose out on this opportunity to go watch a baseball game at this place we've never been. So we decided to just do Wrigley and Fenway back to back, knock it all out at once. Legitimately, we've been talking about this for 10 years. And we finally lined it up. And this year we went, all right, we're doing these days, and we're really excited about it. I have some questions for you guys though.
Okay.
One, what do I wear? Because here's my plan. The weather's gonna be warm. It's not like I need jackets. So my plan is I have the Kelly Green Oakland jersey that I'm going to wear with I have a Cubs hat and a Red Sox hat.
Okay.
And I'll that way I'm participating in the ballpark culture, but I'm not posing as a fan, which is really my greatest concern. Is I don't want to come across like, oh hey, I'm a Red Sox fan. They're like, no, I'll wear the hat while I'm there. It's Red Sox Yankees. So I'm gonna tap in with the Red Sox hat.
Okay. Okay, so I think that if I were to go to a Cubs game, I would go spend some cash on an Ernie Banks jersey.
Ooh, I had not even considered this.
Yeah, just like, you know what? I'm going to go full nostalgia. You could do Sandberg or Grace, but
you
could do a Ron Say jersey.
No, I don't know. Come on. Ron Say, that's crazy.
You could do a Ferguson Jenkins jersey, Rick Sutcliffe jersey. No, I would go full Ernie Banks.
Ooh, Fergie Jenkins would be fire.
Yeah.
I would caught that.
I
Billy
have
Williams.
Fergie Jenkins autograph that sits behind me in the.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I
feel like
my
we've
brother's.
talked about this before.
It's my brother's.
Nah, it's yours. It's in your
Well,
Zoom background.
Yeah. It's in my. I claim all of those baseballs now.
Sure.
Yeah.
So that's my plan, but I kind of like that idea. I had not considered just buying because you're wearing a Cubs jersey, but it's got
throwback.
It's a historic thing.
Yeah, that's what I would go. I would go full historic, and then when you go to Boston, you could do a Wade Boggs.
I'd go Ted Williams,
or you could do a Ted Williams.
Ted Williams, one of my favorite.
Jim Rice, yeah. Dwight Evans.
Why can't I think of his name? Only got to hit a grand slam in an All-Star game. Fred Lynn.
Oh, Fred Lynn, yeah. Fred Lynn. You could do Bill
Trot Nixon.
You could be Bill Buckner just to mess with people.
No, come on. I'm not doing all that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. If I find a historic jersey, maybe that's the route I'll go.
Okay,
but I'm not wearing an active player jersey while I'm there. I'm not pulling up to a Cubs game in a Pete Crow Armstrong jersey. You know.
Yeah, but you're
having an awesome year. But
he's a good player.
Yeah, he's really good.
I might get one of those.
You could probably show up though and find stuff, nearby or just somewhere at a nice shop in Chicago.
Oh, I thought you meant like a street vendor jersey.
Oh, that would be fun.
$20 for a jersey. Yeah, I'll cop that. Okay. Here's the other question I have. Should we watch all 9 innings from our seats? Or do we do some ballpark meandering and just kind of get a different perspective?
I would get there at least an hour early.
Oh, yeah. We're going to get there like
maybe as soon as it's open. Yeah. And then do the wandering then. And then when you're there, I would sit and hang out in my seats. Because like when you go to, like I went to Old Yankee Stadium before it was blown up. And, they do the calls like to all the players.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to miss any of the crazy stuff that happens inside the stadium because they're, we all know like in Oakland, there used to be the drums and all that stuff or, but when you're at like some of the older parks, they've had, decades and decades and decades of, doing something specific during warmups and stuff.
Wrigley, you want to make sure you are butt in seat for the 7th inning stretch.
Yeah, of course.
Like so that's what it feels like we're going to do some wandering before. And then once we're in our seats, we're in our seats.
Yeah.
That's probably the move because we're not buying multiple seats. We're not going to try and sneak down. Not going to go to Red Sox Yankees and try and find an open seat somewhere. That's great.
Okay. You're not either that or you're not going to sit in the bleachers and try to catch a home run or
no, probably not.
Ball. Okay.
No, we haven't. We're going to do the like day of ticket thing.
Yeah.
Just because why not?
Yeah.
It's available to us. This is a really fun thing. It's my first time at a really historic park. I was trying to count. I think it's 10 and 11 for me on the ballparks I've been to.
Okay.
I've been to all the California ones. That's A's, Giants, Dodgers, Angels, Padres. I've been to all 5 of those. And I've hit Arizona when I lived down there. I've been to the old Rangers Stadium, the ballpark in Arlington.
Yep.
I've been to new Yankee Stadium. That's 8.
Okay.
And then I've been to Citizens Bank Park, Philly Stadium.
That's random. I should have taken more time to go to some of these parks because like I've been to Chicago, I've been to Boston. The only one I've caught a game in is New York. I've been to Toronto while, covering the finals, and there's literally Blue Jays games going on, and the stadium's right down the street.
Yeah.
All I had to do is walk over and get a ticket and walk in.
There's still time, James.
Yeah, maybe I'll do a tour, like a bunch of parks, but you kind of have to, like, you're going with your dad. Like, my dad's not a baseball fan, and like my oldest is, but we'd be more probably like go to England and go catch a bunch of like old soccer stadiums, like go to Old Trafford, where Manchester United plays.
Okay, but that's not the thing. We're talking about going to baseball stadiums.
I know.
So just do that instead.
I know.
It's much less cumbersome than getting to England, I promise.
Yeah, but once you're there, it's not that far to go to a bunch of places.
I think it's the most historic place I'll ever watch games. Wrigley and Fenway both.
Yeah.
Like, I've been in Candlestick Park, but I never watched baseball at Candlestick Park. I don't watch football there.
Yeah, so
I know it's a historic stadium and all that jazz.
I saw Rick Russell throw a 2-hitter against the Mets, and
nice.
I don't like when the Mets were great. Like it was probably 87, 88.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'd never watched baseball there, but I've been to a bunch of football games there. I've seen, obviously, the Coliseum is historic, but not in the way that Wrigley and Fenway are. And then all the other ballparks were relatively new. Arizona, San Diego, Dodger Stadium. That was cool because I've seen like so much baseball history has happened at Dodger Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was just cool. It was like seeing a celebrity kind of where you're sitting in the stands and you're going, wow, this is a view I've seen on TV hundreds of times.
That's what going to Old Yankee Stadium was like.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, we didn't even do like the tour of this stuff, but we had gone to the Hall of Fame earlier in the trip. So kind of got that out of the way.
So that's what I'm up to over the next few days. That's why today's my Friday. But yesterday, we're going to talk. We've got coming up in a bit. We've got some. Well, James has a King's trade idea.
Yeah.
If you listen to this program, you know we love a King's trade idea. I had one yesterday. James got one today. Some news from Brian Windhorst that the offseason is going to pick up maybe quicker than normal and be busier than normal. We'll dive into that. And some other NBA news, and the 49ers begin mandatory minicamp today. I want to toss that in as well at some point. But we have to start with the A's. That's not a thing we typically do on this program. But the A's have the best defensive center fielder in baseball.
He's turning into that very quickly.
If you've not been following, the name Denzel Clark should be on your radar because he made an unbelievable catch in Toronto where he robbed a home run last week.
Mm-hmm.
Then he came home, and you probably saw the amazing catch he made against the Orioles where he covered 300 feet or whatever insane number it was, and then made the grab as he crashed into the wall. Just an incredible, like, one-of-one type of catch. The type of catch where you go, well, man, he's not going to top that one. And then he did. If you're listening on the radio, this call is courtesy of the FanDuel Sports Network. Here it is.
Nolan Shonowell with a fly ball left center field. Denzel Clark racing back. He's all the way back. He's at the wall. He climbs it. He caught it. I can't believe it. Denzel Clark with a sensational catch. How did he do it?
Look at this face. Look at Shonowell's face. The disbelief. Can you imagine? You're a Major League Baseball player, all right? You tag a ball, and you're like, that's out. I hit a home run.
Oh, yeah.
Tack one onto my total. I'm going to make a little money. Come on. That's a homer. And then Denzel Clark climbs. This is ridiculous. This wasn't, sometimes people go, oh, he robbed a home run, and you're going, I don't know if that was going to go over.
It might not have even been a home run.
Yeah, I don't think that was out.
Yeah.
And then there's times where the guy kind of like leaps and like gets it, and it's just barely going to clear the wall. But okay, yeah, he leaped to ground. Denzel Clark straight up climbs the wall. Look at this.
He gets his whole entire upper body.
He is. If you're listening on the radio, he has a hand on top of the fence, and you've probably seen this by now. By the way, MLB tweeted out the highlight. It had 11,000 retweets, which is just insane engagement. I went through the only other videos with more than 1,000 retweets were different replays of this catch.
Oh my
from
goodness.
MLB. He has, I saw a number. His glove is 11.3 feet off the ground.
Oh, no way.
He has his hand on top of the wall. And again, if you haven't seen this yet, I cannot stress enough. Google Denzel Clark and it's going to be articles about the catch. Just click on one. The video will be there. His waist is at the top of the wall.
Yeah. How tall is the wall?
Wall's got to be
8 feet.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
7 or 8 feet.
Yeah. I almost want to see what it looks like when he's like approaching the wall.
Well, Denzel Clark is 6'4".
Yeah, the crazy.
Hey, that wall's got to be 8 feet tall.
Yeah, it's got to be an 8 foot tall.
So he
wall.
leaps and gets his hand on top of the wall, and then has his backhand is able to track the ball while leaping and grabbing the wall.
Yeah,
and then snags it, reaching out. He's in like Jumpman almost position.
Yeah,
as he catches this baseball.
He stayed up there too. Like it's not like he had to wait for a second.
Yeah,
he had to wait for a second up there.
Well, that and he snared it once he's there.
Right.
That's
absurd.
the thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many times we've seen people climb the wall before and they just miss it, right?
Yeah.
This is just you want, and it then almost falls over the wall.
Oh yeah.
It's like he's laying down on top of the wall.
Yeah, his hips are on the wall. Yeah.
Just I saw this yesterday, and you see it live, and you're like, man, what?
Yeah.
Like, wow, that was a nice guy. And then you see the replays, and it just doesn't. It's legit. I don't. This wasn't like, wow, great play. This is legitimately maybe the best catch you'll ever see.
Yeah, it's crazy too.
It goes in the conversation for best catch you'll ever see.
Yeah, especially best home run going over the fence. Yeah. So the thing that like they brought him up, and when they did, again, we talked about it. Like they should have pinch hit for him like last weekend when they're losing games and stuff.
Not a great hitter.
He's not a great hitter yet. He's got a lot of work to do on that end. And for that matter, he's really raw as a fielder because he's made a couple of errors already, and not throwing errors. He's made a couple of errors on balls where he should have been able to scoop clean and he doesn't.
Kind of Eric Burns-esque.
Yeah. But there is like a ceiling that you have no idea what it is as a fielder. And that's where you get these plays here where it's just absolutely crazy over the top greatness. So I'm here for it.
Yeah, man. The talent is out of control. So again, if we're looking for silver linings, he has lost 7-4, by the way. But if you're looking for silver linings, they might have the best, most exciting defensive center fielder in baseball.
Yeah, and the best young shortstop in Major League Baseball is still batting .366 after going 0-for-4. Like they've got a lot of potential, and they brought Blade up and put him in left field, and all of a sudden their defensive outfield is spectacular with Lawrence Butler and with Clark in center. Yeah, interesting stuff. They've got to get better though.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about Denzel Clark as a hitter and whether he can stay up. But man, even as a defensive replacement in center for the last couple innings, because the A's when you have a pitching staff that can't get outs, having defenses that create outs matters. Like a big reason their pitching staff struggles is because defensively they haven't been good.
Nope,
they've been actually putrid, really, really bad defensively.
Yeah,
and if you have guys who are not making outs that you're throwing, and then also not creating outs, you're gonna have a really, really hard time. And Denzel Clark last night, I mean, that's a home run that turns into an out.
Yep.
That's legit. Their defensive run saved is a stat. That's one defensive run saved.
There it is. You got one.
Just saw it happen.
Now let's make up for the other 40 something.
Do you know how sick a catch has to be to like permeate the national consciousness?
It's crazy.
For the Today Show or Good Morning America.
Oh yeah. My wife texted
to show a catch.
The catch is on the Today Show
by the A's.
Yeah,
by a guy named Denzel Clark and not by Aaron Judge or Shohei Ohtani.
Oh yeah,
not that Shohei Ohtani would catch because he doesn't play defense, but
there it is.
That was for you, Joe.
I
said a mean thing about my favorite player in the league just for you.
I really appreciate that.
That's funny.
Anyways, we've got a ton of NBA stuff to get into today. James Ham has a trade idea, and we're going to get into that. Brian Windhorst says the offseason is going to get messy fast. We'll talk about that. And the 49ers begin mandatory minicamp today. Things to take away, things to watch, and that's it. That's all I got. 49ers minicamp, James trade idea. That's a lot of teases. Tap in, Insiders, Jiffy Lube. Joe, get me out of here. Goodness gracious. Zoinks.
Zoinks.
Ballers games are so fun. We went to a game last year where it was the 7th inning and there had not been a ground out. Because the Pioneer League, so dudes are just trying to mash.
Oh, yeah, they're just
and the way they don't do extra innings in the Pioneer League.
Oh.
They do a home run derby.
Oh, that's awesome.
Dude, MLB needs to adopt that tomorrow. I'm so serious.
Yeah, the whole starting the guy at second, like the Ghost Runner thing, is weird.
I don't hate it to the point that I'm like, wow, I'm gonna turn off baseball. But it's
weird because what do? You can't like add it to. Don't they get one run if the run scores? It doesn't go on your ERA.
Yeah, it's unearned.
But you can lose the game without technically giving up a run. Like I don't know how you even manage. Like what happens to the run?
It's just I get why they did it. You're trying to keep the 16, 17, 18 inning games off but that was fun.
Yeah, you're trying to speed it up.
I miss sitting there at 9 p.m. There's not a lot going on. And all of a sudden you look down and the Rangers and the Royals are in the 17th inning.
I loved it.
I miss that so much.
Same.
And again, it saves pitchers. I got time of game because that you get 4 5-hour games where now all of a sudden like it's shifting the average time length of game, which they wanted to drop or whatever. I don't just do the home run derby, dude. If you're going to do something like bastardizing the sport by throwing a player on second base who didn't earn it, then just, hey, let's see. We're going to have Jung-Hoo Lee and Freddie Freeman. You guys.
Ooh, I don't know if that'd be fair, but
I don't know.
I'll do
Matt Chapman against Freddie Freeman.
Now we're talking.
There you go.
That's the problem, though. The Giants, they can't get a guy to hit 30 home runs.
Yeah, I don't think we'd do good in the home run derby.
I think it'd be fun. Maybe like 5 swings for 3 different dudes. Line them up almost like taking PKs.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
So supposedly, if it's a tie in the All-Star game, that's how they're going to do it, right? I swear I read that yesterday.
I hope so.
Have you heard about that?
I don't think so. I am looking at this Isaiah Harkenstein wearing a Detlef Shrimp Sonics jersey.
That's sick. Wilson, how were the LA shows? I meant to ask you a long time ago.
That soup, that pho looks delicious.
It looks so good.
So good.
Yeah, I tend to agree with this. I'm interested whenever Seattle gets a team back because that just is a thing that's going to happen.
It feels like it.
Do they do the Charlotte Bobcats / Hornets thing where, because the Hornets,
yeah, the Sonics like history
that
will
Seattle
go back,
team,
I believe.
Yes, that has to be the case.
Yeah. I hope so.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, we're talking a lot about the NBA offseason. 49ers started minicamp today. We'll talk about that too, but part of the reason we're hitting the NBA offseason so hard is because once the finals end, it starts.
Mm-hmm.
And Brian Windhorst on ESPN today on First Take had this to say about the upcoming NBA offseason, because it doesn't sound like teams are going to slow play what they're doing this summer.
The NBA offseason is going to happen faster than normal. The NBA offseason is going to happen faster than normal.
Okay.
She's working on patience with you, Stephen A. That's what she said with that.
No, I wasn't talking about you, but when I did read the Mel Robbins book, Let Them, I did think of you.
Okay.
Good
I
Lord.
think the majority of the action in this offseason is going to occur around the draft. Typically, we get most of the action between June 30th and about July 3rd. I think this year, because it's not really a free agent year, it's going to, and there's going to be.
Okay, that's the worst clip that's ever been played on this radio station. I'm so sorry, everybody.
I mean, how do you?
My God,
how do you interrupt a guy and say it'll be earlier? Like he's in the middle of explaining.
Holy crap!
A big thing about how
sucks.
They are going to we're going to see a really, really early trade season, and to have him just interrupt in the middle of the guys trying to announce that it'll be earlier.
That was insane. Brian Windhorst is trying to say something real on First Take, and Molly and Stephen A are bickering about something, and Stephen A can't wipe that look off his face.
No,
and then interrupts Wendy. How dare you, sir?
That's right.
Anyways, Brian Windhorst said the NBA offseason, if you missed it there, he said that the NBA offseason is going to happen faster than normal. Said Shams has cleared his calendar and he's preparing to work his hardest around the draft. You're going to get your action very soon. And I thought the opposite would happen, because you've got Kevin Durant, very, very likely on the move, would be stunned if he's not.
Mm-hmm.
And while he doesn't move the needle the way he did 10 years ago, he's not a low-level player.
No, but I don't feel like he's the guy who's going to hold up the trade deadline. Because
I agree.
Jimmy Butler is who kind of everyone was waiting to see what was going to happen with Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
And that was holding up a bunch of other things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that Kevin Durant is part of that anymore.
No, but I think there will be a lot of teams in on him where that could be a significant trade, where once that is off the table, and maybe the Rockets and the Spurs and maybe Golden State and maybe Minnesota are all trying to get Kevin Durant. Okay, he goes to Houston or San Antonio, and all of a sudden all these other teams start working on other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Giannis is the one that could hold up the market. Because
yes,
and this is why it's interesting, because if Giannis hems and haws on whether he wants out or not, and the Bucks are like, we're not getting rid of him, and then Giannis in late June goes, hey, you know what, I want out. Now all of a sudden that kickstarts everything. So for me, what the Bucks are doing or not doing with Giannis is going to determine a lot of what happens this offseason. But also, I think there's going to be so much movement that the Giannis thing doesn't necessarily freeze everything. Because the Rockets would be in play for sure, right?
Yep. You would think.
The Spurs would theoretically be in play. But also the Spurs and Rockets might go, hey, we kind of like what we're doing here. We don't want to... They want everything, to be honest, which makes sense. And we don't want to uproot our team.
Yeah, I kind of feel like if Giannis is getting traded, it's going to be one of those deals that, it doesn't look right in the beginning and it doesn't look right 5 years down the road. You're just going to have such a difficult time getting value. When I look at the difference, though, between Giannis and Kevin Durant, you're basically looking at an almost 37-year-old in Durant versus a 30-year-old in Giannis. And to be honest with you, I think at this point Durant is just nowhere near the quality of player that Antetokounmpo is.
Right.
And so you're basically, I think one of them is going to cost you, because of the contract, because he's only under contract for 1 year, it might cost you 1 or 2 first-round picks and a bunch of salary to match. And that's where you have to really, again, if you're San Antonio, you're buying a 1-year rental, and you're going to have to give up Devin Vassell. You're going to have to give up Keldon Johnson. You're going to have to give up Harrison Barnes.
Sure.
You're going to have to gut all of your depth in order to make that move. And who even knows if he wants to stay there long term? I mean, I would assume once you got there, he'd sign a 2-year extension.
You're saying, and what's long term? That's 2 years, and he's not ascending.
No, he's going to be 37, and sure, I think it would work. But
work to what extent?
Yeah, that and if you're going to extend him, and then all of a sudden Wembanyama's contract's coming up, you're going to have to think long and hard about what you're going to do with De'Aaron Fox, whether you're going to get
already
De'Aaron
have
Fox.
to do that.
Well, I think you have to, especially when you land the number 2 pick. The right move for the Spurs is probably to not extend De'Aaron Fox and to not trade for Kevin Durant and to build with the number 2 pick in the draft and make savvy moves to improve your roster.
Sure.
And then, use some draft capital to improve your roster, but look at 2-3 years down the road.
Yeah.
That's probably the best bet for the San Antonio Spurs. It's not to go out and get a Kevin Durant and try to win something this year, because I don't even know if you're going to be able to piece something together.
Yeah, you could trade for Kevin Durant and maybe make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Is that, if that's what they want to do, just to get back there, like, okay. But I think teams are going to look at, because copycat leagues, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think teams are going to look at Indiana, and they're going to look at Oklahoma City, and they're going to go, man, these teams built cores and then just kind of added pieces around it. If you're the Rockets, because the Bucks are going to start with Amen Thompson.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Amen Thompson and a bunch of other stuff. Like, ugh.
I mean, if you're Houston and you can get Antetokounmpo's, again, he's 30, and you're going to give up, let's say you can avoid giving up Amen Thompson. Let's say you're giving up Jabari, you're giving up Jalen Green, and you're giving up, Whitmore, one other big time up and coming. Reed Shepherd. Okay, so we got Reed Shepherd, and then what if you had to give up like Tari Eason as well? So you're giving up like 4 young players and 3 first-round picks for Giannis?
Man, it's just, and this is where the offseason is going to be interesting, is if I'm the Rockets and I'm ready to give up those assets, I think you can break those assets into 4 other trades and probably improve your team more than giving them up for 1 player.
No, I'm with you.
Fully understanding, by the way, that Giannis is a top 15 player of all time, or wherever you want to put him. Yeah. He's unbelievable. He's an perennial MVP candidate.
And a top 3 player still now.
Yes.
I just think that you're always going to have the question of, is he going to want to stay wherever he's going? And he's under contract for 3 more years. He has a player option at $66.8 million for the 27-28 season. Like, if again, we just go Kings wise, like, I think getting a bunch of young prospects like from Houston, if they're going to open up and say, hey, let's do this.
Sure.
And everything is predicated around Jalen Green. You have to, because Jalen Green is a guy who's making 30, and you got to get up to $50 million just to make this thing work, dollars and cents wise.
Oof.
So you're going to have to come up with a bunch of players who are making 10, 12 million bucks in order to get up, at least 3 or 4 players to get up to that 50 million mark.
Yeah.
And again, if I were, do you like that deal, or would you rather start over with your own draft picks? With draft picks that you select the players, and that's where, again, I don't think the Kings would do this, but maybe they would. But if you're the Kings and you can offer up Zach LaVine and Devin Carter to match salaries, and give up 5 first-round picks, including 3 of your own unprotected and the 2 unprotected, 1 from San Antonio, 1 from Minnesota. 5 first-round picks, I still don't think that's enough. I don't. Because, again, you're going to have to match salary, but I'm not sure that I would take the Houston deal, and I'm not sure I would take the Kings deal.
Yeah.
But those are like paths that you could go down. And I think, again, Giannis probably wouldn't want to be in Sacramento. And it would be tough to build a team quickly.
But I just if the Bucks are steadfast in, we're going to gut the team that we trade Giannis to, I would imagine if you're a GM and you're watching the finals, and frankly, if you watched Minnesota go to the conference finals back-to-back years, you're probably going, man, I don't want to do that. I don't think that's the best path to a championship, gutting this young roster we have. So let's say Giannis doesn't move. There's still LaMelo Ball, Trae Young, Zion Williamson, Ja Morant, Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
There are still so many huge names. And then you got Lauri Markkanen's availability to be traded now.
Yep.
John Collins has anyone been on the trading block more often than John Collins?
No, especially for someone who only got traded once. No.
John Collins, Cam Johnson. There are, and all of these players, none of, I get that none of them are the quality of Giannis, but They're all really good players. The Kings would love to have a couple of those guys.
Oh yeah.
You would kill to have a couple of those guys.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. If I'm the Kings, I'm trying to get involved in many of these trades because it does feel like something big is going to happen. And you can be a third team, you can be, a fourth team, or you can be a primary team.
Yeah.
And try to get involved. And this is where because of the quality of players and the size of those contracts and the fact that you have a guy like it is possible that Zach LaVine could get involved in one of these, that the Kings could get involved using Zach LaVine. And that's because he makes like 47 million and 49 million over the next 2 years. Right. But there are just not a lot of players out there with contracts that are expiring like this.
Yeah.
And for a team who's giving up, like, say, 3 years of Giannis or 4 years of another player that's around that type of that money, just that money alone could save them tens of millions of dollars in luxury tax or apron money. So, like, again, I think it is possible that where normally I would say Zach LaVine's contract is not going to be in play. Hey, if the Kings need to do whatever it takes to get better, like straight up.
That's
yeah,
bottom line. And that's where I wonder, because and the Kings angle on this is, okay, they'd be involved with these players, and it's less about specific players they'd be involved with for me though, and more, okay, so you have a new GM in Scott Perry.
Yep.
Who is having conversations with everyone in the building, getting on the same page with everyone, and we're all that new front office is going to have to hit the ground running.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you're in a spot where you're like, okay, well, we can slow play this. We're going to see how it goes. We're still getting to know some guys. We're still piecing together who's part of the core and who's not. And now all of a sudden, all these trades are happening. You're going to be on the outside looking in. And now all of a sudden, your big offseason move is Tyus Jones.
Oh, yeah.
That's so hopefully Scott Perry, who is plugged in around the league. That's one of the things we always say. Scott Perry likes everybody, or excuse me, Scott Perry is friends with everybody. He's
knows everyone.
Knows everyone.
Yep.
Hopefully he's got a beat on this and is already having those conversations with other teams or with other agents, because that's my biggest fear here.
Well, I can tell you that right now they've already had multiple conversations around the league with multiple teams. Like, they are not sitting around waiting. They are fielding calls daily and maybe even at this point hourly, because we're getting close. Like, they are fielding calls nonstop. I know that for a fact. And whether that means that some of their players are being sought after, or whether they're going and hitting up other teams and trying to work something. That's why I keep warning everybody, like, do not be surprised if some of your favorite Kings are no longer here in Sacramento at the end of this. This could be a bloodbath for Kings fans, where they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that just happened. I can't,
outside of DeRozan, Domas, and
well, yeah, I mean, I think you could
LaVine.
get to a point where, like, they can't trade LaVine, but they can trade Malik Monk. They can't trade DeMar DeRozan's contract, but, like, so many teams have called about Keegan Murray, and you got to start thinking about that. Like, if you can't improve your team, no matter what, that's the goal. Like, you got to find ways to improve the team. Yep. You're not good enough. Your talent, whatever happened last year, like, I think we predicted that team would win more like 50, 52 games. When it was all said and done, I think they were lucky to win 40. Like, they scrape by, and especially when you do the changeover at midseason and dump Fox, like, this team is in disarray, and it's going to take a strong-willed person to come in and make very, very difficult and uncomfortable decisions that will have long-lasting ripple effects with this franchise. And you're hoping, fingers crossed, that they get those things right.
Yeah.
And that's at the end of the day, that's all you can hope for, is that, whatever Scott Perry does here, that he gets it right. But do not think that they're just sitting around waiting for draft night to see if they might be able to get back into the first round. They might do that. They could get back into the first round.
Sure.
But I also think that they could trade all kinds of players on draft night, or all kinds of players on July 1st and move themselves in a position to either be a free agent player or be in a position to, like, have completely different needs on July 1st than they had today. And you're like, oh my gosh, like, how are they going to fill this, and this position? Like, you trade Domantas Sabonis, you need another starting center. I don't, Jonas Valanciunas is a perfectly nice guy.
If you want to be competitive, yeah.
But I'm not counting on Jonas Valanciunas to go out there and play 35 minutes a night. You trade DeMar DeRozan, all of a sudden you need another small forward.
Of offense, yep.
You need another forward. You need another scorer,
mm-hmm.
right? And that's where I think everyone has to kind of like understand that this is when you pull out one piece of the puzzle,
mm-hmm.
like how does that impact the other pieces? And can you build this thing the right way, like very quickly? I'm not sure that they can, but I would be very surprised if they weren't movers and shakers.
Well then, you have a trade idea.
I do.
We'll get to that next. The biggest thing for me is just pick a path. If that means they decide Sabonis, Keegan, and Keon and Monk are untouchable and they're going to build around them, okay, just commit to that.
Mm-hmm.
Not what I would do, but if that's what they do, if it's dump everything, or man, they got a Godfather offer for Keegan and he's gone, or Keon or Monk and they're gone, just commit to it. That's the biggest thing for me. So a tough offseason ahead, or I shouldn't say tough, a busy offseason ahead with a lot of tough decisions.
Yep.
Is where we're headed. But you've got a trade idea. You played around the trade machine.
I did.
And did you have multiple here?
I do.
Did I read that correctly? You have multiple trade ideas.
I have a two-part.
My very favorite thing. You have two of my favorite thing. I can't wait. That's James Ham. He's Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is the Insiders on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. I'm going to kill these for a second. Hang on.
Morning, Scooter. I see he has joined the membership of the YouTube channel, so shout out to him.
I'm excited for your weekend, Kyle. I think you're gonna have a great time.
Yeah, me too. The weather is dicey. Rain in both cities. But it'll be a great time. We purposely carved out so we get into Chicago pretty early on, like early Wednesday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
So we have some time to explore a little bit Wednesday, and then it's a night game Thursday. Night game at Wrigley is going to be sick.
Yep.
And so we have basically all day to explore and go to Wrigleyville and do that whole thing.
Uh-huh.
And then same thing, Boston. We fly in early Friday, get to explore a little bit. We'll hit a game Friday night. And then we have all day Saturday to kick it in Boston. We're going to go do some history stuff and be nerds.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
Really excited.
The only time I went to Boston, I went to the Sloan Analytics Conference.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
At MIT. And
a different type of nerd thing.
Yeah, totally. But, we went out and did like a pub crawl afterwards, but we didn't really get out and see the city. And it was cold.
Yeah, if it doesn't rain, the weather should be nice. But Boston during the winter sounds awful.
Uh-huh. Oh, it was cold.
Oof.
Yeah, I think we were there in February.
Oh my God.
Bonus to Atlanta for. Oh, I didn't see that one.
Salvador, the number is 916-909-1320.
Nice job, dude. Joe Brazil, everybody.
We did Randy Lilly. We did not talk about Cousins. I don't like without playing the video, like, which we can't really play the video because it's just like a bunch of noise.
Yeah, it's just hate to say it for the guy.
Is this a long break? Oh.
Yeah, it's ugly.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Trade ideas, baby! Let's go! It's our favorite thing. Sorry if that was super loud. We love a trade idea.
We do.
Brian Windhorst says the NBA offseason is going to ramp up right away. NBA draft. Right around the draft.
Yeah.
So when stuff is going to hit the fan. Going to see a lot of player movement. I think there's also teams, maybe it's the Jazz, just picking a team with some good veterans who they could probably move, are going to try really hard to maybe move up because there's some blue chip talent at the top of the draft. And they're 6th, 5th, 6th. Maybe try and package that pick with something else to move up.
Yeah, I could see that. I also I think with just the way this draft is, like, it's super top heavy. But then there's a lot of question marks from then on after you get past like the top 5.
Right.
Like a lot of wide open draft. Like if someone were to take somebody at 8 or 20, there isn't a huge, big difference between, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. This is a draft that I would get back into. Again, I had someone tell me, like, if you think this is like a 16 player draft, like, and you're going to move back into this draft, you better, if you're, let's say you're going to move to the top 10, there better be 10 guys that you're in love with.
Yeah.
Like straight up, there better be 10 players that you're in love with, because if not, why'd you move in? Why'd you move into that spot? Like, it doesn't make any sense to get to a spot. And if you get to 10 and you realize that there's 5 players that you like at number 10, you probably should have traded for number 13 or number 14 or number 15. Like, that's like, this isn't a draft that I think that anyone is going into and saying, okay, look, we're going to reset all of our depth or anything like that.
Well, it's like what we talked about with the 49ers picking 11th in this year's NFL draft.
Yeah.
They could pick 11th and trade back to 20 and get probably a similar caliber player.
Well, and that's
very, very similar here.
That's why you take a flyer at 11 on a guy that has like unlimited potential, but hasn't really delivered yet, because at least you're banking on upside. And so for the Kings, they can't really bank on, they should be a team who's banking on upside, but because of the age of your team and everything else, I would expect the Kings to be a much bigger player on July 1st than they are like on draft night.
Why?
Because once you get to July 1st, you have access to your 2026 pick, right? So you can't trade that pick until you can trade that. You can have a deal set up that will trade that pick, but you get your 2032
You can agree
pick.
to terms of a deal.
Yeah.
But can't execute the trade until July 1.
Yeah. So like the day of the draft, they can't trade their 2026 first round pick because of the stepping rule, and they already have their 2025 gone.
Right.
But you get 5-6 days later and you hit to July 1st, that trade is, once a draft happens, it's over. The 2025 pick is gone. It's no longer on your books. You can now trade your 2026 pick, but you have to wait until the reset of the calendar year. So I would not be surprised if the Kings are more in the big trade market around that time than they are on draft day, unless you got some other deal that makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Right.
So there's a report out right now. I want to get to your trade ideas because you got a 2-part trade that's really fun here, and I want to get to it. But there's also this report that came out this morning from Grant Afsith at RG Media.
Yeah.
And he reported that Darius Garland has drawn trade interest from the Kings. And Trae Young has also drawn trade interest from the Kings. I want to put a pin in the Trae Young thing for a second.
Okay.
We talked a lot about Darius Garland yesterday.
We did.
This seems like one of those things where my knee-jerk reaction to this was, of course, they're interested. They should be interested in every good point guard.
Yeah. You should have a giant whiteboard with tiers of point guards and who's obtainable and who's not.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up. You should have like it all mapped out. Like if you can get player XYZ, with this trade. Yeah.
The thing I'm interested in, because it doesn't shock me that the Kings are like, yeah, hey, Darius we talk about Trae Young, LaMelo Ball, John Morant. Those are the three. But then we brought up Andrew Nembhard.
Mm-hmm.
See, Derek White, Drew Holiday. Like there's all these. Darius Garland should 100% be on that list. Whether the Cavs want to trade him or not, don't know. But my interest is more, is he just on the list? Or is he a player that the Kings have circled and, okay, hey, here's this list of 10 names. We're going to underline the 3 that we're going to overpay for. We're going to bend over backward. We need to get Darius Garland. We think he is the key piece to build around moving forward. And if that's true, if that's the case, are they willing to involve Keegan Murray in that deal? Are they willing to involve several first-round picks in that deal? Because if they're not, then they might wind up disappointed in the quality of player they're going to go get.
Well, yeah, I think here's a difficult thing. Like if you have a whole list of players, you're not just going to randomly grab a player off the list, call that team and say, can I get that player?
Sure. Right.
And then I'm just going to do that deal.
Yeah.
No. So I think the way that this was written from the article that were from RG Sports, whatever it is.
RG Media. RG.org.
Okay.
It's the website.
The way that, like, if I'm reading this correctly, though, they say the Kings have interest in Garland, but also on top of that, Trae Young came up in recent talks, and the King, while Sacramento has interest in the Kings, multiple sources told RG that the Atlanta Hawks have spoken with the Kings on a potential framework centered around Trae Young in recent weeks.
Oh,
however, those trades have since stalled. So this is why I'm bringing this up right now in this discussion. It makes sense that you have on your board what the framework of a Trae Young trade looks like, what the framework of a Darius Garland trade looks like, what a possible LaMelo Ball trade looks like. Have conversations, build out, and then you look at the 3 or 4 or 5 deals that are sitting there that you think you can get done or that you might be able to get done. And then you aggressively attack whichever one you think is right. And then if that one doesn't work out, you might go to the next one. So either way, you need to build out framework for these trades in advance and start building something that makes a lot of sense like now. So then when it is time to go, you don't want to get swooped. You don't want to have some other team come in and offer Russell Westbrook for Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell instead of the deal that you had for Buddy Hield.
Oof.
Yeah, so you got to get all your ducks in a row. You need to touch base. You need to build out frameworks of a trade, what a potential trade would look like with each individual team, and then choose the logical step for your franchise. Gauging age, gauging production, gauging position, gauging whether or not they're a two-way player, they're just an offensive player, whether a pass first or a score first point guard, like all of these things.
And if you acquire that player, are there other dominoes that fall where if you are acquiring Trae Young,
yep,
that, man, there's a kind of specific type of player that you're going to need to put alongside him, or players that you're going to need to put alongside him.
No, totally.
Do we have those moves in place? Yeah, and that's where I was talking about earlier when we say that Brian Windhorst said that the offseason is going to get moving quickly. That's where, like, man, you are not going to be able to afford to fall behind because it's not one move that needs to happen.
Yeah, especially with Sacramento. I mean, if I'm Sacramento, and you're going to play in the pool of like where all the sharks are, right? You're looking for a frontline NBA starting point guard. If that's your main objective, you're looking at $40 to $50 million player.
Yeah.
And you either have 2 of those moves in you, or you have 1 of those moves, or you might have 3, depending on how many of the players you want to give up. So for me, like my trade that I'm proposing is pretty specific. Like I don't love Trae Young as like an end all be all player. But when I factor in contract, I factor in age, and I factor in the fact that he is both a true point guard and a scoring point guard. I think I like him as a player, and I also think that there's a way in which you can put him alongside somebody that makes everyone better. Like, you know what I mean? So like but what I can't have is I can't have a Trae Young and Zach LaVine backcourt that gives up 140 points a night, and Domantas Sabonis is in foul trouble every single game.
Yeah.
So my proposed trade would be Zach LaVine, the Spurs pick in 2027, and 1 other lottery protected pick from the Kings for Trae Young. And it's a straight salary swap. And people go, well, why would the Hawks do that?
It's a great question.
And the answer is the Hawks are looking to reset around a younger roster with Rishache and Jalen Johnson and that group. Capella's on his way out the door. They've got they got rid of Bogdanovich during the season. Like Dyson Daniels is part of their future, and Trae Young is looking for an extension right now, and that extension is going to be $200 and something million. He's owed basically the same exact money that Zach LaVine is. He's at $46 million and $48 million, 48.5. It's within like $500,000 of the Zach LaVine contract. So the player swap, the money works to swap out player for player. And so they're not taking on any additional money. They're not taking on any additional years of Zach LaVine. The contracts with Trae Young line up perfectly. But what you're doing is you're swapping out a player, giving Dyson Daniels someone new to play with, and handing the team to him and saying, okay, you're our guy now. And we're going to have a really good scoring wingman next to you. And then at the same time, you're collecting a couple of first-round picks in order to continue the build that you're trying to accomplish. So that's why they would do that. And as far as the Kings, like, look, I think Trae Young in Sacramento does not work at all next to LaVine. But I think Trae Young in Sacramento works perfectly fine next to a guy like Keon Ellis in the starting backcourt. And then having a guy like Malik Monk come off the bench and give you something, having Devin Carter still part of that. Like, I think that there's a way that you can create something with that backcourt that's different than what you currently have.
So I like this idea very much. And if you're able to get out of Zach LaVine's contract and acquire a star level point guard in the process, that is a slam dunk. No pun intended.
Yeah.
Like, that is something you have to do. If you're building around Trae Young, though, because he's 27 at the start of next year.
Okay.
Which means this is now your new window.
Yep.
This is not a rebuild. This is a going for it now with Trae Young. There is a very specific type of build that now needs to continue. I totally agree. Where there has to be an influx. And I think Scott Perry recognizes there has to be that influx of size and athleticism that we talk about. And what is so appealing about Trae Young to me is not the scoring. He's going to give you 20 plus a night. He averaged 24.2. He's averaging 25.3 for his career, 24.2 last season. It's not only the assist numbers. He averaged 11.6 assists a game last year, but it's the way he play makes that sets up his teammates. And I think Trae Young elevates the players around him offensively. I think he makes players better. Not where, wow, the Hawks have been contending for titles. That's not the case. But I think the quality of player you need offensively comes down a little bit, where you can go get a very defensive-minded, hustle grit type of player. Yeah. Because they're going to get open. They're going to stand in the corner. They're going to get open threes off of Trae Young. He's going to break down a defense. He's going to touch the paint, and he is going to make the right pass to the open shooter. And now maybe that 3-point shooter is 33%, but man, he's 38% from the corner because that is just a wide open look. And that's something that you want to generate. And that's something that I think can help carry the Kings offense around Trae Young. But we'll continue talking about this. We got to step aside on the radio side. We'll keep talking about this because there's a second part of this that goes along with it. This is not a one-part trade. There's a two-part trade. The second part of that trade is going to go toward what we're talking about right now with adding more size and athleticism. We'll get to that next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Leader. Joe, I'm going to run in there and we're going to talk about something real quick. Nothing bad.
Hello, everybody. Okay, so the key is you're giving up first round picks. Like, I mean, straight up, you're giving up first round picks to that to Atlanta in the swap. Now, if you have to include Devin Carter, that's, to me, that's fine. Like, I don't have a problem putting Devin Carter in that trade as well. But it certainly would be like jarring and reset everything. This is good. Like, Trae Young is obtainable because I don't believe they want to pay him the contract extension that he's up for. That's the biggest deal. So Garland is only worth overpaying for if we get Allen with it. I just don't understand why a 64-win team is going to trade two of their starters. I mean, that's really, really tough. And unless you're giving up, again, like Domas and Keegan Murray, Domas and something else, that's tough.
I feel like there's no good jingles anymore.
Okay. I'm with you. Like, I don't know. Like, I think the only one that gets you multiple first round picks right now is Domas. I don't think Levine gets you first round picks at all. I don't think DeMar DeRozan gets you first round picks. Yeah, I don't think Keegan Murray gets you multiple first round picks. Actually, I'll be honest with you. What would you think that Keegan Murray, like people out there, what do you think people would trade for Keegan Murray?
Safe flight repair, safe flight replace. Yeah, this is crazy. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you until noon, and then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Those guys will take you up to 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. We're talking trade machine. We're talking trade ideas. It's our very favorite thing. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to join the program, James, would you like to recap the first part of your two-part trade?
Yeah, the first part is I would offer, again, I'm sure that the Hawks they're in a very weird space.
Yeah.
They're in the middle of changing everything. They've gotten rid of their entire front office and restarting. I would offer Zach LaVine and a couple of first round picks. The Spurs 2027 unprotected, and then like another protected Kings pick. Like a 27 or a 28 Kings pick in exchange for Trae Young. Now, Trae Young, again, once you get him in your door, you're going to have to sign him to an extension.
Mm-hmm.
That's, he's entering the final 2 years of his deal. I think you can give him up to 4 years.
You're committing to Trae Young being your 1A.
Yeah.
Money is not an object anymore with him.
Well, that, and the other thing about Trae Young that I'll point out is Trae Young has spent his entire career playing with like true rim running centers, right? And it works. It does. Although, with guys like Clint Capella or, name that center he's played with, but most of them are that same type of center. I want to see if Trae Young can be an efficient player playing alongside a guy like Domas, where maybe his assist numbers drop from 11 a game to 9 a game. But his shooting percentages go from like 34% from 3 to 38% from 3, because he's a better shooter. We all know he's a better shooter. You watch, he takes too many bad shots.
Takes some wild ass threes.
Because they are in a position where they need him to take some wild shots a lot of the time. And so I would like to see if he becomes a more like well-rounded player if he played alongside someone like Domas.
Would be interesting for sure. And the Hawks and where they're at, I'm so interested to see how they attack the offseason with Trae Young specifically.
Yeah, me too.
Because they could very easily just extend him and be like, yeah, Dyson Daniels with Zachary Risache and Jalen Johnson will be back healthy and
Onyeka Okongwu.
Onyeka Okongwu, thank you. I could not pull his name out of my head. Onyeka Okongwu, and this is just what we're going to build around. We're committing to this. But it also wouldn't shock me if they did this type of deal you're talking about, where they go, man, we can get a couple of firsts and get Trae Young out of here. We can still be competitive with Zach LaVine, but we can kind of figure it out with a war chest of picks that we've acquired.
Yeah, I think that's the key.
Especially since they don't have picks because they dealt them to the Spurs.
They did, but then they also, I swear they got some of New Orleans picks back when they traded DeJounte Murray to New Orleans. So they don't have a lot of their own picks. They do have other people's picks.
Sure.
But either way, this is a team that, when you look at their roster, is very young, and they're at $143 million in payroll right now with Trae Young making $46 million. So Capella and Karis LeVert are both free agents. Larry Nance is a free agent. Bone Tylen, David Roddy, Garrison Matthews, all those guys are free agents. So they're still going to have to spend money because there is a salary floor that you have to be at. But for them, it would get them to a point where, Zach LaVine is falling off the books at the same time that Trae Young would. But Trae is going to sit there and the whole time he's going to be asking for an extension. And if you're not willing to give the extension, this is probably the time to trade him, because now he has 2 years left on his deal. That if you get into next season, or if you get to the trade deadline, it kind of becomes like the De'Aaron Fox thing.
Sure.
Right? Where you're like, okay, well, we only have you for a year and a half. How many first round picks am I going to have to give up for that? And the answer is not that much. It's like 2 unprotected picks for sure. But you were hoping for a lot more than that at the beginning of the De'Aaron Fox trade season, including a young player like Stephon Castle or something. And the eventual yield was way less than what you'd hope for.
Yeah.
Except for you have a $49 million expiring contract next season in Zach LaVine. So,
and that is value to a lot of teams.
Yeah.
$49 million expiring for sure. The Elk Grove Kid talk on 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. James, before we get to the second half of your trade, Salvador wants to give his own idea about a player the Kings can go get. Salvador, you're on the Insiders. What's up, man?
Hey, I guess morning from Wisconsin.
Salvador, can you do me a favor and turn down your radio?
Yeah, let me.
From Wisconsin?
Thanks. All right, Joe, can we pot him down until he's got that figured out? Thanks. Appreciate.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to, the 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. All right, Salvador, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I'll just turn it off. My question to James. Somebody just told me about Anthony Black. My question was, I know we needed a point guard. So my question is about Anthony Black. What's your thoughts on Anthony Black? What would it cost us? I know he's on his final year, I believe. and his contract's about 8.5. And if he's out there, wouldn't he be a pretty good player?
Okay. Yeah, so Anthony Black, just so he's got 2 more years left.
Thanks for the call, Salvador. I had a great time. Go ahead, James.
On his rookie scale deal, he's got 2 more years left. So I don't know. Like, I mean, he's on a list of players that are young and that are athletic, and that you're thinking, okay, maybe that player will develop. The thing is, I don't think he did anything extremely well this year, and he's also on a team that's like so desperate for a point guard, that especially with the Jalen Suggs injury. So he started 10 games. He played 78 games at 24 minutes tonight and averaged 9 points and 3 assists per game. I think he's got potential, but things like the fact that he shot 31.8% from 3 is a bit jarring. And so maybe he makes sense, but again, you're looking at a guy who was like the 6th pick in the 2023 NBA draft. If the Kings were to go after Anthony Black, they're going to want something like the 4th pick from the 2022 NBA draft. They're going to want something like Keegan Murray to move for someone like Anthony. Although it's possible he might be like lower down, that he's not fitting in, or that they need a reset or something.
I don't think Anthony Black is on the Magic timeline.
Okay.
I think the Magic need somebody who can contribute now. And I think if they can move Anthony Black for Malik Monk, a player who can credibly play point guard, but also provide some scoring and shot creation, because they just don't have a ton of that on the perimeter. That is where I think they would be willing to move a guy like Anthony Black, at least theoretically. Again, I don't know people in that front office. But if you're doing that, if you're the Kings and you're acquiring a player like Anthony Black, it's part of for me, a tear down where, hey, here's this former 6th pick who's going into year 3. We're going to take a gamble on this guy because, hey, you know what? We're not super interested in winning. And if he turns into SGA, awesome. If not, all right, well, we're rebuilding anyway. That's where I would go get that type of player. I'm not, if I'm the Kings, going to get Anthony Black as a player to help me compete in the immediate, because it's a gamble. Like you said, he's usually 2 years in, you get a pretty good idea of, okay, this guy's ascending, this guy's not. Yeah. And I watched a weird amount of Magic this year because I had Paolo Banchero and a lot of underdog lineups. I was just never blown away by Anthony Black.
No, I think the good thing about Anthony Black, he's 6'7", plays the point guard. So he's long, he is athletic. Sure. He's got like the body that you're hoping for. But he's 21 years old, and so you're going to need to wait for him to develop. And if you're going to get Anthony Black, that's where you go out and you get a Tyus Jones. You pair him with a veteran that can help him, kind of develop. But the problem is, like, he didn't exactly like jump off the page as someone who's fully developing with Orlando. And if you're going like what you said, if you're going to reset the entire roster, and the next move, like once you get done trading Monk and taking back Black and a couple of other, like something else to match salary, then the next move is like, where does DeMar go? Where does Levine go? Where does Domas go? Like, that's the next step.
You're loading up on as many young players and picks as you can.
Yeah, young players and picks that actually make a bunch of, like that may or may not ever make it.
Yeah.
Right. So you're taking some gambles. So
yeah. So in a vacuum, I don't hate the idea. But I think it has to, again, I wouldn't just acquire Anthony Black just to get him. It would have to be a concerted effort to get young upside, get a lot of picks. And I mean, you're turning into the Wizards at that point.
Yeah, you're doing something that you're you're completely changing the direction of your franchise. Yeah, because he's not there. He's not ready to I mean, again, 24 minutes a game for 78 games.
And like you said, the opportunities this year with Orlando were there.
Yeah, especially with Suggs out for a huge portion of the season.
Yeah.
And not only that, but Franz Wagner out and Paolo Banchero out. They both had the ab tears, right?
Yeah.
Like both of them, that just creates more opportunity. And I don't know that he separated himself where I'd go, hey, this is the guy that I want to build around.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah. So the second part of my trade.
Yeah. So we've got Zach LaVine and a couple picks heading to Atlanta for Trae Young, which sets in motion. Okay, you got Trae Young in your starting backcourt. Now size, athleticism, defense have to be the focal point.
Yeah, and for that matter, shooting as well,
Mm-hmm.
because the way that Trae likes to work is he likes to have space, and he gets in the pick and roll, but he likes to have some space, and you're going to need shooters.
Mm-hmm.
So my next move is I'm calling the Miami Heat, and I'm offering DeRozan for Jaime Jaquez and Duncan Robinson. And as far as financially, it's close to a net neutral trade. But I think the way that Jaime Jaquez fell out of favor there in the second half of the season is something that I would definitely key in on. Duncan Robinson is on a player option at $19.888 million for this next year. And let's see, Jaime Jaquez makes 3.8. So we're looking at you're gonna lose $1 million in salary. But now all of a sudden you have a jack of all trades, small forward, a guy that can play the 3 and the 4 in Jaquez, a guy who plays defense, who does all the dirty work, does all that stuff. A little bit raw, but
go ahead.
Okay. I must have said something.
No. This is about Jaime Jaquez and all the dirty work he does.
Oh, yeah, of course. But then on top of that, Duncan Robinson, who I think, again, Miami, if they're going to, they wouldn't hate a trade where they're losing a $20 million guy that's not playing all that much. And he can shoot. He's kind of a Kevin Huerter clone, if you will. And gives you a backup 2, backup 3. And I think it would make sense for both teams, just because I think they need a scoring punch to take some of the pressure off of Hero since they lost Jimmy Butler.
Okay. I don't hate that. I don't know if I'm trying to figure out why Miami would say no, particularly if Jaime Jaquez off-court stuff with Eric Spoelstra is real life.
I don't know if it is real life or not. I just know that the dude, got down to 20 minutes a game this season, and he was a guy that they were building around, and all of a sudden they weren't.
Yeah, just fell out of favor.
Yeah, I like Jaime Jaquez's game, but again, you talk about, when you go get a player like Trae Young that can really score, pairing him with a guy like Jaquez who doesn't score that much.
Yeah, but he's just a dog.
Well, he is, and I also think in this scenario that it opens a door for Keegan Murray to become more of a scorer on your team, and for Keon Ellis to start in the backcourt, for Malik Monk to slide into his more natural position as a 6-man.
Yeah. I think if those are the couple of moves you're making, I think you dramatically improve your roster and you give yourself a real direction, which is what we talked about earlier. You just have to commit to a direction. And if you're doing this, where you're getting Trae Young and then you're getting Jaime Jaquez and you're getting Duncan Robinson, you are improving the cohesiveness of the basketball team you're building.
Yes.
Which has to be, no matter what path they choose, whether it's tear it all down, trade everybody, or try and salvage a core out of this group and build around that. It has to be cohesive. It has to make sense. And that was the biggest issue with the Kings last year. It wasn't talent. It was that the roster doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, yeah, and not only that, but you bring in Jaquez. If you were to bring back Jake LaRavia, that's one thing. If you pass on Jake LaRavia, you actually have a replacement, a guy who plays the same defense, who's under contract long term, who you can lock up and keep him under contract long term, and that you can build with, and sort of give you something different than what you have right now.
All right, we'll continue talking about this. The 49ers also started minicamp today. I want to get into the idea of minicamp and things we should and should not be watching for. We'll do that. We'll have more NBA offseason coming up for you. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. I should say Kings offseason. We're not talking about NBA offseason in general. We're talking Kings. That's James Ham. He's Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Turns out there's a lot of Tony Black fans in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, he could develop and be one of those guys, but you have to hedge your bet if you're going to get him. And
yeah,
that's
I haven't. Maybe it was just the games I watched.
Yeah.
That I just was never like, wow, Anthony Black is a player.
Yeah.
Dude, be smarter than the bag. Smarter than the bag. There it is. Come on. Shout out Welch's Fruit Snacks. Not as good. Small business Tuesday. Salute to Welch's.
Tuesday.
Not as good as the ones you bring for the Fortress of Snackitude, but still very strong.
Are we out in the Fortress?
Oh no, these were just in the snack thing. So
okay. Yeah, Hawkes is not a young DeRozan. Hawkes is a very, very different type of player.
There'd be some assurance that he's going to sign.
With who? With Trae?
Talking about Trae Young.
Yeah, you would have a conversation. Like, Trae is at that level in the same way that De'Aaron Fox is at that level where he's just going to get max money no matter what. And it's just whether or not you want to give him that max money. I mean, he's a 4-time All-Star and he's 26. Hawkes averaged 11.9 points per game last season and dropped to 8.6 this year. He played 28 minutes a game as a rookie, although he only shot 32.2% from three. But if you believe in the free throw thing, he's an 81.1% free throw shooter, so it's possible he could be a better three-point shooter.
How come?
What roster?
The Trae Young, Keon Ellis, Keegan, Jaime Jaquez, Domas, Jake LaRavia, Duncan Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, you need to add more, but in that situation, you still have your $16.8 million trade exception for Kevin Huerter. You also have your $14.1 million mid-level exception. So you can actually go out and do a lot more damage. Plus, if you're only giving up like 2 first-round picks in a Trae Young package, you still have 7 first-round picks to deal with. So there's opportunity for you to go and add more players.
Yeah, you could be both like me. Yeah, I don't think yeah, we've had the Kuminga conversation before.
Too many times.
Yeah. Back in the lab though. Working on that one-on-one game.
I'm here for workout video. The rope game.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Best shape of his life season, guys.
That's right.
It's the most so the 49ers open, well, a bunch of teams open mandatory minicamp today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm already seeing what best shape of his life is a punchline. We all understand that to be the case, right?
Yeah.
Because everybody says that all the time, every year, whether it's baseball spring training, whether it's NBA training camp, whether it's NFL OTAs or minicamp.
Mm-hmm.
Best shape of his life. Guy played at 220 last year, down to 212. Down to 2. Hey, shed 3% body fat. It's the lowest body fat percentage of his life. Feels moving better, looks faster. Well, he looks faster out there.
It's really hard. Like once you get to a certain age, the best shape of your life, you're like 17. That's like it's like end stop. It's like that's it. That's it. You're like 17 years old. You're like, oh yeah, I'm in great shape. I just got done playing a high school football season. You're in great shape. All right.
With the NFL specifically, because the 49ers began mandatory minicamp today. With the NFL specifically, I don't care what shape a player's in June.
No. Well, they got like 3 more months to add weight.
And it does, well, right. And it this is every sport, not just the NFL. I don't care what kind of shape you're in. Now, if there's a player who, let's say, I don't know, in the NFL. There was a player who, man, super talented, but he was on a pitch count all year because he just was never in shape.
Yeah.
Or he dealt with a hamstring thing all year because, you know what, he came into camp out of shape and was like, ugh. Okay, then that matters to me. But player who just wasn't very good, shed 15 pounds. Like, no, they're probably still going to not be very good at the sport.
Yeah.
I don't care what shape they're in. Did they get better? Like, he's in great shape. Still can't shoot to save his life.
No.
But boy, he's going to run up and down like crazy.
Yeah.
That just, it is a universal punchline that still gets covered every time a player's like, yeah, dropped 10 pounds this offseason. Oh my God. Hey, he looks more muscular too. Added some muscle. All right, man.
All right.
Cool. Can he play? Is that going to part? Keegan Murray came back in year 2, looked like he'd bulked up. That translated to how he played defensively, and it mattered. It's like, wow, okay, that cool.
Yeah.
But I don't care that he looked like he was in better shape at the Cal Classic. I need to see that translate.
Yeah, like Wilson brings up Mason Jones. Mason Jones lost like 40 pounds.
Best shape of his life, I heard.
Yeah, he definitely was in the and it did translate to a really good season at the G League. I keep laughing over here because, you know, we do this thing all the time where we go to Basketball Reference or Football Reference. And do you know Jaime Jaquez's nickname?
No, but I sure would like to.
Juan Wick. like John Wick. But like, what in the name? What is happening?
What? No, that's a thumbs down.
It's
a thumbs down. What? If this was a superstar NBA player, Jaime Hawk is good. I'm not trying to drag Jaime Hawk.
Yeah,
Jaime Hawk is a quality NBA player. He's not probably ever going to be an All NBA guy.
No, I think he could be an all defensive team guy.
Sure.
Yeah.
But if he was, I don't want to necessarily dive all the way into this, but if he was Jason Tatum, Juan Wick is great. Like that would be awesome.
Yeah.
But
if not, it kind of sounds racist.
A little.
Yeah. Yeah, you're like, hey.
It's just, no, you don't get to have an awesome nickname if you're just like, yeah, no, he's a hustle guy.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Anyways, shout out to John Wick. I still got to watch the movies. Did you see Ballerina last
night? I haven't. I intend to go maybe tonight. I don't know. We have NBA finals tomorrow night?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
You got an open night tonight.
Yeah, I might go.
There's not even hockey tonight.
Yeah.
Not even Stanley Cup final.
I don't even have trivia night.
Oh my God. Yeah, go see Ballerina then.
Yeah, I probably will.
All right. Very good. Excellent. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. We're going to do this old school right now. Can I do this old school? Is this Dawn? No, I can't do it this way.
Dan?
All right. Well, sorry. Hey, if you're on the phone right now, call back. Joe had stepped out for a second, so I was trying to do a fun thing. But Joe, can you dump that phone call for me? Thanks. Appreciate you. Apparently there's a lot of Anthony Black fans in the chatty house. I had no idea. But anyways, the 49ers began minicamp today, and I need this to be very clear. Mandatory minicamp is important. It's the first mandatory practices of the year. It's a 2-day session. There are no pads on, and the coaching staff isn't going to make final decisions based on these 2 days.
No.
What matters with mandatory minicamp is A, getting out healthy. That is step 1. Step 2, I do think it's interesting if Nick Martin is lining up with the first team. That's an interesting thing to me. Rookie 3rd-round pick lining up next to Fred Warner as the starting will linebacker. Okay, that's something I'm going to file away for training camp. If whoever's starting at left guard, if they're the only person running with the ones at left guard, I'm filing that away for training camp. But player performance in these practices matters so little. It matters some for rookies, because this is where, if you're a rookie, can you just hang in this setting? No pads on. You're probably not really going full speed. You might do some full speed stuff, but can you hang in this setting? can you set yourself a baseline where you can hit the ground running in training camp? Because what really matters now, and Kyle Shanahan will tell you this. In fact, I bet he talks about it today when he speaks to the media. What matters more is the 40 days away between the end of minicamp and the start of training camp. And what mandatory minicamp does is it like sets that baseline for the coaching staff. And it sets a baseline for you and how you can improve in your 40 days away. So when you get to training camp, the pads come on and the reps are live.
Yep.
You can actually show, okay, I've earned this starting spot. I've earned this roster spot.
Yeah, I think for me, what these camps do also is they show the players that just flat out get it,
yes,
and who doesn't.
Yep.
Like you can understand the base concepts, and you can start to improve every day and show that you're grasping what's happening, the why, not just where I need to go run this. No, you need to show me that you're learning and that you're taking the natural steps to get better at your position, and you can see that without pads on. Now, once pads, you throw pads on guys, that's when you start to realize who's a dog and who's not, and who's whatever they're doing on the field, they might be really bright and be able to make all the right moves, but then they don't have that next gear. They don't have that closing speed to hit somebody. They don't have the pop to knock somebody down, or they're not a guy who is good at wrapping somebody up. Like there are a lot of things that you can learn at this stage, but then the next stage is like super, super valuable as well.
I think the way to frame this, and I agree with you, it's less about who's doing well in minicamp. And this applies to the 49ers, the Raiders, and every other NFL team that you might be a fan of. It's less for me about who's doing well and more who's doing poorly.
Yeah.
If I'm just going to pick on Nick Martin because he's the player that's in my head. 3rd round pick, linebacker, a player, top 75 pick who should probably start next to Fred Warner this year. If he just doesn't get it, and it's like, man, Nick Martin does not look like an NFL player in this setting, that is a red flag.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if Nick Martin goes on, it's like, hey, Nick Martin was awesome. He had 3 pass breakups and 2 interceptions. And was flying all over the field. Okay, great. That's thumbs up. You checked a box. That's just, okay, cool. He hit the requisite level to be ready for training camp. But it's all the things you just said. If we get to training camp and all of a sudden he's flying sideline to sideline and hey, you know what? He's actually not getting to the running back. Or man, he gets hung up on blocks a lot. That's where this stuff matters. Michael Williams, edge rusher. I don't care what Michael Williams does. As long as he's able to stay on his feet, great. That's it. Because there's not pads. They're not getting hit. They're not blocking.
Yeah.
It's just so different, this sport. And if you've played football at any kind of level, if you've ever put pads on, you know that, hey, you know what, guys, it's a different sport.
Yeah. I also think that there's the guy who goes out, and we have this every single year. You bring in guys and you're hoping they make the team. You're hoping they're contributors, but right away they look lost. And then the second thing that happens while they look lost is, oh, my hamstring doesn't feel good. Or, oh, I tweaked something. I need to sit. I need to go to the trainer. And then you see this like perpetual cycle is like, oh yeah, you're probably not going to be here much longer.
Yep.
And that's something I think you can tell really quick. When is your love for the game there? Is your want to like play on every single down, all that stuff? Is it real? Or, did you just talk about it at the combine and look really cool talking about smart stuff?
Yeah.
And you get on the field and it's like, okay, you're just not really a ball player.
Can I give a take sort of along those vaguely related to that?
Yeah.
Because I don't think it has to do with a desire or a will or a want to play. But I have deep concerns about Ricky Pearsall.
Oh, of course.
The 49ers 2024 first round pick.
Yeah,
I think he
should.
can play. I think Ricky Pearsall can play, and I think he wants to. I think he wants desperately to play. The fact that last year, I'm going to take the gunshot part of this out because that was just such an unbelievable freak.
Yep.
Catastrophic thing that happened. Let's take that out of the picture. He had a hamstring injury early in camp, came back, and immediately was in a blue non-contact jersey because of a shoulder injury. And now he can't even get through OTAs without having a hamstring issue?
Yeah, that's not good.
This reeks to me of, hey, he can play. Like when he's on the field, you can see like it's there, but he just never quite reaches that potential because all of a sudden we're getting to training camp and oh, he's missing a couple more weeks in training camp. And now we're getting to week 1 and hey, Ricky Pearsall didn't play much. How come? Well, he didn't practice a lot and he's still getting up to speed. Like, bro, you got to figure it out at some point.
Yep.
You got to be able to stay healthy. I get that this sport is very violent. It's very physical. There are a lot of players who just flat out don't make it because you know what? Their body is not going to let them.
Mm-hmm.
And that is my deep, deep concern with Ricky Pearsall right now. I think he is a player. I am just really worried that his body is not going to cooperate.
Yeah, and it's tough because I think these guys, they work out so incredibly hard during the offseason trying to obtain something and try to build on what they learned from last season. But if you're not doing things correctly, and if you're not doing like the yoga piece and, or Pilates or something to do the stretching aspect of, building your body, then you're going to have situations like this. It's a bummer because, he's a young dude. Like pulling his hamstring 2 years in a row isn't great. Shoulder injury isn't great. Like you're worried about already whether he's going to be able to play not just 17 games, but is he going to be able to play 10? And that's a big issue. Like you can't just miss every single OTA and every single off season because of injury.
Yeah.
We've seen that, like guys they peak way too early and they never ever get better. They get to a certain point and it's like, hey, that's who you are. It's who you are because you can't stay on the field and you can't get better because, again, the Marvin Bagley of the world,
Sure.
like how many times did you hurt your foot? Like the joke around Sacramento as he traveled with a boot in his bag just in case, like just in case you need to put the boot back on because he's hurt again.
Yeah.
And it's like you feel for him, but at the same time, like you got to play through some things.
Well, and for me, it's not even that. It's just like, I'm worried that Ricky Pearsall specifically, his body's not, it's a hamstring. You can't just go out and be like, oh, okay, I'm just going to go play an NFL game on this bum hamstring.
Nope.
That's that. So like I said, I'm not writing the guy off. It's just, that's red flags in year 1 and an immediate red flag in year 2. Couldn't get through OTAs.
Oh yeah. Huge.
Tough. Let's get, I was going to get to Daniel on the Elk Grove Kid Talk On to get us back into the NBA. Alas, is Daniel gone? He just left. All right.
Yeah, Daniel just dipped out, I guess.
Just like Joe.
Joe dipped out.
Jesse Tapia, everybody.
Yeah, just got business.
Yeah, Joe is a sought after person in this building. So salute to Joe and appreciate Jesse for jumping in with us here on the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia now behind the glass. So Jesse, I'm actually glad you're here. A, because,
glad to be here as well
because you're my friend and I enjoy when you're here. But B, we didn't get to this yesterday, but Matt Moore, friend of the program, Matt Moore, Action Network, I believe, reported that the Celtics are looking for a first-round pick for Drew Holiday.
Hope they find it.
If it's 1 first and matching salary, are you acquiring Drew Holiday?
Yeah. I don't know. I'd
imagine you'd want to give up you're not giving up anything top 20 for Drew, I don't think.
Okay, so what if let me turn the trade on its head.
First?
How about this? How about you give up DeMar DeRozan and you give up Devin Carter, who was the 13th pick, first round pick who hasn't got to play. So maybe that's how you get around that. If you want to throw in a second, okay.
Yeah.
But I don't think that I'm giving up a true first round pick for Drew. Because I mean, he's owed $104 million over 3 years.
And Jesse, if I'm I guess viewing this correctly, because you watch way more Celtics than I do, Drew Holiday started to look old this year.
Oh yeah. The shot, he's not.
So this
he didn't shoot the ball great. He didn't shoot the ball great. He took a step back defense. Still really good defensively. He was he's like a
little more vulnerable.
Yeah, a little bit more vulnerable. Yeah, that's right. Like he's still really good, but like you see it now.
This isn't Boston. Like dang, the Tatum injury. We're gonna have to really. This is Boston. Like Drew Holiday's expensive, and we would like to move on.
Yeah, you were probably moving off of Drew anyways before Tatum got hurt and all that.
I mean, Drew Holiday averaged 11 points and 3.9 assists per game.
I think that 11 points is his lowest since his rookie year, too. I think he shot 35% from three, which was one of his lowest percentages.
Yeah, 35.3. Yeah, like
that's why I don't want him for Sacramento. I don't like him.
I'm out, man. This is not an anti-Drew Holiday thing. This is just if I'm the Kings, I don't want to give up whatever it would take to get Drew Holiday, because Drew Holiday at this point feels like he's in the he's better than some of the point guards we've named. Just the kind of random veteran point guards. He's not that.
Yeah.
But he's also not in this tier of like, wow, this is a player you can build around, or wow, this is the missing piece. I think if you drop him onto like Houston.
Yeah, he needs to go to like a team where it's like, we're set. We just need you to make a bit, play some defense. Don't do much else.
Yeah.
Not that he's like horrible on offense. He had a really down year and all that, but it's just kind of like he needs to go to a contender we don't need you to take us over the top, but you'd be a really great addition here.
And
I think I'm out.
I'm also concerned that he does the exact path of Mike Conley, where you go from like 14 points to 11.4 to 8.2. And then the Kings they're on the hook for, $65 million of a player, 2 years left. And he's averaging 9 points a game. And you're like, okay, man, what are we doing here?
The Mike Conley thing works at 8 or 10 million or whatever he is, where he just sets up the offense and goes and hangs out in the corner. It doesn't work so much at 37 million.
No. And especially if you have not only the Kings in that scenario, they'd have the Zach LaVine to kind of do the Anthony Edwards thing. They'd have, Domas to do some scoring. But then where are you going to get those extra points from if you're dropping all the way down to like 10 points a game off for your starting point guard?
Yeah, I like Drew Holiday a lot.
It's tough.
5 years ago, though, would have been.
He's still a good player, but he's not. It's not for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah. I think that's in the nail on the head. All right, we'll get to the handoff next. One of D'Lo or KC will be in. Maybe it'll be Jesse. Who knows? That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Thanks.
Uh-oh. Okay. Ruthless Mudkip. How do we feel about DeJounte Murray? Man, he popped his Achilles.
Yeah,
Like, I don't love him as a player in general. Like, when he was young, he turned the ball over way too much. And now we're looking at like at 28 going on. He'll be 29 in September, so before the season starts. And, he played 31 games. Catastrophic injury. I don't know.
I'm out.
Yeah, 29.3% from the field, 29.9% from three. He was having a horrible season.
Trading for DeJounte Murray just feels like a backwards move.
Yeah, I'm out as well. Scooter, this is well done. I was reading this like, what are you talking about? And it's nope.
Wait, what was it?
Talking about Domas needing to take more shots and Doug needing to talk to him. It's like, yeah, it's not going to happen, pal.
No. Giving up on that idea.
What's up, cousin Pete?
Yeah. Murray is owed 31.5, 33.6, and 31.6 as a player option and 27.28.
I agree with this, but I think you can find a ball handler that's not going to cost you a bunch of money. If this is about your holiday, that's not going to cost you a bunch of money and assets.
Well, also, I think if you're rating the point guard pool, like if you're looking at Drew Holiday, you're looking at DeJounte Murray, and this isn't like being disrespectful, but I don't think either one of them are top 18, 20 point guards at this point.
Probably not. Oh.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
We'll find a point guard for the Kings eventually. It feels like no matter what they do, it's going to be disappointing.
I don't know. I love the Trae Young idea. I've been Trae Young for the last few weeks.
Any Trae Young, Ja Morant, LaMelo Ball edition, I'm here for.
LaMelo Ball I might be out on, depending on the deal.
Yeah, it's all depending on the deal.
Yeah. Well, like
Yeah.
Trae, I would give. I wouldn't be mad if the Kings gave up a little something for Trae. Like LaMelo only plays like 40 games a season.
The injury stuff is a problem.
Yeah.
No doubt. We'll get to the handoff with. It looks like Damian Barling is going to be in for the handoff today. On the Insiders, we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Jesse Toppy in for Joe Brazil. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Are John Collins and Cam Johnson still things, do you think?
I don't know. I'm gonna guess no.
Like that because it's a new front office. So if you did not follow the Kings closely last season, John Collins and Cam Johnson were frequently in trade rumors with the Kings.
Yeah, I mean, multiple times it looked like we'd been there was talk that players had been told that John Collins was on his way to Sacramento, that the trade was going through. And before that, there were like the Cam Johnson stuff was so incredibly close, like multiple times. Like on draft night, they almost got Cam Johnson, and then it just kept playing out. They kept trying to get him. Brooklyn wouldn't give up. They wanted 2 first-round picks for him. And so no, I mean, like at this point, like what Cam Johnson's 29, going on 30s, like his contract is getting it's getting closer to an end. And it's tough. I mean, would I take Cam Johnson on my team? Yeah, but it would mean that I've moved on from some other guys too.
Cam Johnson was a lot funner idea when De'Aaron Fox and this whole thing was still put together.
Yeah, that's kind of why that's why I brought them up. And it's a new front office, so I like the Cam Johnson thing. Okay, it's a wing, he can shoot, he plays some defense, but
maybe if we were a little bit more put together here.
Yeah, feels kind of uninspiring. Let's get to the handoff. Damian Barling from D-Lo and KC. They are coming up next. I'll go from noon to 4 right here on ESPN 1320. What's up, man? Oh, my bad.
Happening?
That's on me. My fault. Talking trades.
Okay.
A lot of trade ideas. Do you want to hear James' trade idea?
I do.
Where did the other chair go?
I don't know.
I didn't even notice that until you got here, and
I don't know.
There was nowhere for you to sit.
There were 3 here yesterday, which means someone this morning.
You want to go check in on that, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe you have an idea?
I have an idea. I have an idea.
Is it maybe down in Studio 4, you think?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
It's either that or Paul Marshall, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
that damn Paul Marshall has been known to be our nemesis.
Go ahead, James. Your now
Paul Marshall regularly giving me headaches.
There we go.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, so
Paul Marshall's never given me a headache.
Can't wait for football season.
Well, that's not a headache. That's just different.
You get very upset about that.
He has strong football takes.
He does have strong football takes.
He's the king of the drive-by take, dude.
Oh yeah.
You're sitting there minding your
100%.
business, and he'll just. This is Paul Marshall just walks by like this. Hey, Lamar Jackson, not a Pro Bowler.
And then he walks away. Yeah.
Come on.
You're just good. You're like, hey.
He's 60 feet away,
Yeah,
and you're like, wait, what? And he's just like, yeah, fumbles too much. No, he just does. He does.
No, it's just the point where you want to go, hey, screw you, man.
Right. To hell with you.
Yeah.
You don't know him like that.
Yeah. That's my quarterback.
Yeah. All right. So,
trade ideas.
Trade ideas. Sorry.
So my trade idea I came up with today, Zach LaVine, Spurs 2027 pick and a protected 26 or 27 pick from the Kings for Trae Young.
Okay.
Salaries match up perfectly. You don't even have to add players or subtract players.
And Atlanta feels like they've got a score, comes off the books quicker than Trae does.
Well, they have the same amount of years, but Trae wants an extension right now.
Yeah, Trae's wanting to get paid.
Yeah. And he's 4 years younger.
And he's an option, right?
He has
a player option?
1 year at 46 and then a player option at 48.5.
Okay.
I'd be stunned if
Which
he
he'll
plays on that
absolutely
player.
opt out. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you'd have to sign him to an extension this summer.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
There's Charlie with a chair.
Thank you, Charlie.
It's Charlie.
Charlie, this is the one time he's not paying attention to me. That's fine. He knew where to look. He looked in Studio 4. That's where it was.
That's funny.
I know there were extra people in Studio 4 today. You know what? Let's not go to the Eagle studio, which is right next door.
Yeah,
Let's see
why would we do that?
Let's see if we can get under D-Lo's skin at some point today. Mission accomplished, bro.
Absolutely spectacular.
Okay. So that's the first part of this.
I love that. I love that.
That's what I said.
Absolutely.
If you can get out of Zach LaVine's contract and get a star level point guard in the same deal,
I love that.
That move just by itself is a home run.
Absolutely.
Let's get to the second part.
Second part is I take.
Okay, wait a minute. Second part of the same trade?
No,
it's
a two-part play.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right.
Because if you're getting Trae Young, you need to now add wings.
Someone to play.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
literally, yes.
Yes. Okay,
I'm taking DeMar and dealing him to Miami for Jaime Jaquez and for
Duncan Robinson.
Okay.
So I get my shooter, who's got an expiring contract, and then I get Jaime Jaquez.
Okay. Good. We know that there's at least something there with Miami. I doubt their interest in DeMar DeRozan has died within the last 11 months. So,
and I think their interest in Jaime Jaquez as a player has died.
I believe that's accurate.
Well,
yeah, there's taken a hit.
There's videotape evidence to prove.
Oh no, I did not know that.
No, I mean you see his minutes last year.
Oh,
kind of.
Yeah, I thought you meant like evidence of.
No, no,
when did that happen?
No.
Whoa. There's a rumor if you're not keeping up because we've referenced it. There's a rumor that Jaime Jaquez slept with Eric Spoelstra's wife. That is the
and it's his ex-wife, not his current.
Oh, I thought it was his current wife and it's now
dear
his
God.
ex-wife. That's how it was.
It's now his ex-wife.
Okay, he didn't get remarried then. It's just it's the woman because there was always the report that Miami waited to sign Eric Spoelstra to his contract extension till after the divorce was final.
Yeah.
Which I have no idea if that's true, but that's
after he'd already come to a settlement.
That's the greatest I've got your back moment in history.
Yeah. That's crazy.
So yeah,
but for some reason I thought he remarried, but I guess not. Okay. Well, thank goodness. Well, all right.
So it sounds like Jaime Jaquez could be on his way out of Miami.
Well,
and again, this is another spot where, dude, if you can, DeMar DeRozan is not a fit here, I don't think. And if you can go get two players who very clearly fit,
I don't love paying.
It's just a no-brainer for me.
Duncan Robinson $20 million, but it's just 1 year and then you're done with it.
Mm-hmm.
And like the dude can shoot.
Yeah.
I mean, he's your new Kevin Huerter.
We talked about this a little bit earlier.
Year one, Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, maybe.
Your new old Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, please.
If you're the Hawks, are you trading Trae? This is where I get hung up on this.
Trae doesn't fit with that young group, I feel. Like you've had all these high picks and like unless you're ready to win now, why are you giving Trae Young like a 5-year max extension or whatever it may be? I figure you'd want to collect picks and just kind of develop this group more, no?
That's where I'm at. That's where I think they're at too.
Is he?
And they have a whole new front office.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
Trae is Trae is head scratching to me. I genuinely if I was Atlanta, I don't know what I would do. I don't feel like I would trade him though. Of all of the names that have been brought up, Atlanta's the one. The Trae Young one is the one where I just don't understand this.
They have the issue.
LaMelo, I do because you're garbage and you're not even approaching getting better.
Yeah.
Atlanta, I don't know that they're that different from Sacramento in that front office can go, we could be a pretty decent team. We could be a really solid team in this conference with a few tweaks. We don't have to rip everything apart.
And that's where I don't necessarily agree on the timeline thing. Because Jalen Johnson is not 3 or 4 years away. Jalen Johnson is here.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the other one? Onyeka Okongwu became a starter this year. He is here. He is ready to go.
Yeah.
Dyson Daniels has a right. He is here.
Yeah.
This is not Risache might need a couple of more years, but this isn't some team that, hey, you know what? They got a lot of guys who are not productive now, but hey, in the future, Trae's only 27.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm 100% with you.
They're a couple years. They could be, like you said, a couple of tweaks. They could be really good next year.
That's the one that has just left me the most confused. I was listening to Zach Lowe this morning talking about Trae Young, and we have that written in today's show, but it's interesting. He's like, there's not a big market for him, and I don't think Atlanta's actually looking to move him. But, that he didn't, he's not saying no, Atlanta's not looking to move. He's like, I don't think they would for reasons that we're discussing right now. Like, why? You make a few changes to the roster. You have a decent little young team right there that in that conference can make top 6. And that conference can, at worst, you're regularly competing at the higher end of the play-in tournament.
Sure.
And that's probably worst case scenario for a team that puts itself together. I don't look at Atlanta and Charlotte as the same thing. Atlanta is close enough for me to feel like I could. They're no different than Sacramento, in my opinion.
Well, they're 40 and 42.
I believe. Well, then they're exactly the same as Sacramento. And that, I think both groups can be like, yeah, if we just do a couple of things. Now we could talk about. I think if Atlanta makes the right moves, they might have a stronger long-term path than Sacramento does. But again, I'm not of the belief you have to trade everyone on Sacramento and tear this whole thing down. You can make the playoffs next year. You could probably make the playoffs for the next couple of years. Now, what happens after that, I have no idea. Scott Perry is going to have to use the next couple of off seasons to figure that out. But immediately, there's enough there that you can manage this off season right and be in a good position. And for Atlanta, to go back to the original point, for Atlanta, I don't think managing the off season is trading Trae.
I did not get to that portion of this particular Zach Lowe podcast because I've not gotten to listen to a lot of pods lately. So I've had some stacked up and I've just gone back and listened. So I've heard Zach Lowe say the same thing about the finals a bunch of times in a row. That I just went back and listened to. And I had to turn it off when he said that he picked the Thunder in 5. But then after Indiana won game 1, he moved his pick to the Thunder in 6-ish.
Yeah,
6-ish? So 5, 6, 7?
That's
and I just turned. I was so annoyed I turned it off.
That's not that different than what Anthony Slater said. It's just people going all in on they think the win was a fluke. They think what the Pacers did was a fluke. And so if they had it in 5, they're trying to convince themselves they're not going to win the next 4. And so they'll give the little buffer. Okay, Indiana might fall into one more, but it's going to be when it's 3-1. And no one's going to care, and then the series will end in 6.
Oklahoma City's not going into Indiana winning 2.
I don't think so either.
I'm back on Monday. There will be 2 games since then. I'm expecting to come back to a 2-2 series. I don't know who wins which game, but I think Oklahoma City's really good. I like Oklahoma City a lot. But, man, I don't think they go get both in Indiana.
If Indiana wins in 6, I would just prefer they win in 5.
Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City. If Oklahoma City wins in 6, I just prefer they win in 5 because we're on the post game after game 5.
Oh,
so just win that night.
Which post? I was going to say a channel, but I don't know which channel it is.
It's ABC 10. It's with
ABC 10.
Kevin. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Check out D'Lo and KC. They look great in suits.
Great in suits.
There we go.
Absolutely. James. Appreciate you. Jesse, appreciate you. What you guys got coming up on D'Lo and KZ? I forgot to do that bit.
Trysta, it's Tuesday, so Trysta,
of course,
for anywhere from 30 minutes to 60. Who knows? We'll figure it out live. Jason Jones, final hour of the show. Obviously, a lot of conversation like this and trying to figure out. Someone asked James yesterday, actually, what was the direction of where Monty McNair was going with this roster? We're going to try to figure out what direction the Sacramento Kings are going to go this offseason and how the first move may give a pretty strong indication of what that is.
Can't wait. D'Lo and KC coming up next for James Ham, Joe Brazil, and Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. The Insider's back tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320. It's sponsored by Jiffy Lube or Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water. Be nice to people. See
you. What are you doing here? You good? Everything good? Yeah. Okay. Is this something I need to? Okay. All right.
I'll see you guys on Monday. James and friends, the rest of the week. Going to be a ton of fun. Tap in.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go. One time, I guess.
All right, man. I got a couple things on my mind off the rip, man. A couple things already off the rip, just random, like in the last 2 minutes.
Okay.
First of all, let them know who we are.
Oh, thanks. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Live. With you know who.
What are you doing with him?
Right. First of all, everybody's real cute. No, they're real cute. They got jokes here. This is great. No, this is great.
Why? What's happening?
This is great.
Okay.
I haven't worn a denim shirt in I don't know how long.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I decide to wear a denim shirt.
Yeah.
And it's the same damn day that Damian wears a denim shirt.
I gave this shirt to Katie. I don't even wear it anymore. No, we look ridiculous. We look stupid.
Real quick, smile at the camera so we get a screenshot real quick. Picture day.
Yeah, no, we look ridiculous.
No, this is great. This is
fantastic.
Great.
No, you've got yours buttoned. I might unbutton one more just to make sure. Like we're not the same. He's buttoned up here at the neck. I'm Richard Jefferson here.
Come on, man.
About to go LeBron James. See if I can piss off Kenny and Isaiah Thomas.
Do it.
This is ridiculous.
Do it. Game 5. Do it.
What's he doing a radio show with his shirt off?
No, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. So that's the first thing that just happened. Just 10 seconds
we look
ago.
stupid.
It's like this
Yeah,
is and then everybody
terrific.
get their little jokes, all twinsies, all this other stuff. All right, bro. All right. Second of all, I'm gonna be pissed off for the homie. Just in case he's not. I'm pretty sure he is, but just in case he's not, I'm gonna be pissed off for the homie.
Who?
Yeah, who?
Yo, why did they have you parking at Kaiser today, bro? Why they have you parking at Kaiser?
Oh, you parked far today?
Yeah.
Come on, man. I drive in. I said, usually I see him up towards the front. Soon as I hit the corner, I said, yo, what's going on? Yo, these people are starting. Hey, they need to know their role. If you're not upset, I'm going to be upset for you. They got you parking at Kaiser right now. You're down the street from Target, basically. You're around the corner from there. They need to fix this.
Did they clear out your parking space before you got here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I parked where I
Bro,
normally do.
I'm a whole section over now.
Bro, Jesse.
I'm where the promotions trucks are.
Yeah. Wow.
I know. Hold on. I don't park next to the promotion truck.
Off the cliff.
I don't park next to the truck. I park a little bit to the side where it's just by itself or whatever. Yeah, just away from all the cars. But yeah, we're in a whole new section now, bro. It's tough. It's so tough. Sometimes there's a truck that parks in my spot too.
Poor Jesse's underneath the electrical stanchion thing.
Legit. No, that's legit where I'm at. I'm taking a walk. I'm taking a walk to my car every day now.
He might get electrocuted going to his car.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's WB Jones construction out there.
Sometimes I can't even park there because the landscapers got their trucks. So I'm just I'm a man. I'm a lost man right now.
No, it's great. Everybody finds this funny. A text comes in from Katie. So you and Kenny are twinning today, huh?
This like terrific. I said, this is adorable. It's adorable. No, I might do like LeBron, bro.
Do it.
Soren says, I'm Kevin Malone. We need to talk to the forefathers, whatever's that day. We need our parking spots back.
Yeah. That's ridiculous, though. Yeah, they have my man parked over there by Jack in the Box, man. So I was like, yo, I don't know if he's upset, but I'm upset for him. And then the last thing.
See, I don't mind walking. It doesn't bother me as much because I wake up early in the morning to work. I always find myself getting frustrated. Like if I get frustrated looking for a parking space, like how stupid is that? It just means I have to walk further, which is fine. I literally wake up at 4 a.m. to work out to try to maintain some level of shape. If I have to walk an extra 50 feet into the office, it's not the end of the world. That doesn't mean that I'm not agitated every time I pull into the parking lot with these noobs next door. And apparently they're 200 deep roster.
That's facts.
No, bro, it's not about it's the principality.
Yeah,
of the
I believe in paying your dues. Like, you guys just got here. Go ahead and go park down the street or something.
Hey, man, these dudes in there with their backpack in the bathroom too. Like, hey, bro, I got 2.5 minutes to pee. I'm gonna need you to do it. I need you to move. There's priorities here.
Backpack's got bathroom fumes on it
Man.
now. Better throw that in the washer.
No, man, you're right. You hit the nail right on the head. These noobs out here taking up all the close parking spots. And like, I'm like you. I go to the mall. I go to the store. I'll park in the back. I don't care. I'll take a walk. But it's the principality of the situation. Principality.
Yeah, and okay, look at this. Oh, Katie being a little sympathizer here because Katie gets here at 5 in the morning.
Nobody
else. She doesn't have
Katie,
to work.
I saw this morning. She gets the number one spot.
No, every morning, there's a big old white truck parked out right there. No one's going to get in the way of that. She's like, hey, the noobs next door brought Odyssey cupcakes. Well, guess what? The people that show up once every 4 days in this building ate all of the cupcakes. And 2, you can keep your cupcakes if you give me my damn parking spot back.
I didn't ask for cupcakes. I asked for a space.
I didn't take a cupcake off principle.
Look at all this sympathizing from inside the building. Be your own people, man.
It's crazy. The other day I had to come here at like 11:45 p.m. And they had one car here. It was the little janitor. She looked at me like, the hell are you?
I bet she knew where you were going, though. Don't nobody else in this office park show up to go into any other suite except this one at 11:35 in the morning or in the afternoon or in the evening. Excuse me.
Yeah, man. So there was that. And then the third thing that I saw, once again, this all happened basically at the most 4 minutes ago because I saw you parking. You know what I mean? And then I saw what you were wearing. And then watching TV. And, bro, we missing out on so much because we can't gamble in this state. That is so ridiculous.
I don't disagree, but what prompted
it? Was on the betting show was on.
Oh,
now
yeah.
It's off,
ESPN Bet or Bet Plus or something like that.
Bro, I told you about the experience I had when I went to DC and went to the little MGM Grandies. Just walk up there, $5. They got the machine key. Boom. I get it. I go. It's right there. Like, it's one thing to be like in Vegas because usually when you go to Vegas, like it's a big spectacle. Like you're at a hotel, you got a park, bro. I could literally. From the house, I should be able to drive to Sky River, put the bet in, boom. And then when I win, go back up there afterwards, collect, and I got $40 in my pocket right there. Missing out on so much.
You know what is funny, though, when you're in Vegas, opening up the Prize Picks app and the app just going, no, bitch, that's not how this works. That is not how this game is played. Close the app, dummy. Walk down to the sports book and do what you got to do.
I thought I was new to the game, but I thought, oh yeah, the MGM Bet app, like this is dope. Like now I'm in Vegas, I'll sign up while I'm in Vegas. They said, no, your license says California, sir. You cannot use this.
When we left, it must have been Mandalay Bay. We were like trailing me and Trysta, and Trysta was like, we're here. And she starts running through odds for like WNBA MVP, like wins and loss totals in the W. And we're like standing here looking at the board like, should we do it? And we're kind of like, no, let's go. And we wound up not placing any bets, but we were standing in the sports book of Mandalay Bay where she did her show when she was out there for the Super Bowl.
Gotcha.
And we wound up not. Should have gone to look to see if the Kings had a win-loss total yet.
Oh,
just have taken it.
Yeah, just see what the hell happens.
Gone under. I don't know what the number is. Less.
But yeah, man, I just saw it. I can't believe they just. And I know it's gonna happen. It's probably gonna happen within the next 18 months, 2 years, but. I don't even think it'll be up and running in 2 years. Like when it passes, I don't think it'll be up and running. I think it's going to take. I heard it'll take more time because there's probably going to be some people opposed to it that'll push against it. So it might be 4 or 5 years till we have this. Be an old man at that point.
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Well, this is what I had to look up. 17.5 is the number for your boy on TV tomorrow. Your boy on TV, by the way, is Tyrese Halliburton.
I went
17.5 is the number.
I did a little something. I ain't even gonna say who I did it with because I don't even know if that's official.
You can go Goblin at 12.5 and 13.5 and 14.5. You can go Demon at 19.5. You can go Super Demon at 21.5.
Wow.
You can go You Have Lost Your Goddamn Mind at 24.5.
I'm gonna tell you right now because I can't remember what I did, but I remember seeing the number. I went over
on 17.5.
He's in Indiana. He had a bad game too. I went over.
SGA's at 34.
I went under.
Yeah. Wow.
He might get 32.
KC hates SGA. Find out why.
No,
well, you know which one I'll take. They got Jalen at 20.5.
What'd you do?
I haven't done anything yet.
What you taking?
I'd take the less.
I have these. They're already ready to go. Look, they're already ready to go. And the other one I have is Siakam at 19.5.
Yeah, I think you're right on the Tyrese 17.5. Boy, this I'm gonna take. I might take that 34. What's the demon look like for SGA?
Probably 36, huh? 37.
It's 39.5.
Oh, wow.
Bruh.
If you take that, you know something.
What kind of payoff does that give me? Hold on. Oh, that ain't even worth it. Oh, hell no.
You can go 40-point game.
Bro, you can go Super Demon, get you 16 times your money at 44.5. That is insane. A 44.5 point line is insane.
Goodness gracious.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And you took the less on 34.
I took the less on 34.5.
Let's see. Let me see if what is. Oh yeah, it ain't even worth betting SGA's points unless you're going. Unless you're doing that 44.5 number, it's not worth touching.
That's crazy.
Wow.
And then I went.
That's crazy.
I went Siakam more than 19.5. Tyrese obviously more than 17.5. So I probably think the Pacers are gonna win tomorrow. That's my guess. If they go more, if those two can go more, I think the Pacers win. I think.
Well, if that other one pays off too, and you have Jalen at less,
yeah,
I wonder what they got. Caruso.
What's best for business?
Scored 20. They got him at 5.5. Oh, that's a guy. I'm sorry, that's a goblin.
What's best for business is Indiana winning tomorrow, because that sets up a game 4 where, if you go by my scenario, where I think Indiana has to win them both to win the series. Now they won game 3. Now can they get that? That's the ultimate swing game, game 4, if the Pacers win game 3.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have some fun with this, because now you start looking at role players in Indiana. I might set a 5-person lineup or something.
Benedict Mathurin, what's his?
Benedict Mathurin he's not on the main page. Give me.
Because if he's more than 13.5, you got to think about taking more.
Let's see what Mathurin has. I got him at 8.5.
Oh,
got him at 8.5.
Oh, you might have to take that Mathurin. I might have to just get
You got a demon. You got a demon at 9.5.
Oh, I might need a separate.
You got a demon at 11.5. You got a demon at 14.5. You could so you win on Ben Mathurin this one, huh?
Yeah, it feels like a 17-point performance for him.
Well, I've gotten up to 41 times my money.
Whoa,
that's a 6 out of 6 though. We'll come back. We're just gambling. It's fine. We're gonna gamble with the Kings' future when D'Lo and Casey returns on Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. I'll
text her.
I'll text you. Is Kyle in there with you? Okay, you can read this out loud to him. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Hmm. Man, Jesus.
That would be crazy. That would be crazy.
Shout out to the dancer on The Office. Secrets are no fun. Secrets hurt someone.
Oh yeah, that was a good episode. That was a good episode. My little cousin Isaiah looks like the most LA dude ever. He lives in LA, so makes sense.
I've had an Uber to work a couple times. It's a lot of trust.
The Auto Mall, yeah.
I mean, not from there, but
that's where they got my people at, pretty much.
Wilson can't afford that. Sorry. I was like, Casey, can I get the homie discount? He's like, nope, full price.
I don't have a limo service, bro.
All right, just burn it all down. Remember, we'll be at Sky River Casino 1 week from this Friday, our first ever night with D'Lo and KC, 32 Bruce Street, Sky River Casino, a live show from 7 to 9 o'clock.
I'm counting something in my head. I'm about to ask you. Next Friday, you think we're still talking about the NBA Finals?
5.
6 would be Thursday.
I would think we're
Oh,
probably.
no, 5, maybe. Yeah, it's still travel. So, yeah, 6 would probably be Thursday.
I feel like I've always felt 6 or 7. I'm leaning towards Friday. We're talking about the basketball season being over.
I agree. I got OKC in 6.
Yeah.
That's a good series, though. Like,
no, 6. It is. It could also be deceitful. Like it could be 3-1, and that's why I think a lot of. Well, I think
he was right. Though.
Well, I mean,
he was right.
The way that this series is gone, if OKC goes up 3-1, and Indiana wins game, what is that, 5?
Mm-hmm.
I love the Pacers. I just don't think I'm not betting on any team in the league to beat the Thunder 4 times in a row. Even you get that proverbial, we do this all the time. Yo, you don't need to win 2 games if it's 3-2. You need to win 1 because come game 7, all bets are off. I don't feel that way in this series. It's like the Thunder get up 3-1. All right, inevitably the series is over. Thunder up 3-2, it's still over. Thunder up 3-3, this is great. We get a game, it's over. They're not losing 3 straight. It would be one of those things, again, as big of a Pacer believer as I am, I won't believe, even with the hint of like anything can happen, I won't believe the Thunder are going to lose 3 straight until it's actually happened.
Yeah. I that's why I think they're going to win both the home games. Because if you split them,
I just can't imagine that happening.
The Pacers?
Yeah, I can't imagine them beating.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Like the best case scenario for Indiana right now is just to go every other game. You got the first one, you can hold on and do it.
Right.
But
winning,
even
then you got a game 7 in OKC.
Yeah, you got to win on the road. Again, you've done it. I mean, there's got to be a certain level of we've done it. You just don't want to be down 3-1 when you have to do it again. Get one of these games in Indiana. I think the stat that was floating around yesterday is they haven't won a game 3 yet.
Yeah, no, they haven't.
This
I don't think they've been close either.
So
no, the Knicks game was close.
I can't remember the Knicks game 3.
They actually blew a 20-point lead.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, that
like
game.
18-point
yeah, no, it was. I think it was 20. Yeah, that game. That was a Sunday afternoon, I think.
Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, I thought this series was over. I was preparing the group text. But yeah, the Knicks came back and got that one. That was game 3. Okay. Yeah. So, anyway, I can't. To answer your question, by the time the live show rolled, by the
Thursday's game 6,
June 19th. Yeah. By the time that live show rolls around, which isn't a live radio show, by the way, it's a live show. It's not a live radio show. Yeah, I think the finals ended the night before.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
But come out and have some fun with us on Friday night.
That's when according to a lot of people, that's when the real fun starts. We talk about the NBA.
Yeah.
That's when the real fun.
We'll read you all the text messages we get about the Sky River Casino and find out why we randomly start talking about stuff. That's not true. We will tell a bunch of stories though. And we're hoping for we tried to get Mike Bibby, coach is out of town, I'm sure, recruiting. We're still working on a few other things with Sac State. No matter what though, we're gonna have a blast. It's gonna be a very unique show. It's gonna be very different. We'll be able to be far more interactive with the people who are able to come out and hang out with us because we're not stuck to the radio format, right? Like we don't have when we're at Sky River, when we're on that stage, as much fun as we're having with the people in front of us, as much fun as we're having with everyone on the screen, we are still serving the radio audience. There's no live broadcast. There's no radio broadcast. There's no stream. There's no nothing. This is just for the people who can come out and hang out in attendance. 32 Brew Street, 1 week from Friday, June 20th, from 7 to 9.
Gonna be good times, man.
3 shows that day for D'Lo and KC.
3 shows.
ESPN, KSFM, and the live show.
You hear that? 3 shows.
Anybody? No one heard us. No one heard us. All right.
Oh man.
5 years in, still invisible. We'll keep trying.
That's all. We're gonna keep working on it.
One day we'll be seen.
Yeah.
One day we'll be seen. Yes, I can. Yes, we can. Well, James was talking a lot about Trae Young this morning, which is weird for James.
It is. Twitter was talking about him too.
Twitter's buzzing.
D'Lo and Casey was talking about him yesterday.
That's fact.
Wow.
Well, hell, D'Lo and Casey was talking about him a week and a half ago.
To be honest,
maybe more.
What, hypothetically, Trae Young lands in Sacramento. What, and I'm going to assume this doesn't involve Domantas Sabonis. Hypothesize that this doesn't involve Domantas Sabonis. What's that signal for this Scott Perry version of the Sacramento Kings, or does it signal anything?
For me, if it signals anything, it's we're trying to win.
Yeah, you're trying to win.
We're trying to win.
Don't rebuild, and this is Trae Young's team.
You're trying to win.
It's Trae Young's team. Yeah, he's definitely the best player on it, which is what you guys have been asking for. Is that accurate? A better
talking about that, yeah.
And you want a better player than Domantas Sabonis for this team to really take any sort of stride. You have to get a player who is better than Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would always say that if they got somebody on the same level as Levine or Domantas Sabonis, that they could be good. Like they could be a high playing team, push for a 6 seed or whatever. But I wouldn't say that they would be better with a guy equal to Levine or Sabonis. You get somebody like Trae, now you have the opportunity to be better than you were last year.
Trae is I don't know what the right word is, but he's kind of a superstar in waiting. I feel I think he
uncovered.
Like he's got it all. It needs to be unlocked. Like you're not going to do that in Atlanta, and you have to win in Sacramento for that to happen. But like Trae, my point is like Trae's a really good player. I feel like I don't think the Eastern Conference Finals was a fluke or anything like that. I just think when you build the right team around him, like you can be successful.
I agree. Well, that's a good look. That's a good look. I mean, the other look was a good look too. You can't go wrong. I would unbutton mine, but I got a tank top on.
I just wanted to see how this would look if I button my collar. So we can look even dumber than we did. I mean, here you go. Hold on, radio audience. No, it's fine. The absolute jackasses.
You know what? You can go get an insider's hoodie from the corner if you want.
I already got one of those when it was freezing cold in this place one time. Shut up.
No, why do I got to change?
Because I already took one insider hoodie.
No, that's true. That's true. I don't know how many you can steal.
You could get an Abe shirt.
I could get it. I feel like we're the only one. One,
they don't give us notes.
They give us nothing. Two, we're the only ones they don't make stuff for either.
Not even talk about how they treat us.
Not one person has come to us and said, "Hey, you know all of that time and money you've invested on why don't you shoot us one of those logos? We'll get a bunch of those, hand them out to the staff." I literally had to purchase gear to give to our general manager.
Come on,
so he can rock the D'Lo and KC gear.
Come on, man. They'd be like, "Oh, this is nice. Thanks." Not, "Hey, we should be doing these."
Yeah, no, there's Complex complaining to me yesterday. Yeah, I guess these quality of the wake up call live shirts we ordered, just not what I hoped. Really? Huh, ain't that a bitch? I'm sorry it didn't meet your quality. I'm sorry to hear that. Hey, how many of those did you order for the people going to the event? Oh, about 250. Oh, terrific. That's good. That's good.
Oh man, this place crazy, bro. I love it here though. It's crazy. It's crazy. I love
sitting here like the most two useless human beings ever constructed. Man, sitting here like Jameis Ramsey and Bob Woodard. Just no purpose on the team at all.
Like I remember when Justin James had that big time game, then the Kings got eliminated from postseason contention.
Yes,
he had like 33.
Yeah,
when the Knicks blew a lead to the Spurs, the Knicks were ahead of the Spurs. And they're like, "Oh man, we're still alive." And the Kings were in Memphis, and I think Metsu had a big game. Justin James had a big game. They came back from like down 20. It's like, "Oh, the Kings," and then they couldn't win the game and got eliminated.
That sounds like so many Kings games, to be honest with you. They couldn't get it done, and they just got eliminated.
But I don't think we're gonna have those issues if Ice Trae come to town. If Ice Trae come to town, they ain't gonna be talking. When they talk about getting eliminated, I think you're talking about getting eliminated in the first or second round. Now I know people are gonna be like, "He ain't made the playoff. He always get bouncing." No, don't worry about all that. Ice Trae, He come to Sacramento. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, this one's really out there. According to a seemingly random individual. No,
he really is random.
I don't know who this brother is.
From Dallas?
Is that where he's from?
Is that Grant?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
But he got
I don't
400,000 followers.
I don't really get into it. He's not someone I follow.
No, I okay. We'll say this. He's got it out there. I don't.
Oh, he's got 40,000, not 400,000.
Slight difference. slight difference. With Trae, acquiring him is giving him a contract extension. He's opting out. He would, I assume, opt out of a player option worth $48.9 million, which comfortably means your extension is starting around there in the low 50s and then escalating. I'm sure probably up to 50s, not knowing exactly where it starts, probably at 56, 57 at the end. Everybody go with that?
I'm okay with it. I'm fine with it.
It's you've clearly picked a direction.
Yeah. There's a bit of a risk with Trae because there are some things that you got to work around with Trae Young. He's had a couple moments in the last year or two that raise some eyebrows for me when you talk about, I want to say teammate, but I remember DeJounte Murray being really upset with him and Trae just kind of seemingly not caring. So that sticks out in my mind. So there are risks involved, but you gotta go for the gusto, I believe. And the original tweet was, Sacramento is motivated to find a long-term solution. The point guard has shown interest in Darius Garland and Trae Young.
Mm-hmm.
I asked the question to everybody, who would you want, Darius Garland and Trae Young? I said, it's time to go big or go home. Go for the gusto. I think Trae gives you the biggest upside. So I'd go for Trae Young. What do you got to lose if you're the Kings? More losing?
So here are some numbers, digging a little bit deeper. 4 years, Young's contract. The guard is eligible for a 4-year, 220. Just start over. Trae Young is eligible for a 4-year, $229 million contract extension. That's what. Now, I want to remind everyone of the conversation we had yesterday, I think, regarding Pascal Siakam.
Mm-hmm.
And how we look in hindsight, man, Monty missed on Pascal Siakam. Monty missed on OG Anunoby. We know, we saw it. We saw it with New York. We saw it with Indiana. A key factor, people think, oh, they don't want to come to Sacramento. They don't want to come to Sacramento. You got the money. If you pay, they will arrive.
Right.
And in the Siakam situation, and James kind of broke this down for us, and you noted this, I think it was the first time it was broken down. This simplicity. We talked about, was Keegan involved in this? We know Malik's name was thrown in at some point during those discussions, and Sacramento really wasn't keen on that. But in the end, it seemed to all boil down to that contract extension. Their extension came in at less than what Indiana offered Pascal Siakam. They offered him a max contract extension. I reminded everyone how we posed the question following the Siakam signing. Knowing what it would have cost in addition to whatever the deal looked like. We'll say Keegan or Malik because we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing what it might have cost player-wise, knowing exactly what it would have cost extension-wise. How do we feel about it? The overwhelming response was, nah, we're fine. Mm-hmm. We're fine. We didn't do that. I wouldn't have been okay if the Kings did this.
Yeah.
It feels different now because we're watching Siakam play in the NBA Finals. We're looking at what the pairing of Siakam and Tyrese Halliburton has been able to accomplish. So for those who have their opinions, maybe negative opinions on Trae Young, I ask you to remind yourself of the Siakam situation. If the Kings have an opportunity to land Trae Young, offering him a 4-year, $229 million extension, I wouldn't be so quick to turn your nose up at that. Again, you're going to have to give something up to acquire him. I don't know what that ultimately looks like, but I'm assuming Domantas Sabonis is still a part of this team. I'm assuming, I would think, man, I'm trying to figure this out. Either Keegan or Keon are still a part of this because you need somebody to play defense.
Yeah, one of those two for sure.
And I don't know, but I don't know. I don't know who it'll be. But you need people who can play defense. I would push for it to be Keegan above Keon if you had to give up one of them. Have no idea if you even do. James presented a trade proposal that's centered around Zach LaVine and I don't remember. Maybe it was Devin Carter. I can't remember who the other player was. Maybe Devin Carter. But you need someone on your roster who could play defense. You need a couple of guys on your roster who could play defense. You need someone in your starting lineup who can play a solid level of defense, and that's better suited to be Keegan than Keon in this situation of Domas and Trae being together.
So shout out to Kings Muse. They had
great account.
They had a great account. They had a couple of trades, through the trade machines that just work logistically.
Okay.
The first one was Domas involved in the trade. 2031 first, 2025 second round pick. That's it. The next one is DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, 27 first, 29 first, 31 first for Trae.
Okay.
And the last one, which I kind of like, DeRozan, Valanciunas, Devin Carter, 3 first rounders and a second rounder this year. Now, I don't know if Atlanta would like that. It feels like if Atlanta's trading Trae Young, they're looking to acquire assets. They're not looking to compete. That's the only reason why that one could seem plausible, because they're not looking for a Sabonis or a LaVine back in return. They want your picks and they want your assets. So that one might be plausible because of that. But realistically, I think that middle one is the one. The DeRozan, Malik Monk, 3 first rounders would probably be what the price would be, I would think.
Man, 3 first rounders. Well, I mean, I guess it's about what Siakam was.
3 first rounders, and it's a lot.
That's the Malik. That's the Malik deal that has the 3 first.
Malik and the one without Malik, with Valanciunas and Devin Carter.
Okay.
If I would push to take one of those first rounders.
I really don't want to lose Valanciunas.
No,
I really don't want to lose him.
Not at all.
I'm not saying that should be a hang up. I'm just saying, hey, man, can I talk you into something else? Okay, so let me ask you another quick question.
Okay.
LaVine and Trae in the same backcourt?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the ideal situation.
For 1 year, maybe.
Yeah, it's not the ideal situation, but if that lands you Trae Young, I'll deal with that maybe for a year and then figure out what I could do with Zach after that.
I hear you. Okay.
One other thing, maybe a small detail here, anything involving Devin Carter. So the one they have involving Devin Carter right now is 3 first rounders and a second. I would try to work to take one of those first rounders off. You're getting second year Devin Carter.
Yeah.
On a rookie deal. Come on, man. Give me one of those.
We went through the tough times for you.
Yeah, right.
Like we christened him. We broke him in. Like you gotta pre-smoke a grill. Like once you get it from Home Depot or whatever. Yeah. Same thing.
That's what we did.
Did that.
That's what we did.
That. We have seasoned the grill for you. That's got to count for something.
Yeah, man. So
got to.
I would try to get one of those first rounders back if Devin Carter's involved. They might laugh at me.
Well, they might. I'd still do it though.
But then again, I mean, we kind of got this in the rundown. I'd like to see what you guys heard, but
Mm-hmm.
if people are really out there talking about there's not as much of a market for Trae Young as maybe we would think, maybe you do have a little bit of negotiating leverage if you're the Kings.
Well, that wasn't a report. That was the opinion of Zach Lowe.
Which I don't want to say it's the same as a report, but I think Zach be talking to people.
No, Zach's connected. Yeah, for sure. Zach's connected, and I know sometimes guys cushion reports that they're unsure about as no. This is just my opinion. I don't think there's a big market for him, and I don't think the Hawks should trade him, or I don't really know if teams are willing to offer the 4-year, 220+ extension. That's just my opinion, and it's based off, he formed his opinion. Yeah. And nothing wrong with that.
And GM literally said, "No, I will not."
No, I in fact won't. But you're right. Zach's connected enough to where, like, oh, maybe there's something to that. Maybe there's something to that.
I'm all in on Trae, man.
But there's also
a possibility.
Is there any concern about bidding against yourself? Like you want to be aggressive, but maybe if you truly do know the market, you can play back a little bit. But at that, you risk Atlanta getting tired of the conversations, tired of the phone calls. You risk Trae Young or a player getting agitated by, obviously, if there are discussions between Atlanta and Sacramento, Trae knows this.
Yeah.
Because an extension is involved, his agent's involved, everybody is aware. They don't want us to know that that's how the league works, but we're all hip to the game. We know how this works. Conversations between Sacramento and Atlanta really mean conversations between Sacramento, Atlanta, and Trae Young's agent. Those are just like the conversations between the Toronto Raptors and the Sacramento Kings were between Masai Ujiri, Monty McNair, and Pascal Siakam's agent, OG Anunoby's agent. That's how the game is played. And so his agent will know exactly how many other teams they've talked to.
Right.
And you could probably get a feel for how many teams he's talked to by how they're playing this. You also get a feel for if Atlanta's interested in anything else happening. And this is where Scott Perry becomes really, really valuable. I will explain what I'm talking about. When D'Lo and KC return here, we're thrilled that you're here with us. Jump in. What do you think? Rumors are hot right now. Out there on the internet. The Sacramento Kings, Trae Young. Kings, where you at? 916-909-1320. Trysta Krick coming up at the 2 o'clock hour. Jason Jones, final hour of the show. Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All right, this one's hilarious.
Frank, I think you tripping, man. Trae Young literally one of the best players in the game.
Yeah, I think Trae Young slept on a little bit.
Former Monarchs head coach. I wonder how many people know Jenny Busick was the Monarchs' last head coach. Or no, I guess, well, no, I think she was. I think Wiz was coming back, and then the team folded. So he wound up not. I think Jenny Busick was, in fact, the last Sacramento Monarchs head coach. Unless, I can't remember, maybe Wiz fired her during the season. But she's been close with Rick Carlisle forever. And she's been, I think since she left the W, she's been on Rick Carlisle's staff, both in Dallas and now in Indiana.
Where she played? Virginia? Is that where that was? I don't know.
I know she played for the Rockers, the Cleveland Rockers.
The Cleveland Rockers.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
That's somebody. I was talking to Cheryl in Baltimore about that the other day. Because
look at those terrible jerseys too.
Oh.
There's Monarchs coach right there. Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
I didn't think she was a good coach. Just full disclosure.
Seattle.
She was good. That's right. She did coach in Seattle. That's right. She did. I think she coached
at the Kings.
I can't remember if she coached in Seattle before or after.
But Harry, wait, she was on the Kings staff?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember that.
Who's with Harry?
Who was Harry? Is that Dave? That's Jaeger, right?
Dave. Luke?
I don't remember Jenny being with the Sacramento Kings.
Harry was the same draft as Fox, right? So yeah, that was Dave.
Yeah.
Huh.
Learned
something new today.
Yeah,
learned something new every day.
Jaeger. I do not remember that at all. That was the staff I knew best too. I don't remember that at all.
Jill said she was with Jaeger.
Huh. Man, really just missed each other. All right. Well, shout out Jenny. Got an opportunity to go
NBA Finals, man.
Got a chance to go win a championship. And I think like this stuff gets like muddied down so much. She's actually an assistant head coach. Not all assistant coaches are assistant coaches. They're other things. A lot of, women on staffs are back of the bench, or, second bench. Jenny is front row near Rick. Like she is one of Rick's top assistants. Yeah. Shout out to Rick Carlisle for that. Cause there's a lot of one in particular coaches who claim to be really forward thinking, but have never once hired a woman to their staff. Y'all can figure out who that is on your own. 916-909-1320, Elk Grove Kid Talk Line. You want to talk about Trae Young. It's rumor season, baby. Hashtag rumor season with the Sacramento Kings. James put together a trade proposal for what Trae Young might look like. Of course, you can search the internet and see that there are discussions. and perhaps have been discussions with the Sacramento Kings and the Atlanta Hawks. A big footnote to this is not just acquiring Trae Young for this season and a player option year. This is acquiring Trae Young with the belief he's going to opt out of that player option and sign a 4-year, $229 million extension. It is virtually identical to the situation that the Kings were in their pursuits of OG Anunoby and in their pursuits of Pascal Siakam.
Aldrin J asked a question earlier in the chat. He says, would y'all still trade for him if Trae said he wants to test free agency when the contract expires? Sure, I'd trade for him, but what I'd give up looks a lot different than what I would if he's signing the extension. Like if he said, I want to test free agency, you could probably take, and I don't know if a deal can even get done, but you'd be taking off probably 2 of the possible 3 first rounders for me. Would you even go down that road?
Yeah, but those picks look different.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I don't even know if this is allowed. Look, you can get 1 with the option of 2. That's
a conditional
you
addition.
You get a conditional addition. That's they have all of these things that convey based on minutes, based on all these different things. Look, Trae signs for 4 years, $229. That pick conveys, and you get it. If not, hey,
we need that.
Yeah.
Sorry, dog.
You better talk to your boy to sign the contract.
Yeah, no,
teach your boy how to squabble. Teach your boy how to sign an extension.
That's it. That's it. I got the that'd be a crazy Bobby Marks tweet. Well, Trae Young is signed with the Clippers for less money, and Sacramento Kings get to keep their final 2 picks.
Is Trae Young better than
they're 2027 and they're 2029?
Is Trae Young better than the last point guard they tried to build around?
Yeah, I think he's better than Fox. Fox, the one component with Fox though is his defense. He's like a far better defender than Trae Young.
Yeah, far.
Yeah, and he's still able to score at the close to the level of Trae Young. It looks different because he can't shoot the ball the way Trae Young does.
Does Trae have that consistency that we wanted Fox to have for so long?
As a scorer,
yeah,
he has that consistency as an offensive player. Yeah. I mean, 'cause I keep saying as a scorer, and I don't mean to downgrade what he did as a facilitator last year. I'm not quite sure how he did it because, for those who listen regularly, I have a strong distaste for Atlanta Hawks basketball. I'm not sure why. I feel like I don't think it centers around Trae. I think it centers around the bizarre nature in which they've chose to build that roster over the last like 6 or 7 years.
I know where it comes from for you. It was when they were in the playoffs and everybody was so happy for Bogey.
That was a big goddamn part of it. That's a shoot.
That was a tough few weeks for you.
That was a really big part of it.
Like you were like really pissed off.
It just got so
alone.
Like Bogey was here for 2.5 seconds. Oh, I'm so happy for him. Yeah, go to hell. What are you happy for him for? And then there was that, and there was that contentious conversation about what I believe it was Monty should have done. It was definitely Monty with the Bogey contract extension. Do you got the offer sheet? Do you match or do you let him walk? And so many people were just adamant. You match and you figure it out later. There's no figuring it out later. You're effed if you do that, because immediately either Bogey or Buddy become worthless. Like figuratively, they become worthless on the market because everyone knows you have to get rid of one of them. Right. And I was of the mindset that what Monty McNair did was right. Forget it. He's not worth it. He's not worth it to this team. He's not worth it. I've been here 2 weeks. I had him traded, but happy ass Milwaukee had to go tell everybody, and we weren't able to get that executed. So forget it. Like Bogey has already proven to be a bigger headache than he's worth. And so, yeah, I don't care that Atlanta made the playoffs and, oh, Bogey's on the national stage. Okay, bro. All right, man. All right. Bogey's on the national stage. Y'all happy for Ty too? Some of y'all aren't. Some of y'all hating. But all right. Whatever, man.
Zabo says in the chat, Bogey equals the Sacramento Airport Rabbit. That brings up a discussion. Yesterday, we had to take Cheryl Baltimore to the airport. They got out, walked her to the as far as they could go.
Yeah.
And I was in the car waiting to pick them up when they were ready to come back.
Mm-hmm.
They say, hey, come pick us up at departures or arrivals or whatever. Get in the car. First thing Ryan says, Bunny, Bunny. She was so happy to see the rabbit in the airport.
Ryan poops her pants. I don't care. I don't care. Don't. No. Okay, so here's what we established. That bunny means something to people who aren't potty trained. Terrific. Great. The non-potty trained get really excited about that stupid bunny. Kyle's going on vacation. I swear to God, you better not come back and take a picture of that stupid bunny.
Oh, you better. That's how I'll know you're back in town.
Were you? I didn't get. I got back to from Las Vegas last Monday.
Knew.
KC didn't say, "Hey, bro, you okay?"
No one.
Hey, dog, just checking on you. Make sure you're all right. I didn't see you post a picture of a rabbit. Man didn't check on me one time. Obviously, you weren't that concerned that I didn't make it back.
Shout out to the bunny in the airport, man.
This $6 million bunny.
If I go anywhere this summer, please believe when I come back, no words needed, just a picture. You know the vibes. Pete Youngman does it.
My mistake.
We know the vibes.
Kyle's too big of a deal to fly out of Sacramento. He's got to go to the big boy airport with his friends. Fly direct everywhere.
Must be nice.
Whatever Kyle Madsen.
Yeah. Slumming it. You know, I was over there yesterday, like I said.
Yes. Kind of lives that way, but that's irrelevant. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
They're building fast over at Sac International.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're building fast. I was like, okay.
They absolutely are. Oh man.
So
Trae,
to Aldrin's point though.
Yeah.
I'm still taking a chance.
I'm doing it. I'm restructuring the deal.
Yeah.
I'm hitting them with I had a better deal 2 days ago.
Yeah.
I'm hitting you with that one, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm with that. I'm all in on Trae Young. You know, one of the things I looked at during the break that I don't think I've ever seen, and maybe it's more common than because I never really look for this stuff. But I knew Trae left Clutch about a year ago. I was like, all right, well, who's his agents now? You know what I'm saying? Let me see what's going on, if there's any Kings players on there or whatever. And I go and look, and he's got 3 agents. Now they may be from the same
I certainly hope so.
Right. But his agents are Aaron Mintz, Austin Brown, Andrew Morrison.
Okay.
I think they're all from
CAA. Aaron Mintz, I think, is CAA. But
yeah, they're all CAA.
Okay.
Yep. And I didn't see any Kings on there.
So what that might mean is one guy handles endorsement stuff. I would assume, I mean, this is a max contract extension. I'm assuming Aaron Mintz is probably the main guy in that. And I said before the break, like, this is where the value of Scott Perry really comes into play. He has long-term relationships with these agents. He has worked with these guys on multiple different levels in multiple different markets, including the biggest market in the country for decades at this point.
Yeah. And
that relationships really, really come into play here. We outlined this a minute ago. It's not just the Hawks and the Kings involved. It's the Hawks, the Kings, and Trae's the team of CAA agents that you just named. Aaron Mintz having a strong relationship with Scott Perry can allow the two sides to haggle a little bit. right? You're more likely with someone that you know, like, most importantly, someone you trust to sit down and have these conversations. Here's what we can offer. Well, why is it that? It's also a situation where Aaron can go to Scott Perry, Trae's team can go to Scott Perry and say, look, here's what we know. You're at 2 picks. You're going to have to, at the very least, include a pick swap. We know they are not budging without that. They can often be mediators in this situation, in the situation between these two teams. And Atlanta wants, the approach that's best for them. Sacramento wants the approach that's best for them. And then Trae's team, or the players' team, they want what's best for their client.
Right.
And those individuals, they want the deal done.
Right.
And so they can act as kind of a go-between, as the mediator between these two groups. And if you have that relationship, you tend to trust those people more.
Right.
And again, that's where I think Scott Perry's experience in the league is just so incredibly important.
Yeah. I mean, he's one of the guys that you would want in this situation to be able to navigate your own front office, combined with agents, combined with other front offices, because of his experience, because of his cachet. I mean, when you talk to him, part of it is, that's just the type of guy he is, a New York guy who talks a certain way. But he also talks a certain way because he's seen it all in this league. He's seen it all. He's been in situations like this Kings organization is in right now. I've seen bad situations as far as roster construction and contract. I've seen that before. And even if I didn't handle it perfectly the first time, talking about Scott Perry, looking back on it, I know how I probably would have handled it. That's why I'm so comfortable in this situation. The Knicks weren't rosy when he got over there. You know what I mean? They were a mess of a franchise with a mess of an owner in a lot of people's opinion. And he handled it, did fine. And like I said, at the very least, was able to look back and say, maybe I would have done this way or something like that. So I've got confidence in him. More importantly, he's got confidence in himself that he can work through this. It's the guy.
It's going to be a fascinating one to watch.
Yeah.
From Atlanta's perspective, though, this is something I was talking about with the insiders a few minutes ago. Why, if you're Atlanta, would you do this? And I don't mean a deal with Sacramento. I mean, why would you be willing to move off of Trae Young?
One thing that I read, I'd like to hear more about some of this stuff, but one of the things I read is new GM either been instructed or been empowered by ownership to go with the youth movement, to go tank. Another aspect is, if I'm Atlanta, I'm got Trae Young under contract right now. I'm looking at having to pay him even more. And whoever's fault it is, it hasn't yielded much results in this 6-7 years in the league. Like, it hasn't. Like, what are we doing at this point? We're going to sign him to another 4-year extension, $225 million to, at best, be a 6 seed.
All of your guys on that roster too, I guess you're kind of counting on to develop. They're all like on their first contracts and stuff like that still. Like, it's a younger team that you can still add to asset wise. Unless your trade still fits.
It just feels like it's time to move on, or maybe even do something different with the Atlanta Hawks. And a lot of that is, you may want to recoup. If that's the direction you want to go, this is an opportunity to recoup some of the draft capital, because it's all bad right now. I know they don't have it this year. I don't think they have next year's pick either. So they're in a bad way draft capital wise, and you can recoup some of that with the trade here of Trae Young. I'm a fan of Trae Young. So if I was at Atlanta's front office, I'd probably be willing to give it one more shot, and I'd do my job to add better players around him. But some of the things that I saw this morning is,
I don't feel like that roster's bad.
I don't think it's bad either, but it's not. I don't think that's a roster. It's just kind of middling, right? Like you're anywhere between a 6 and 8 seed with that roster that they have. Talent, for sure. It's kind of like the Kings, right? Like
it's exactly
talent,
like the Kings.
They have talent, but I don't know how well it works together.
But that's in the point I was attempting to make with the insiders is I don't feel like you have to. Now we could talk about like long-term perspectives, and that's an entirely different 4-hour show. But I feel like you can, with some, they got a new front office in place also, with a few savvy moves, with a few trades that maybe few acquisitions maybe that even out your roster a little bit. I feel like every conversation we have with Sacramento, we could just say team, and you could cut this and air it in Atlanta, and it works.
I don't think they have a Sabonis type on there.
That's not Trae?
So, as good. Well, I mean, like if you're bringing Trae here, I'm assuming you're putting him with Sabonis, right?
No, right.
Yeah, like I don't think you have someone to put with Trae there. Like that's as good. Like Dyson Daniels maybe can develop into that, but like he's going into his third.
They don't have someone now.
Yeah, someone now on that roster to put like with him right now. Yeah.
So this year, Atlanta has the 13th pick. That's the Kings pick, and they got the 22 pick, which is the Lakers pick. The following 3 years, they don't have any control over their picks, over their first round pick. Excuse me.
Okay.
They don't have control over their first round pick. So when you talk about trades, making trades with somebody, that plays a factor. And just developing that roster, I think those two things play a role. They don't control their own pick till 2029. So maybe they feel like the pathway.
Where did their picks go?
I can't even begin to read this one. It's like this thing more favorable, less favorable of Atlanta and San Antonio, Cleveland.
So is this the DeJounte Murray stuff?
I think some of it is, yeah. Yeah.
Like DeJounte Murray's been on Atlanta for 6 years.
He's not even on Atlanta no more.
Right. Oh, he's Kevin Huerter. Oh man.
He might be.
Damn. Hey, so find me find the hole in the Hawks Kings analogy. Goodness gracious.
Damn thing. But you want to pick a direction, right? When you get these new front offices in there. And it feels like the Kings, maybe with a nudge from Uncle V, said, no, we're not tanking. All right, well, that's the direction. We're not tanking. I'm going to try and get people in here. Atlanta, new front office in here, or even to get that job. What's your plan? What do you think we should do here in Atlanta? He might have said, I think we need to move on from Trae and look to build assets and rebuild because we may have maxed out what we can do with Trae Young. And if that was his pitch, the owner wants him in here. Now, all right, let's execute that plan. And that may be their reasoning for wanting to move on from Trae. Like I said, I'm a Trae believer, so I would still I'd probably still take a chance with him. But I understand feeling the need to move on from him as well. I do get it. It's been 6-7 years. You're kind of stuck in the same space. If you're not gonna like go all in and go try and get a KD or one of those type of guys, if that's not what you're trying to do, then yeah, you should move on from them.
You can always get a third team involved too, because everyone is of the assumption that DeMar DeRozan is gone. Well, how can we get Miami involved in this? How can we get one of the LA teams involved in this? Can we get one of the LA teams involved in this? Can we get Miami involved in this? Is that just a completely separate deal? I don't know.
I'm looking at
because I assume DeMar to Atlanta doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
No,
that doesn't benefit
them. You kind of redirect him somewhere. I'm looking at the Hawks roster right now. Trae Young. This is
really.
Let's not waste everybody's time.
Okay, so tell me the fault in the roster. Again, admittedly, this is a team I hate. But in the again, I mean, I don't know. Look at the roster. Take two guys you don't like. Is there no one that you can realistically turn them into to where it's like, no, Atlanta's a little better here?
So looking at the roster, and for whatever reason, they don't have Jalen Johnson on here. That's maybe their best asset outside of Trae Young. But they got the starters: Trae Young, Dyson Daniels, Ricochet, Muhammad Gai, and Okongwu.
Mm-hmm.
That's your starters. Terrence Mann, Karis LeVert, George Niang, Dominic Barlow coming off the bench. I mean, why? And once again, you talk about trading for one of these guys. I don't think anybody outside of Jalen Johnson, maybe, I don't know why you'd want to give him up. You want to keep him and bring somebody in there to help Trae Young if you wanted to build around that. So I don't see anybody on this roster that's going to get you a KD, Karl Anthony Towns, any of these guys that we're talking about, and you don't have the picks to move. So if it kind of feels like just kind of move on and you're faced with giving Trae Young a contract extension.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're just trying to move on, see what you can get from him right now.
All right.
I didn't know it was that desolate. They're not bad players, but it's not the combination of
the balance
age,
of the roster is bad.
The balance is the roster, but the combination of where these players are in their career and looking at giving Trae Young $250 million, that balance don't work for me. Like Jalen Johnson, Ricochet, Dyson Daniels, they're not ready to go to the playoffs and win a couple rounds, but you're going to pay Trae
Dyson
Young.
might be.
Dyson as a third, fourth guy, maybe.
Well, sure, not as a 2.
He's close to a 2 on this roster.
Well, that's okay.
He's close to a 2 on this roster. I like some of their players, but I don't think it matches with giving Trae Young $250 million.
All right. We'll come back. We'll talk more about this. I think TC's waiting for us. TC, hang on one second. We'll get to you. 916-909-1320. If you want to talk Kings basketball here, is we're just a day between NBA Finals games. Trysta Krick at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. D'Lo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino, where we will be for a live show 1 week from Friday. We'll give you all those details when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, Shout out to our girl Vanessa. If I go widescreen real quick, yeah, you can see her working right over Kenny's shoulder. She came in at like a part-time promotions person, and she just got promoted. I don't even know what her job title is, but I know it's an important one because she works right outside the boss and the other boss's office. So shout out to our girl Vanessa. She worked at KSFM a long time ago and came back because she loved the game, and now she's got one of the big boy positions. Yeah, Young Zell knows what's up. Young Zell knows what's up.
Yeah, man.
Love seeing people do that. All right. 916-909-1320. Hey, we got TC, right? Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. TC, what's happening, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
Well, what's up, TC? You underwater?
Hey, no, hold on. Hey, I get a phone for that.
No, didn't catch any of that, TC. No, just put your phone to your ear, man. We gotta dump the Bluetooth when you call your boys. He hung up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry to bother you, TC. That's our bad.
What happened last week? He was just watching the A's game.
Yeah. It's like he had the phone on his chest, like he was talking to his homie, like he was doing the good night challenge or something. TC.
Man, hey, let's try it again. What's up with my two brothers?
There we go. What's up, TC?
Hey, I'm so fired up about these trade rumors. Right, my phone started cutting out.
That's all right.
Hey, I'm so fired up, D-Lo. So look, what I got going on? I like that Trae Young. Hey, were we talking about Zach going to Atlanta, or are we talking about Domas going to Atlanta?
Well, we haven't heard anything, official about who will be going, but some of the James Ham was talking about Zach LaVine could possibly be involved. We've seen, trade machine trades with Domas, and then we've seen trade machine trades with DeMar and Devin Carter and stuff like that. So neither LaVine or Sabonis being involved.
You know what, bro? Hey, that's what I was thinking. So when I jumped in the trade machine, I did it. I said, you know what? Domas straight up for Trae Young and 2 firsts, because they already got our first this year. So D-Lo, I say I give him a 27 first and a 2031 first, one of them first round picks. And I believe that's more than enough for Trae Young.
And Sabonis is involved in that too, huh?
It's Domas, and basically to be Domas and 2 first round picks, bro, for Trae. I think that's more than enough, big dog.
Well, I'll tell you like this. If you can find a way to acquire Trae Young without trading Domantas Sabonis, that would be the best case scenario. Like, that would be fantastic. I know, people got riled up last week because I'm saying trade Domas. Really, it was because I couldn't see getting a player his caliber or better without moving on from him. If there's a way to get somebody, in this case, I think better than him, and he can stay on the team, that would be ideal. I don't want Domas to leave. We just need better players around here. So if you can get better players around here and keep Domas, that would be my first option.
Same. Yeah, 100%. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in, the Kings need to do something so Vivek can tweet without.
Oh man.
So he can tweet without severe ramifications.
Hey man, people aren't happy. Don't act like everything's all fine, I guess.
You saw this yesterday?
Yeah, I saw it.
Come on, man. So for those who aren't aware, yesterday, I think yesterday or maybe Sunday, I'm assuming Sunday, was the French Open final. And forgive me, I don't know who won, but I just saw passing by that it was just like this classic match or whatever. So Vivek tweets out a picture of the winner. It was just like, never give up. Never, never, ever give up. Never give up. Keep pushing. Something like real motivational.
I was motivated.
Something real motivational. And I saw the tweet when it was up because I saw Vivek's picture. And I was like, I ain't seen that in a while. Oh, okay. And then later in the day, I heard he had taken it down because he just got backhanded virtually on Twitter from Kings fans and A's fans, teaming up to just jump Vivek. Just jump him like he's Nair Albright. Google that, guys. Twitter, look, I like Twitter. I know you say it's a cesspool, and I don't disagree with you, but Twitter's fine with me. I enjoy it. It's entertaining. Sometimes people be doing too much. And I think this is one of the cases where people just doing too much. The whole dynamics of Twitter, where
he got roughed up so bad he had to take the tweet down. That is crazy.
And all he was
the
saying
man
was something
literally said, "Don't give up. Don't ever give up." One guy gets a tournament and a whole weekend named after him. Vivek gets destroyed.
I'm not saying I get it, but it's like, Loki, like nobody wants to hear that, bro. We've only been in the playoffs once in the last however many years since you've been here. Like nobody wants to hear that positive stuff from you right now.
I mean,
not
okay.
wrong.
All right. I mean,
like, nobody
wrong.
wants to hear that. You just traded for Zach LaVine, bro. We're all pissed off. Not me, but
No.
I mean,
that sounded like a shot.
yeah.
I'm just saying, I see it. I see it.
I don't know, man. So the dynamics of Twitter are just
Man had to take down a tweet that said, "Don't ever give up," because the response was too harsh.
the dynamics of Twitter. This is something, and I look, tweet how you want to tweet. I'm not here to tell nobody what to do. I always say that. I'm not the police of Twitter and fandom. I'm not. But your tweet don't matter. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like you getting on there with your Easter egg or your avatar of Marlo from The Wire is not that's not moving mountains. It's not changing anything. So you can Vivek. How about you give up on owning the team? All right, man. Like who cares? Who gives a damn that you tweeted that out? Who cares, really?
Man.
Who gives a damn?
Can I tell you the funnier part? Like, do we think Vivek was like looking at his notifications?
No, that's the thing. Intern definitely deleted this tweet, I feel. I don't like, does Vivek run his own Twitter?
I would think
I
so.
assume so.
Yeah.
He doesn't tweet very much.
Well, that's the thing. Like, so we just let me.
And if he has somebody
running
running his Twitter account, they need to be fired.
that's what I thought it
They're
was.
not working.
They don't. They're not doing anything. They're stealing money at this point from Uncle V and Corp.
It's just that's something about.
I just can't get over the thought that he's sitting here. Oh no. Oh no. All right.
It's like if Stephen Ross tweets something out, it's like, shut up, man. Like,
But
like you, like as an owner, like I guess as a fan, it's like nobody wants to hear that from you right now.
yeah, but all right. It's still Twitter.
It is like I wouldn't go tweet at Stephen Ross, but like I said, I get it. Like you want it because you. How often do these people get to talk to these billionaires, right?
Well, you don't have to wonder anymore.
Voice, like people like just want to voice their opinion, I guess. Too.
Not often, but I also realize I'm not talking to him then either.
I know, but it's the only way, I guess, the only avenue where you can really say something if you want, even though, like you said, you're probably not talking to Vivek.
I don't know, and then like for me personally, like the thought of like maybe it gets too in the weeds, but like society being the way it is, where are you really just gonna jump this guy because your basketball team isn't good?
I mean,
like really, like the guy ain't hurting nobody.
Well, these are just tweets too, by the way. Like nobody actually got jumped. All Vivek had to do was delete a tweet. Like these are just tweets.
That's true. That's fair. But
Vivek's not hurt.
But
no, let's be clear. Vivek got his ass beat.
Well, whatever. Yeah, he got
his
bullied
ass
online.
on
Who amongst
Twitter.
us is not?
That's
before?
crazy. Yeah, it's crazy.
Like Vivek's okay.
He's safe.
Yeah, he's
he
fine.
just got his ass whooped on Twitter.
But psychologically, emotionally, like seeing all that hate from you, for you, like that.
No,
that can't feel good.
Sure.
And like people talking to you, I'm sure people were cursing at him, calling him names, all this other stuff. You're doing that because your basketball team isn't in the playoffs.
I mean, they threaten players for missing kicks and free throws, and
it's
like
it's people love their sports teams and have a connection to them, and
to an unhealthy level.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Like
if
that's
Vivek
not
was
right
really
or wrong, but yeah.
if Vivek was really like this evil dude out here, I probably still wouldn't tweet at him. But like, I get it. Vivek, he just can't get a basketball team right as far as like on the court. That if that's the worst thing he does in life, that's doing pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, what does that do for Kings fans? Though? Like, what do they do with that?
Kings fans should.
Jesse is not here for your garbage.
I'm just saying, like, I see it. Like, I wouldn't tweet it back, but I see it though.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Kings are a good basketball team. What does that do for you?
They're gonna love him.
No, what does that do for you?
Makes you happy, I guess. I don't know. It's Twitter. Like,
if you're relying on the Kings being good to be happy, you got to reevaluate some things. If you're relying on a sports team being good to make you happy, you need to reevaluate some things. Because it don't put no money in your pocket. You don't get any extra unless you're, going to Vegas, but like you don't get no money in your pocket from it. It doesn't enhance the life of your family.
It's no different than we've all done it. It's just this time it was to an owner. It's no different than the nickname you gave Richard Sherman or whatever and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Now that
we're talking about it,
like this is just
I was
Twitter.
wrong. I was out of pocket,
but it's also not that serious either.
But I was out of pocket.
I guess, but I don't hate it. I don't see it as being that serious. Like Vivek, people got like it's just if Vivek's walking down the street, he's not getting jumped by Kings fans. If people want to voice their displeasure, like that's fine.
I'll only push back a little bit because we talking about like physically, like he didn't get jumped. Like that's not. If he does read, that's not okay to be going out here calling somebody out of their name or
Well, like Dick Sherman.
No, well that's what they call Richard for short.
Who here has tweeted at athletes or celebrities? Jesse, have you?
I don't think I have.
I don't think I have either.
I have.
Yeah, no, we know.
I have.
Yeah.
Now, this was also 10, 12 years ago. I'm not more mature.
To be clear, you were an adult 10 or 12 years ago, right?
Well, there's a lot of adults that tweet crazy stuff.
That's what I'm exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why Twitter's trash.
I'll even say like that was wrong.
What if Kural in the chat says Casey clearly ain't never been a season ticket holder? So that's what STH stands for. What if you're giving your money away to this man or whatever?
You're not. See, because you're a season ticket holder does not give you the right to do whatever you want to do or say whatever you want to say.
I'll say this too. I don't think you should be like personal with Vivek and like you said, just all these personal things. But if you want like, you're bad for my basketball team and just kind of talk about that stuff, I get that.
Being a season ticket holder, that's your choice to spend your money a certain way. Vivek, ain't nobody else making you spend that money to do that. And when you decide to go do that, that does not say I'm a season ticket holder, so I get to do whatever I want, say whatever I want to say to whoever I want to say it. Hell no. And I respect and salute all the seasons. I want to be a season ticket holder at some point in my life. Like, it's dope. But I also have the common sense and I understand what's going on. Just that's a choice that I made to spend my money the way that I want to spend it, which is to go watch basketball. If you are a season ticket holder, saying I want because I'm a season ticket holder, if the Kings don't make the playoffs, this is a terrible investment. I think you're looking at it the wrong way because you can't guarantee that. But what you can guarantee is I get to go see the Kings. I get to go see LeBron, or I get to like.
So what about the people who bought season tickets to see De'Aaron Fox?
There's a risk involved. You have to understand that. That's how I believe.
Okay.
If they could buy season tickets to see Domantas Sabonis. There is no guarantee. You have to understand there's no guarantee he's gonna be on this team in a year. And that's the decision and the question you have to ask yourself when you make that purchase. If this person is gone, can I accept that?
So how about this? What about for the people who have been season ticket holders, we'll say for fun, we'll say 7 years. And about 3 years ago, those season ticket prices went up, up. Then last year, They went up again. You think they're going down this year?
Probably not. I'm sure they're not.
So you had something if you're Sacramento, the Kings, the organization, to hang your hat on and say, hey, man, we're building something. Everybody in the league thought this team was building something. It was undeniable. You can go back and watch every cynical podcast, TV show after that 7-game series with the Warriors. Everybody thought that the Sacramento Kings were moving in a positive direction. And that's what they sold. And you can call it a one-off. You could do whatever. But they sold it twice. Mm-hmm. Now you're going into this year where De'Aaron's gone. Doug is your head coach. Mike's gone. All of the things that you sold a couple of years ago, they're gone. Mm-hmm. And they're probably being asked for more money. That fair?
Sure. That's the demand of it. I mean, that's what it is. Here's how I would buy season tickets. I don't know how much it is. Let's say $10,000. And the Kings are good. $10,000 for the season tickets. I'd sit there and I would ask myself, if the Kings are bad next year, will I be okay with spending this $10,000? I believe in those situations, you have to ask yourself the worst case scenario. Because if you just sit up there and say, I'm going to pay $10,000 because they might be good, or, they had a good season last year, now you're not prepared for what could go wrong. Somebody could get hurt. Somebody could get traded, all this other stuff. If you can look at the worst case scenario and say, I'm okay with paying this. That's the way it should be. In my opinion.
I won't fight the season ticket holder thing right there or whatever, but I didn't see all the tweets or anything like that, but if Vivek was just catching trash talk and it wasn't like this egregious, like, oh my gosh, this is horrible, we should not be saying this bad.
He wasn't. He wasn't.
Well, I didn't see, like I said, like if it's like that stuff shouldn't go, but if it's just like if Vivek's catching trash talk, like that's no different than how we talk about Monty McNair to me and stuff like that. Like there's always the extremes, but if Vivek's getting bombarded with a bunch of trash talk tweets or whatever, like no different than the GM that just got fired or whoever, insert players, like to me it's fair game. Vivek's no different than anyone else, I feel. Like I said, the egregious stuff versus, like I said, I didn't see all the tweets or whatever, but if you're being extremely disrespectful and being super personal about it, like, yeah, that's different. But if you're just trash talking how we do about
sell the team,
whoever,
bro.
like, yeah, like that's fine. That's fine.
I don't think he would have took it down with sell the team. That's just my opinion.
I felt like he got ratioed, and that's
any
why.
way to like find what people were saying to him?
I think he got ratioed, and that's just where you sent out a tweet. But people were just, they don't care about what you're talking about. They're just,
what did he think? Time. People were gonna go, yeah, Vivek, yeah.
Well, that was his other problem. Like if you put that up, in my opinion, you put it up and you can move on about your day because you felt like you wanted to put that up. You don't worry about what people are going to say to you, because if you have any semblance of reality in what's going on around you, it's probably not going to be good.
Like if you
have an idea of the situation that you're in right now, ain't nobody going to be hyping you up. So if you want to put it up, cool, put it up. But you should know, once again, this is how I try to live my life. Once again, thinking about the worst case scenario, they'll probably light me up. If they light me up in these comments, am I going to be okay with still having this post up?
If they're hitting them with sell the team and like you're a bad owner and blah, 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 like, I'm sorry, you just got to deal with that.
That's no issue. Sell the team, all that other stuff. That's whatever.
I just love the idea that Vivek thought everyone was going to retweet him and rally behind him and like it. And
like, I think he got ratioed on Twitter.
That's my owner.
Like he got ratioed on Twitter. He's like, yeah, this is too much heat. Need to delete this.
And look, this is just like, this is my it's just my like pet peeve. So on the chat, in my Coach Christie era, when you're a bad boss, people aren't going to praise you. If you're bad at your job, you should be prepared for your criticisms you receive. Sir, you don't even have a name or a picture. How are you going to tell somebody how to stand up and be accountable for stuff, and you don't have a name or a real picture? You hiding behind something. So I'm the type of person where I can't even take you seriously. You trying to give advice and tell people how things are. And you can't even stand up and be accountable with your own name and your own picture. Yet you want to run your mouth. So That's what Twitter is, right? That's what Twitter is a lot of the times. And I look, sometimes he didn't have to say it. He didn't have to say it the way he said it. He didn't have to go down that way. But LeBron, he wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong.
What LeBron said
After that finals loss.
No, yeah,
he wasn't wrong.
He said he was gonna. Most people were gonna go back to their.
What did he say? Miserable lives.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong. Kings Muse hipping to me too. Vivek had over 100 replies mixed of Kings and A's fans, calling him out, asking him to sell, and some were using some inappropriate terms as well. Thanks to Kings Muse for that. Speaking of Twitter, speaking of our man Kings Muse or woman, I actually have no clue.
Yeah.
Person, or
the homie,
the person, Kings Muse. He clipped a video of us talking about Trae Young.
He said, "I don't know, person. I'm not sure." He clipped it.
Our friend Kings Muse.
Yeah, they clipped the video. Well, I'm looking at. Is that DeMar DeRozan in the? I think that's DeMar.
Yeah, DeMar. Yep.
They clipped a video of our show talking about Trae Young, and section _101, who appears to be a big Kings fan.
Okay.
This is Twitter. This is not the point guard you're looking for. All right.
Thanks, pal.
So
that solves that.
No, I just it's section 101's opinion. This is not so the league leader in assists last year, who scores 24 points per game, is not the point guard you're looking for. Okay. Who is? If you're out on this Trae Young idea, and remember, many of you have been licking your wounds over the Pascal Siakam deal, and that the Kings almost had him. It should have been the Kings. Okay. He's not the guy. That's fine. Who is?
If you say it's Drew Holiday, you better take a lap too.
Who's the point guard who changes the future for the Sacramento Kings?
It ain't LaMelo Ball, according to some. It's not Drew Holiday. Maybe it's Darius Garland for some people.
Okay. I like Darius Garland.
I guess for section 101, it's
stats say he's not as good of a passer or a scorer as Trae Young. But I can assume we're going to hang our hat on defense. So what we want is a defensive-minded point guard who passes the ball. Got it. There's probably one in the whole effing league, and it's the guy Jesse just said. That's it.
Let me tell you, I
challenge you to name one other. Is Alex Caruso a point guard?
Nah,
it depends what day it is, but you're not getting Alex Caruso.
No, Alex Caruso, you're just putting out there to guard somebody,
and
he's going to do it at the most elite level imaginable.
Right.
What position is he, though? Oh, I don't know. Okay. So tell me, who's the point guard you want then? Who's the guy? DMs are open. King's Muse is one of the bros, he said. So King's Muse is, in fact, the he. I don't know.
Shout out
one of the bros. Hey,
I
don't know.
I gotta say too, I hate the whole defense argument.
Like what?
Like it's
so this is what we're gonna hang our hat on. It's defense.
Like, let's run out at starting five of Drew Holiday, Zach LaVine, Keegan Murray, insert starting four, and Domantas Sabonis. You're not making the play in. Like you're not. I'm sorry.
I agree.
Like the league is moving towards offense. Look what Rick Carlisle and the Pacers are doing.
You got to be able to.
You got to be able to
first,
yeah,
and then.
Not saying you forget defense or whatever, but you bring in a Trae Young, and everyone else needs to be better. You need to work around your star players' flaws.
I agree.
And make no mistake about it.
Holiday or none of that stuff. That's a horrible idea.
Make no mistake about it. He's your star.
Yes. Hell, Tyrese Halliburton ain't no lockdown defender, but Indiana got the right pieces around him to.
Well, we don't want Tyrese back. Tyrese isn't very good.
Oh no, because you don't play defense.
He doesn't play defense enough.
That's right. Oh man,
Drew Holiday or bust?
Is that a real comment?
No.
Oh.
It will be. Give it some time. It will be.
Yes, in time, I'm sure it will be. Game is weird, man.
It is, man. It is. Like I said, how we started this whole thing off, like Vivek is a big boy, he's fine or whatever. I just think people, I find it really. I'm not gonna say that because I don't want to talk bad about nobody. But I don't understand tweeting at somebody your frustrations. I don't get it.
What about when you're mixing a drink following a Kings or 49ers win?
Now that's a good one. That is when you tweet people there.
I'm very uncomfortable with this, but somebody named Ugly Mike wants to talk. Hey, all I do is I read what Jesse tells me to read.
That's what he wanted to be called. He made me laugh.
Hey,
Ugly Mike.
I'm wrong.
Shout out Ugly Mike.
You put it on the teleprompter, I'm gonna read it.
Yeah, that's what he wanted to be called. I'm gonna respect him.
All right, man. All right. Ugly Mike.
Hello,
man.
Ugly Mike.
What's going on? Hey, I wanted to say, so being a fan of a sports team, it's an obsession. Sure, it's an obsession, but it's an obsession because it affects our egos. I grew up a Raiders fan. I'm still a Raiders fan. My friends are all 49ers fans. They have bragging rights. They've had bragging rights. It sucks. You're literally a fan of a team because it is bragging rights if your team wins. If you're sucked into a team that is terrible, like I have been with the Raiders and unfortunately the Kings now, you have anti-bragging rights, which means everybody can talk smack and you can't say anything about it. So when your team does bad, you want to relieve all of that anger and frustration. So you do, and you tweet at people. You tweet at the owners. You tweet at the GMs and the head coaches and the players. That said, I wanted to ask you another question really quick. What do you think about Ron Killings versus R-Truth as far as fandom goes? And I'll take your call off the air. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
I'm not. It sounded like a delightful job.
Yeah. Well, the man,
good-looking guy.
Yeah, probably. He said he wanted to be called Ugly Mike. I'm gonna call him Ugly Mike.
That's good-looking Mike right there. That's who it is.
Appreciate you, UM.
We'll address the Ron Killings. That promo last night. Did you see it?
I saw some of it. I didn't see the whole thing.
I missed it.
It was I don't know that the crowd reacted. I don't know. Like Ron, I think had braids.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference between braids and dreads. But man, that was powerful.
Mm. I saw the very end.
We'll talk about that. I love what I love what Mike said too about ego being involved in all of this. We'll continue this discussion. Trysta Krick in just about 15 minutes here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Ugly Mike.
I get that point about frustrations, though. CBS Sports tweeted, "Oh yeah, Tua is like the only quarterback the last 3 seasons to have however many games with 100 passer rating." I quoted that. Where is playoff wins?
Damn.
Damn, friendly fire.
Man.
Be on people. Christian, he says KC will never need season tickets because he always finds his way to the sidelines.
Facts.
Not true.
Not
true. Now,
Hall of Famers to F off.
Here's the other thing about this, Christian, and everybody else. I got a family. I would like to go to games with my mom, go to games with my son, go to games with my daughter. I can't do that on a media pass.
Well, if we're keeping in a stack, your mom probably gets better tickets than
she probably does. That's facts. That's facts.
Like I didn't even ask, but would your mom fly to Abu Dhabi? I don't know where'd your mom go now?
She went to LA.
Oh,
yeah,
not quite Abu Dhabi.
There you go. KC goes to games for free. His perspective is different.
Yeah, KC, you're not one of the people.
No, it's not.
KC's not one of the people.
Not at all.
Man, damn shame. I'm gonna grab my juice since we're gonna talk.
And here's the other thing that I'll say. If you, and this is what I always say about all this stuff, Steven, Will, in my Christie era, whatever name that is, pray for Mojo. If you feel like it's fine to curse somebody out or talk crazy to somebody on Twitter, by all means, do what you do. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I can't tell you what to do. If you think that's okay, let's go have at it. I just don't think it's cool. That's just my opinion. But if you're fine with it, why are you so worried about what I got to say about it? I'm not worried about what you got to say. Like, as far as like it affecting what I do. No. If you're happy with that, if you want to go tell somebody to F off or sell the team and you're happy, that's all that should really matter. Shouldn't matter what OKC got to say. I mean, Ash, some people would. Most people won't, but some people would. And they'll be like, I dare you to hit me. So
some people will absolutely fuck around and find out.
Yeah. They'll be like, I dare you to hit me so I could sue. Like, they'll be on that type of time. So.
Trysta Krick's going to join us coming up here in just a few minutes. All right, a couple of things before TK joins us. I thought R-Truth / Ron Killing's promo was really good last night. He did kind of declare R-Truth is dead. He tried to make it clear we're shifting towards a more serious type of character, maybe a little less comedy. Crowd was very, very responsive to it. I thought it was a great promo. And then he stood on the table and cut his hair. And that's a powerful image. Again, it's the significance of cutting your dreadlocks is massive. I don't think he had dreadlocks. I think he had braids. But I've always thought Truth had braids rather than dreadlocks. It doesn't make it less powerful, but there is a very serious significance about cutting dreads, not letting them hit the floor. Like there's a lot to it, and whether the crowd fully understood that moment, I'm not sure, but a lot of them did, and the producers did a terrific job of one making sure that crowd was mic'd to get the audible reaction. And scanning the crowd and finding people who were literally dumbfounded. They responded to him in a super positive way, and I'm very, very anxious to see what they do with him next. This has me interested. It's going to hold my interest for a short period if they do it wrong. But this to me, I don't want to. This isn't big. This isn't more interesting than the Cena turn. That's not true at all. I was really interested in the Cena turn. I soured on it quickly because I thought he missed the first promo. I know we're kind of on an island with that thought. I actually don't really love a couple of the promos he's done, but I feel like maybe I've seen, clips of some of the work that he's done lately, which I think is pretty solid. But at 50, 51, 52, whatever it is, I'm anxious to see what they do with R-Truth, Ron Killings next.
Yes, it is really, really
interesting. And it was a good promo.
Yeah.
Like his delivery was good. He did the part about acknowledging he's back because of the way they responded, and then saying it's going to be different this time, though.
Yeah, I caught that part where he cut his hair, and I guess it was the end of the promo. And I was like, wow, damn.
Yeah.
That's my first. I was like, man, I hope it was his decision. I'm sure it was his decision. Like, cause that is a lot for an angle. But I thought about what you said yesterday, reading some things about how Truth said, I don't have a lot of time left in this game. I want to do some serious work before I get out of here. And that's a hell of a start. That's a hell of a start. The way he delivered that yesterday. I want to go back and watch it. But that was
It's about 5 minutes. It's not super long. It's really good.
You know what I did? Oh, after you guys know the R-Truth stuff. You know what I did see? Finally took the belt off Jay.
I saw that.
Wait, they did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who has the
51
belt?
days.
Gunther's back. I told you guys.
Wait.
Gunther's got the belt now.
Yeah, Gunther beat him.
Put him to
Jay's
sleep.
son was there.
Put him to sleep.
Really? So Gunther just walked back into a title match and beat Jay?
Yeah, I don't know what the plan is, but yeah.
Wait. So Gunther's back.
Yes.
No, so I'm confused. Jay's not the champion anymore?
No, lost that
He
yesterday. Sleeper hold.
Really?
Yeah. Put him to sleep. Didn't tap out, none of that.
51-day reign.
And you guys called me a hater, but
Oh, you
look
are a
who's
hater.
right. Look who was right.
What do you mean?
No, I was right.
What do you
I
mean?
was
Who
right.
was right? This is
I was
the same.
right.
This is the same
I was
people
right.
that fired our truth.
He threw his hands
These
up.
guys don't know what the hell.
No,
they're doing.
I said that was a bad idea as well, and look, they rectified that.
There's
There's no rectifying this because it's the right move.
Gunther's not the right.
Oh
move.
wow, he just threw his hands up in the air again. Wow. Oh, he said yeet, even though that was something that people were saying 10 years ago. Wow.
Wow.
Gunther. I know you like Gunther. Gunther's not.
Oh, Gunther. No, wait a minute. No, Gunther. No, I understand. I'm not saying Gunther's solid. Gunther's solid.
He's solid.
Better than Jay.
No, he's not better than Jay.
LA Knight's been over for 2 years, and how do we feel about that?
Still hasn't won the Money in the Bank. I saw that stat.
And that was the right move putting on Seth too.
He's been 0 for 4, I think.
Shout out Seth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, even more than that, like even the yeet thing, that only really that would I'll die on that hill. That was the story to tell. That was the story to tell, the bloodline story.
I'm not gonna be disrespectful.
That was the
I
story
do
to tell.
enjoy watching Jay's matches. I mean, who doesn't love super kicks 15 times?
Well, I don't enjoy watching the matches. I don't enjoy watching anybody's matches though.
I'm just saying. The super kick used to mean something, people.
Fast forward.
I have one more question. I didn't think it would get this far, but clearly we're here.
Talking wrestling or Kings?
Nope. Maybe it's wrestling. I'm not sure.
No clue what you're talking about right now.
Can someone explain to me what the Doug Christie, Chris Webber rumor
Leave that.
was?
Yeah, we'll leave that alone. Leave that alone.
I don't know it.
Rumors. Chris Webber released a video.
So people
text
me.
I saw Chris release the video.
Yeah, I think people were playing with Chris's name. I think
people were asking yesterday, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't.
Do you need to text?
No, it
I
just seems
don't
like
know what
people
it
are
is.
messing with Chris's name. I'm not going to talk
In
about
what
it on air.
regard?
I'll text. I'm not going to talk about it on air.
Oh, I think I got an idea.
I'll text.
I got an idea. Oh, yeah. Come on now.
Okay, well, I'll be brave enough to say it on the air.
If it's
No.
If it's what I'm thinking, you don't need to say it on the air. If it's what I'm thinking.
So what did Chris's video say then?
Just basically stop playing with my name or you're going to get sued.
Oh.
If you got content up talking about it, take it down. I'm texting right now. Hold on.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Okay,
Yeah, if it's what I'm thinking. Yeah. See that? Yeah.
See, this is why I don't look this stuff up.
No, yeah.
This is why I was like, whatever rumors are, it don't matter. But then I see Chris, like, wait, so Chris, like, this has gotten far enough that Chris had to respond?
Do we even know where that even started?
No clue. I was trying to figure it out. I saw
That's crazy.
tweets about it from like 4 days ago, but yeah, seems like it's Twitter, that bad part of it or whatever, I guess.
That's crazy. Somebody texted me like, "Yo, is this true?" And then I just kind of went on King's Twitter, see I didn't see it. I didn't see what they were, because they didn't tell me. They were like, "Yo, what's this about Doug and Chris?" I said, "I don't even see nothing, bro." But I didn't follow up to ask what he was talking about.
I think we throw it in a box.
So no. I'm trying to figure out the origins of this.
My guess,
I think no. No, what I think happened, I don't have the volume up, obviously. I think someone manipulated. Oh, man. Okay.
Jacob Z says one of those AI YouTube videos.
I think someone
like
manipulated their reality show videos.
I was just about to say I would assume it's on the Basketball Wives.
Yeah, like I'm looking at it right now.
Because that sounds like something.
And this is, as someone who has become familiar with Smut TV recently.
Oh man.
This is clearly a fan manipulated edit. It's been viewed 40,000 times.
That's crazy. Come on, guys. Come on now.
All right. Well.
Yeah, I wasn't. I just heard on the side about what was going on. So.
Well, it was nothing until Sean. I said, because Sean Cunningham don't play. So Sean, a whole lot of noise that should be quieted with this right here, and it's a video of Chris. It's like, what is going on? And obviously, I can't hear it. Yeah. All right. In the first reply, I have no idea what he's referring to, but I hope things work out for Chris.
Yeah, Chris. As far as we know, Chris was minding his business.
Absolutely minding his business.
That's crazy.
Game is weird, man.
That's crazy. He had to make a video about something like that.
Anyways. So back to Trae Young and the Kings. From R-Truth to Chris Webber to
back to Trae.
I'll say this. I'll keep the person's name quiet. Normally, I don't care for trade machine stuff. In fact, I hate it. But they sent me one that I'm looking at like, okay, wait a minute.
What's the trade?
It's a 3-team deal that sends DeMar DeRozan to Miami, Trae Young and Jaime Jaquez to Sacramento, Terry Rozier, Malik Monk, Devin Carter, and a 2027 pick from Sacramento that belonged to San Antonio.
That's the only picks we got to give up?
To Atlanta. This is trade machine stuff. It worked. It was deemed a success.
All right, so let me ask everybody something.
Let's just bring in Trysta so she could be a part, and then I'm sure Trista's going to get some jokes off. So let's just bring her in here. What's up, TK?
Come on.
Now go ahead.
Come on.
Go ahead. We know. Look, go ahead. It's fine. We knew the second we saw each other. Go ahead.
Trae Young.
No, okay.
I'm all for Trae Young.
Trae Young and Zach LaVine.
Well,
maybe not.
Yeah.
And Trysta, okay, hold on. Here's the thing.
Not the best.
Trysta.
This is like Kenny's all-star. He's a bucket team.
Well, they only have 2 buckets on there. That's the problem. They only have 2 buckets. Like they don't have a small forward. They don't have a power forward, and Domas isn't a bucket. So no, they need more help. But the also thought process with that is Trae is the prize. Zach will be here a year, maybe a year and a half. But if you can get Trae Young in here, I'm not afraid of.
He'll sell a lot of tickets, boy. I tell you that. He'll do the, but then you gotta pay him. Okay, then you gotta pay Trae Young, because I was just listening to something the other day about his value and how Atlanta doesn't want to pay him max money. They want to pay him on like a descending contract, which again I agree with. I don't think you can pay Trae Young super max money. He's not that guy. He's a borderline all-star. Borderline. He's not a great, we'll say he's not a good defender. He's trying. He's not a good defender. He gets a lot of deflections and steals, but that really is masking how bad of a defender he is. He throws temper tantrums. You can't have any other player in a leadership position, any other vet that plays with him, or he'll get all up in his feelings. And I know that to be the case. When Onyeka Okongwu said Jalen Johnson was the best Atlanta Hawks player on the team, I don't think Trae Young passed to him for a month. So it just is. You're kind of getting another like moody guard. Like Foxy was moody, and Trae Young is moody.
But Trae's better, isn't he?
Trae Young is better
Yeah, than
in
De'Aaron.
terms of being moody.
No. No, a better basketball player.
I would rather have De'Aaron Fox over Trae Young.
Okay, well that ship has sailed, buddy. So we're gonna have to.
Oh, but no,
figure
you said,
something
is he a
out.
better basketball player? I do not think Trae Young is a better basketball player than De'Aaron
Really?
Fox. Otherwise, San Antonio would have gone after Trae Young, and they could have gotten him very easily.
Well,
because San Antonio has a bunch of Atlanta's picks that they would be happy to give back to Atlanta if they wanted Trae Young, which they did not. Which, by the way, hot take, I think De'Aaron Fox is getting traded again.
Well,
yeah, I don't think that's a hot take at all. I think you're on to something.
It's funny you say that, and I want to get back to this Trae Young thing, but while we're here, I was thinking about this morning because I was listening to something, and it was kind of broken down a certain way where it was like, say the Spurs get KD. We'll just say KD. KD gonna want an extension. You know, you trade for him, getting that extension probably. Wemby's extension's coming up. Fox is gonna be on an extension. I know it'll be a championship contender, but they're gonna be pushing second apron territory. Why wouldn't you? This is a borderline cap reset situation. Why not just trade De'Aaron Fox and get Dylan Harper? He may not be better than De'Aaron Fox today, but I think his ceiling is higher than De'Aaron Fox. And you reset the cap. You're on a rookie deal.
Yes.
I think I would almost say you definitely trade De'Aaron Fox.
You have to do it.
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox, you are a Houston Rocket.
Well,
best case. Worst case, De'Aaron Fox, you are a Phoenix Sun.
You're a Milwaukee Buck.
Phoenix, that would be good for Phoenix. I don't think they'd be like a good team with Phoenix.
De'Aaron and Devin?
Yeah. Like that might be a
very fun team.
Would you say that's about the best they could get back? Maybe a cat situation?
The best that they can get back is De'Aaron. The best.
I think so too.
That's a good deal.
Well,
but do you think they'd feel like they have to do that? Like give up De'Aaron? Like you could probably land KD.
You can do less. Yeah, you don't need to do that much. I think you can
De'Aaron,
get even more from for De'Aaron, like in a second trade. That's
I
the
feel
second
like
level.
I feel like De'Aaron is like a Giannis acquisition.
Correct.
Like what?
A De'Aaron Fox you trade De'Aaron Fox, but like I don't think you have to do it for Kevin Durant.
I don't think you do either, but the money situation is what jumped out to me.
Yeah.
If you have
then
three
you don't have
of
to give
those
up
max
Vassell.
guys,
Sure.
You don't have to give up Castle.
Yeah. You immediately
It's
jump
much
into the
cleaner.
second.
It's much cleaner.
Yeah.
And it makes the cap situation for San Antonio easier. But now that they got Dylan Harper, which we already know that they're drafting. And I like Dylan Harper. I like Dylan Harper since high school. I think I even talked about Dylan Harper on this program prior to him going to Rutgers. And I said, outside of Cooper Flagg, Dylan's the one. He brings everybody else to life. He's the only reason anybody's talking about Ace Bailey. Ace Bailey is not even as good as Brandon Miller, in my opinion. We were all kind of like wondering about how good Brandon Miller would be as an NBA player, which I was wrong. He's quite good, but he is quite good in Charlotte. So now they have Ace Bailey. What do you need De'Aaron Fox for? You have Steph Castle. You have Dylan Harper. They obviously didn't know that when they made the trade. And you keep all those young guys on the same salary timetable. You can make a swing for a wing like KD, and then you still are pretty cheap otherwise. Got Vassell. I mean, why not?
And the way you set it up with if you handle it that way, the way you set it up with KD, yeah, you sign him to his extension, but by the time those other guys are ready for their rookie max,
he's retired.
He's gone. So you still got another slot to go get Amen Thompson or something like that. Like you can get another guy on the max slot with the guys that you already have or max type players.
Mm-hmm.
I know I didn't want to. I'm glad you brought it up because I wanted to preface it a certain way because it sounds like hate. I'm not hating on De'Aaron at all. I just think that's the move for San Antonio. Like that is the move for talent wise and the cap situation is what really stuck out to me. Like
that takes them to a championship level immediately.
Yes.
KD and De'Aaron, or because if you trade De'Aaron and say he's part of the KD deal, and you're going with Dylan Harper, it might not make you championship next year. Because I mean, a rookie point guard and a second-year point guard, I don't know if they're going to, in a third-year center, I don't know if they're going to take you to a championship.
Yeah, but that third-year center,
he's crazy.
He's crazy. That's a little different. So, and as Trysta pointed out, he cut his hair. It's
in
over.
monk mode. He's in Shaolin mode.
If it might put you on pause mode for a year, but I think it sets your cap up better, and it just sets your future up better.
What about this though? Trade Sohan, Keldon Johnson, and someone else random. The 14th overall pick. Get the salaries to match. Get yourself Kevin Durant. I don't think Phoenix is getting more than one first-round pick and players. So that's deal one. And then you trade De'Aaron somewhere else for more talent or picks or something to stack your coffers up. You don't need to do them in the same deal. You can maximize what you have because KD's a distressed asset right now. The only reason you're getting rid of De'Aaron is because of the cap situation. So maybe
suddenly that contract extension that he wanted doesn't look as cute now that Stephon Castle is the rookie of the year.
And doesn't look certain, really.
Right.
And now you've got now you've got Dylan Harper coming in. So maybe you send him to Brooklyn? I don't know, Brooklyn. You are a Brooklyn Net. You and Cam Thomas and Cam Johnson.
Finally, De'Aaron and Cam Thomas together with Jordy Fernandez.
We've always been wanting this. Barkley, stand up. We've got Fox in the building.
Is Brooklyn in the house?
Brooklyn.
Where's Brooklyn at? Where's
you
Brooklyn
want to be
at?
close to home? You want to be close to home? You know it's further away than Sacramento.
Oh,
yeah,
that's a little hate. You are in Orlando Magic.
No, that's a lot of hate. Yeah.
You are in Orlando.
Or let's just all work together. Send them to Atlanta.
Send them
or
to
that three-teamer.
Okay, so let's go back to the Trae Young aspect.
Yeah, let's go back to the Trae Young.
A little tough on Trae, man.
Okay, let's try this from a different perspective. Can the Sacramento Kings acquire a better player than Trae Young?
Yeah, I think you can get Lauri Markkanen.
Really?
Yeah, I think you can get Markkanen. I think Utah is starting to finally understand what the situation they are in is. You're effed.
I don't think Danny ever understands that situation.
They have to get rid of him. Oh, hold on. The light turned off. Turn off the lights.
Oh, there you go.
And hold on, while you're adjusting the light situation.
Trysta Pendergrass?
No disrespect, but what the hell has he ever won? If we talking about winners.
He's won nothing, but you don't need him. You don't need him to be your championship pedigree guard, which I think we kind of all assume that's what a guard does. We're back.
There we go.
We're back.
Radio Watson's like, you never left. Like,
you never left.
You never left.
I was in the dark. I think you can get Markkanen.
The other thing,
give up Keegan. You're gonna have to give up Keegan, obviously, but I think we're okay with that. I think we've all come to terms with what I already said, which is that you're gonna have to give up Keegan.
Well, what if you don't have to give up Keegan in a Trae Young deal?
I don't want Trae Young at all.
So
here's this deal. I'm terrified of this deal.
Here's the other thing about like the shortcomings that you say Trae has personality wise and all this other stuff. You know what I'm starting to realize, and Trysta, you would know this a lot because you're in these circles. Almost all these guys are tough to deal with.
Yeah.
Like almost all of them. Like Tyrese, maybe one of a handful where it's like, no, this guy's just perfect. Steph Curry.
If you could only have a Tyrese Halliburton.
Tyrese, Steph Curry, those guys. But like, no, you know who you should go get is John Morant. Like he's an easy guy to deal with. Like they're all this way. So it's starting to become like if you aren't getting the 5 guys in the league that aren't difficult or don't have an ego, like, yeah, okay, Trae Young's got an ego. That's cool.
Dame
They all do.
was
I'm gonna
quite
give him.
a great leader when
Until he got an ego too.
until he wanted to run from the grind, switching teams. But
You know, we were at dinner in Las Vegas and she still found a way to get a Dame Lillard dig in. No cameras, no radio show.
It's real.
Just a
It's
casual
real.
conversation amongst three friends. Dame Lillard dig thrown in there.
Yeah, it'll never end. It'll never end. So he was a great guard. You've got Drew Holiday. Why not go after Drew Holiday? Why don't you want him?
Older than me.
I don't think that's accurate.
He's 30, what, 35, 34, 35?
I think he turns 36.
I mean,
before
let's
the
be
season
honest.
starts.
You got to rebuild this thing, and you don't want to. It's painful. You don't want to. Scott Perry can't come in and tear it all down, so you have to at least play the game a little, right? Trae Young puts you in a position where you're going to have to max him out, and then you're going to be the Chicago Bulls. And you don't want to be the Chicago Bulls. They're not winning anything anytime soon. You gave up Tyrese. That was where you effed up. Really, that's where it all went wrong.
Is it, or was it?
Sabonis.
Was it not acquiring someone like Pascal Siakam or OG Anunoby along the way?
Yes, and we talked about that. And I don't know where those deals fell apart. And that's also where Portland fell apart, was Pascal Siakam and OG Anunoby, because that's all Dame wanted, was just one of them.
Siakam's $200 million deal, just destructing teams across the Western Conference.
It's Paul George disrupting, like eroding and building new teams, rising from the Phoenix, and Pascal Siakam's $200 million deal, and OG's to a degree as well. Because I know you guys were in talks for OG, we were in talks for OG, and yet we watched the OG trade occur, and it's like that's all it took for OG. That's all we need to give up.
It had to be the same thing. It had to, because Siakam, we believe, we have learned, was a money hangup. And when the Sacramento Kings told Siakam's group what they were willing to offer, that was obviously significantly less than what Indiana was able to offer or was willing to offer in the full level max extension. I think the conversation around OG was similar, but he obviously had, pretty tight ties to New York, and that deal was very much a relationship deal that was a lot closer to getting done at the time than anything involving Sacramento really was.
Yep. Tough. It's a tough situation.
TK, I disagree with Trae, man. I mean, some of the talking points you said, like, I don't disagree with, but I'm willing to take a chance on Trae.
I mean,
like,
I've heard from like teammates of his, like he's awful to deal with.
I've heard from
he's a crybaby.
People. Once again,
all
the list is starting to get short of people I haven't heard, like people that you wouldn't even think of that I've heard.
Like Giannis also.
Giannis is on the list.
Giannis.
You've heard bad things about Giannis?
Yeah.
People you wouldn't even think of. I've been like, for real, this dude be acting like that?
I've heard that Giannis is much more difficult to work with than we on the outside know him to be. That's what I've heard.
I want a stand-up individual like DeMarcus Cousins back.
Come on.
That's what I want. We don't need any of this. Give me Boogie back. You pop off the Boogie, he just fights you.
Shea isn't like that yet.
Shea isn't like that. He seemed like a really good teammate.
Well, J-Dub ain't like that. J-Dub don't utter two
You know
words.
who you should build around, to be honest, frankly? You should go out and get you some Andrew Nembhard. I'm not joking.
I love him.
I like Andrew Nembhard.
Yeah, I love him.
Andrew Nembhard, if he wasn't an Indiana Pacer, he has a lot of Shea in his game. A lot of Shea. Now, he's a backup, and he plays a different role, but could he be like this isn't the same comp in terms of basketball and how they play, so don't kill me, Chatty House. But is this like a James Harden situation where he's not really seen from his current franchise as anything more than an awesome role player, a two-way player who's really stepped things up? When I saw him tween, step back, I said, oh my God. That's the kind. And he's Canadian. He's Canadian, so he's never going to do the little stuff that our American stars do, because he's still, at the end of the day, from Canada, upstanding Canadian man, excuse me. And I really think he's that good. And he's taller than you think. So what is he?
He's
6'4",
tough.
6'5"? He's tough.
Mhm.
He's
He's tough.
gritty. Like you could build a team around Andrew Nembhard. I've never thought about this in my life.
I know we could build a team around him.
Did you think you could build a team around Tyrese Halliburton? Bet you didn't.
Yeah, because he was always one of the best pure point guards we had seen in a while. I would have picked De'Aaron Fox in that situation, but it wasn't a knock on Tyrese. Tyrese was legit. Like I'll put it to you like this. I saw Tyrese and been like, nah, that guy, he can go. He's a hell of a find. Like he a franchise point guard somewhere. I never felt that way about him.
And the thing about
Nembhard a good
Tyrese,
ball player though.
the thing about Tyrese that I think is his greatest attribute is that he's a partner with the front office. When they were talking about, hey, this is what Buddy Hield wants, he's like, I love Buddy, but we can't pay him that. He's got to go. See you later, buddy. Love ya. Bye. And that's the kind of relationship that you want with your franchise player, where they help you make decisions. Like, hey, this is what Obi Toppin wants. Man, I kind of need Obi Toppin. And I feel like we should pay Obi Toppin. I think we should keep continuity on this team as much as we can because of this is what we're building. I don't think you have those discussions with a De'Aaron Fox. You don't. Like, he's like, oh, whatever. You guys are responsible for that, not me. You know? To Dame's credit, Dame really tried to be a partner, and they just didn't listen to him. They really didn't. He's like, we need a wing to help me out. I am a cone on defense, and I need to be protected.
We know one time De'Aaron spoke up.
Wow.
We know one time he spoke up, and his team was like, oh, well. Too bad, man. You don't get the call. You don't get the call on this one.
Actually, no, another time. Another time he spoke up.
Well, yeah, I guess he's spoken up a couple times. Well,
he popped off at Damian. We know that.
Well,
he spoke up then.
I think he still might be, if we're being honest. I think De'Aaron is still somewhere popping off at me, but whatever, man.
What's going on with the hold on.
Yeah, no, we could all do it.
Let's do it.
We could all do it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. All the way to the top.
It's not my favorite, but
it's not my favorite either, but this is the only way you can see. Are we just the most adorable little trio?
No, we are. No, we are.
We're like a little denim Oreo right now.
Yeah.
Look at the lighter denim. Look at the lighter denim. The cream.
Over here. A little, well.
The cream in the Oreo.
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, we came in. We obviously look ridiculous. So I buttoned mine all the way up. But then I went Richard Jefferson and went like 4 down, like we were in Vegas and was doing the show like this, just so there's some distinct difference between the two of us and we don't look ridiculous. But I'm not sure what looks more ridiculous, us having matching denims or me looking like Richard Jefferson out here.
Looking like I watched, guys. So we have to talk about this. And I rarely talk about my industry peers because I think it's bad form. So I have a lot of opinions that I do not share. But when the BET Awards announced 106 in sports last night, did you guys see this?
I missed it. I recorded it.
You guys don't know about this?
No.
So Cam Newton, Ashley Nicole Moss, sports and culture show called 106 and Sports.
Okay.
And it is universally getting crushed. Oh, Ollie. Universally getting crushed on the internet. If you Google it or search for it on Threads or Twitter, X, anywhere, it is. People are like, we weren't asking for this. We didn't want this.
Well, what is just never have a host because people weren't asking for it?
No, what they wanted was the return of 106 in Park. Right?
We don't need that.
Well,
we
don't do that.
But that's what people that were BET fans wanted was another AJ and Free type show. So now Cam Newton and Ashley Nicole Moss, what a duo. What a duo. And
I actually think they're going to have, if you're into these type of things, they're going to have some moments like where they disagree and don't pull any punches with each other.
we'll see how it goes. Anyway, so I went back and I watched a full episode of 106 in Park from 2000.
Nice.
And a lot of the men in the videos had their shirts like Damien. They were dancing in the rain.
Oh yeah. Early 2000s. Yeah.
You didn't watch that
R&B.
You didn't watch that that episode when Genuine was on the stretcher though.
No, I didn't watch that one. They had the ads and everything. It was Miss Cleo. It was Bowflex.
Oh, Miss Cleo,
baby, I was back in it.
Miss Cleo.
106 in Park was though. If they brought back 106 in Park, that'd be cool. That'd be fine.
So now it's 106 in Sports. Plus. Yeah, put it on streaming. Have athlete or artist interviews.
They should bring back the basement while they're at it. Actually, you don't have to do it every day. One episode a week, maybe 2 episodes a week. Put it on your YouTube or on
back Caribbean Rhythms in. If we're bringing stuff back.
Bring back Midnight Love.
Bring back Uncut.
Midnight Love. Was that Donnie? Was that Donnie Simpson? Who was
Midnight?
No, that was Video Soul.
Yeah. Midnight. They just played a video.
And that was Donnie in was it Les? Big Les?
Les was in on Rap City.
Oh.
God, I wanted to be a part of Rap City so bad.
No.
Just
like
so
bad.
Well, you could have.
Midnight Love will go off.
Oh, Sherry Carter. That's who it was.
That's a good call. Midnight Love will go off. Then the real fun started.
Then the real fun
started.
Yeah.
Tip drill.
Yeah.
Must be your head because it ain't your face.
I tried to get Trysta to rap in Vegas and she wouldn't.
Why not?
It was loud.
She was shy.
It was loud.
This is not shy.
She was shy. She was trying not to. She wouldn't rap.
I feel like Katie shouldn't have like a full human being representation of me before the rap part. You know, like you guys didn't know for a while, and then you just you slide it in because you don't want to seem like you're doing too much. You know. What happened?
Like right here.
You're getting a penalty.
Slide it in, bro. Slide it in.
It's actually upon further review. That's a flagrant one. That's a flagrant one. No, but I get it. You can't. Well, I mean, that's just
Steven, Jesus. Oh my God.
There's a lot going on in the chat. The chat is chat can be NC-17 sometimes. So
yeah.
It is.
Oh man. Well, next time then you're gonna rap then, right?
Well, we'll see. I'm gonna try to plan a little Sacramento trip.
Yeah, Trista's gonna come stay out here for a while.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll get her rapping on like day 3 or 4. So
yeah, exactly.
You could do the podcast from the home studio. You'd be in great shape.
I know. That's what I'm thinking. It'll have to be post Summer League. That's what it'll have to be.
Yeah, you already. Yeah, I was gonna say you already be out here, but you're on the West Coast anyways. You're just.
Yep, I am. I am here, baby. I don't even know what the flight to Sacramento is. Like an hour. I could do a quick 3 days anytime.
Yeah, probably.
Are you a day trip?
You gonna do the full 2 weeks of Summer League?
No, I already booked my hotel 6 nights.
Oh wow, that's pretty long though. Yeah.
6 nights. Well, because the WME party is always Monday night, so you got to go like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then back on Tuesday. Okay. So I think that's what it is. The Wednesday, maybe it's Wednesday through Sunday. I just want one pool day, where like nobody's come in yet, nobody's here. Just like eat some food, maybe go to a show. I never do that. Maybe play some golf. Just like one day.
Cool. Can you tan?
Oh, yeah. I can tan. I'm not like Ginger wake up call. I get brown. I get brown. Like this is me at like my lightest.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
TK would appreciate this because you talk about Summer League and everything. We always love the basketball tournament, although the basketball tournament's gotten a little corporate in the last couple of years. Did you see they have a soccer tournament? They started a soccer tournament like the basketball tournament. Yeah. It's on ESPN.
Where? With who?
Same place these basketball teams came from, I guess. Just randomly got them together. $1 million pot.
Is it the 7-on-7 women's?
No, it's that, and they do have men's and women's, but they're on the regular soccer field.
Interesting.
I saw that yesterday. I said, "Wow." I'm waiting for that's what football needs to do. They need to come with the football tournament.
Yeah, they
That
do.
would be popping.
If I was 20 years younger and flag football started, I would be dedicating my life to it. That's what I would be doing.
That's a good point. Do you think we get to the point, because it's popping off in high schools, do you think we get to the point where college has women flag football?
Yeah, I do.
Like,
that'd
be dope.
There's a professional
They won't get
tackle
any
league
NIL money, but
right now. There's a women's professional tackle league going on right this second. They get almost no publicity. They had their regionals or their semifinals here in Portland last weekend. I couldn't go because it was so damn hot, and the OKC game was on Saturday. But yeah, it's happening. They are just full pads and everything. They're very popular. Some of the girls have 300,000-400,000 followers on TikTok.
Man.
Yeah, it's starting to become a big deal.
I don't have anything against the tackle.
Damien seems like he's got something. What do you got?
Well, no, it's not about football. No. I was gonna ask who's gonna lose first, the Lynx or the Liberty. That's what I was gonna ask.
Why did they? Such a great question. Why did they wait for them to play until August? Why don't we get to see them now?
That's crazy.
That's ridiculous. I didn't know that was
Minnesota's 9-0. New York is 8-0.
I think the Lynx lose first just because they were in a dogfight with the Wings at the end of the third quarter last game without Paige. They're gonna the Liberty are so damn dominant. Their point differential is 20 points. That's a 20-point differential.
Man.
That's ridiculous. Tasha Clouds put them on another level. They went from Vandersloot, who's basically on the precipice of retiring. I think she's played her last WNBA game now that she's torn her ACL.
Yeah, she's gone. Yeah,
the other day.
And they add Tasha Cloud, and I don't know how they don't even have everybody back yet. I don't even think Phoebich is back yet, and Phoebich is really good.
That role that Natasha Cloud played, that's perfect for her because sometimes she may think because she's super skilled, I got this. I'm gonna handle this. But being with Stewie and being with Ionescu, it kind of keeps her in line
and
a little bit.
Well, she had to be the one in Washington.
Yeah, she was 1-2 in Phoenix.
Yeah.
And now she can just be a super talented role player and swing games when we've got Stewie bottled up, or we got Sabrina or Jaquez bottled up. Oh, here comes
it's almost like unfair level of
it's a super team.
She's so good.
She's a overqualified role player.
Yeah.
My question to you, as a certified bona fide Aces fan, and they are really going downhill fast. Boy,
I didn't like to see that.
They
on
lost
Saturday.
to the Valkyries.
I didn't like that.
I didn't think the Valkyries were going to win another game, and they beat the Aces.
Put your visa. They just won last night too against the Sparks. I might have to do a little eating crow of these Valkyries. This Salon, she was undrafted. She's Salon's little sister who plays in the NBA. Ridiculous. So good.
Their whole roster is either undrafted or pushing retirement.
Crazy.
There's no in between. They have the strangest roster construction in the entire league.
I don't know what to make of it.
And somehow they're out there winning games.
They're out there winning games. Winning more than Dallas, winning more than Connecticut, beating the Aces. But okay, so take the prime peak Aces that you remember, whether that's the Candace Parker version or the year before that. How does this Liberty team stack up to that Aces team?
It's not even close. This Liberty team's way better.
I was just about to say.
I agree.
Before I really started to dive into the WNBA, I don't want to talk I don't know. I'm not overly familiar with the Minnesota teams and Leslie and Candace Parker Sparks, so I'm not over familiar. This Liberty team,
they didn't have teams like that.
This feels like the best team I've ever seen in this league. And the Aces, the first year they won the title, that team was crazy. When Jackie was there, Chelsea was doing her thing, Kelsey obviously in Asia. I think that's the only other team I could think of that was this.
That's what I'm saying. So that Aces team, I think, is still significantly worse than this team because Candace was on her last leg.
Yeah.
She was injured for most of the year. Chelsea was starting to decline. Jackie hadn't yet ascended.
Mm-hmm.
I think she was just kind of in that.
She had a couple moments.
She was good.
Yeah.
But she was. They had no Tasha. They had no Tasha.
And no Tasha.
No one. Nothing that can compare to her. Who can? She's a 1 at worst a 2 on every team in the league. But she joined the Liberty.
They traded for her.
And by the way, there's the Minnesota Lynx again, just like they were last year, going blow for blow with what New York is doing in the standings.
Yeah, they are.
Still, they haven't
Also,
lost.
here's a little interesting nugget that you have to keep your eye on. Why the hell did the Chicago Sky trade their next year's first-round pick to the Minnesota Lynx for the 11th pick that turned into Haley Van Lith, who we are now seeing with our own 2 eyes is not ready for being a WNBA player, and they're going to probably have a top 3 pick, and now the Lynx are going to have a top 3 pick. They might even have the number 1 pick. They might get
Juju.
Well, Juju's she's not available until the year following.
Well, it's 3 years removed, isn't it?
No, you have to be 22 or a senior unless they change the CBA. But they could get Lauren Betts if they need a center. They've got Olivia Miles right there. I think the Wings will probably do anything that they can to get AZ and Paige on the same team. But the fact that Minnesota is this good and they're going to have a top 3 pick in next year's draft is disgusting.
Yeah, that's a problem.
25.5 points per game.
It's crazy. Another hot take is Arike and Paige. It's not happening next year. It's done. She's a free agent. She's going somewhere else. They will not be together. Everything that we thought about.
One ball.
Yep. One ball, one mind, one. It's almost like Paige should play off ball and Arike should be on ball because Paige is more used to that. She's just not going to take the reins unless she has to. And Arike, she's taking the reins even if no one asked her to. 30 plus shots a game. So
Paige had a concussion this year. Like she just cleared protocol. That doesn't. I feel like that's not a thing we follow in basketball very often. But she missed.
Rakia. Didn't she have a concussion?
4 games she missed. Something like that.
Like you said, that's not used to.
It's not it's not a stat you follow. It's not a protocol you follow in basketball very often.
And then she got sick this last weekend. But someone from Dallas just texted me today and said, "Don't believe that Caitlin and Paige are as banged up as they say. They're waiting. They want to make sure to put these 2 girls in the glass case until they face each other because of ratings and the excitement, Paige versus Caitlin." I don't know if it's true.
Coming up?
The Wings Fever game is on the 19th. No, 27th.
Oh man,
no, 13th,
that's
13th. Oh no, that's July. Yeah, June 27th.
Oh, that's because like Caitlin's nearing the point where she should be able to return, isn't she?
Yep.
Yeah, she's ramping
back
up
with the team.
Yeah, I don't think you can hold her out 17
You can't hold her out
days.
anymore. No, you cannot.
And they can't win no games without her damn near.
Well, they won one the other day.
Yeah.
They play the Dream, and I
Won a
don't.
couple.
I don't love that for them. I don't love that matchup with
Dream
that
have been
one.
sneaky.
Sneaky good.
Yeah, Dream have been sneaky.
Brittany Griner. Here's a funny little side note. I was texting somebody about Brittany Griner today being in her renaissance, and my phone auto corrected to Brittany Grinder.
Oh
well, all right.
I was like, "Damn, iPhone, don't do it like that." Jeez.
Well, it's like an algorithm, right? Like,
Yeah.
clearly, that word has made it to your text. An undercover, the Dream have been to the finals a whole bunch of times. If I remember correctly, Atlanta's been to the finals at least 3 times, and I think the stat is they've never won a game.
Really, the WNBA
finals? I believe the number is 3 times.
Huh.
Yeah, they did. They went
won
they went in 2010, 2011, 2013, and they lost all 3, each time getting swept.
Got swept by Seattle, swept by Minnesota, swept by Minnesota again.
That's crazy. Where was I at? 20.
Now that I'm looking at it, they haven't won very many playoff games. Well, no, I guess you got to win to get there. But yeah, they've been swept by Detroit. Man, they've been swept a lot. They haven't had too many competitive series. Swept by Dallas, swept by New York. Man, That's tough. But yeah, been to the WNBA finals 3 times and have not won a game yet.
Wow. I don't think it'll happen.
The better question, the better question might be this New York team versus those Minnesota teams.
That's
the Brunson, Maya, Lindsay, Simone. That might be the real comp with this New York Liberty team, even more so than the Aces. It might be those.
I don't remember those. I remember
those
winning, I didn't
teams.
watch them game in and game.
So those teams were brutal. They got Maya that first year. Simone had this really weird. I don't remember what the injury was, but she had to go through a full procedure that I think involved a hysterectomy. Like it was something like it took her out. She came back. When she came back, she obviously was a shell of herself, had the whole off season. Next year, Maya's second year, she was Simone Augustus again, and it was over.
So this is what ChatGPT says, that the athleticism and versatility, Liberty get the edge because of Stewie, Ionescu, Jones, and Cloud. Clutch pedigree goes to the Lynx. 4 championships.
Crazy.
Depth and scheme go to the Liberty. 5-out offense with Cloud facilitating. Health impact, Liberty's injuries could swing momentum where the Lynx would have the edge. But the Liberty are perhaps the most complete, most versatile team since the more led Lynx. Good call.
Okay. Maya's got the Kobe treatment. She's got 1 WNBA MVP.
Yes, wild.
4 championships, 5 all first teams. God knows how many championships overseas. Nothing but gold medals. 2-time Prep Player of the Year.
She's so good. She's so good.
Maya, like you talk
special.
The crazy thing is, Maya, you could make the argument Maya is the greatest women's basketball player we've ever seen. You could also make the argument that Maya is the greatest what if.
Yes.
If she didn't focus her attention on significantly bigger issues. She's 35 years old right now. She hasn't played a game in.
How old is Vandersloot? Isn't she like the same age as
Vandersloot's 107.
Yeah.
She's 107.
While we're here, I gotta ask TK. I guess ask you too, Dame. What'd you think about our girl Sabali's criticism of the schedule? That's how you say her last name, right?
Yeah. I think she's right, man. I like that these WNBA players are popping off. I like that she's saying, hey, this is not responsible for you to have us on this many back-to-backs. And we saw that with the Fever last year, where they had such a tough, brutal beginning of the year where everyone thought that they were trash vomit. And it was really just because they were facing all the best teams back-to-back-to-back. And like the first month of the season was brutal all the way up until really the Olympic break. So I think Kathy Engelbert has been taking some body blows, really. I don't think that the players love her. I think the way that she came out with the New York skyline dress made it seem like they wanted the Liberty to win. That was a tough look. And you also have it's different point, but same sort of situation. You also have Nafisa Collier being like, it'd be a real shame if we had to hold out next year.
Yeah.
Be a real shame.
What do you think the answer is, though, to some of that? Because I know they've got, with the WNBA, they're adding more teams. And I don't know, maybe they don't have like a certain amount of time they got to play the games. But it doesn't seem like you can extend the season like on the calendar. This is going to be even more of an issue probably next year, right?
I don't know that they're going to change the schedule amount of games next year. But I think you could extend it out longer. I don't think
earlier or go later.
Go later. I think it has to go later because you're getting
because they're college, yeah.
Because of college.
Yeah, but you're running into a problem there.
That's football.
You're in football longer, and you're flirting with the start of. I mean, you have preseason games, and
it's very tough.
And then every. I can't remember what they do. Every 4 years, you have to navigate the Olympics.
And then I think you would change it also to maybe days where there is no NFL or college, like you play on Wednesdays, and
that's tough nowadays.
you know.
There's no day you can challenge the Maction. That's what you can do.
Challenge Maction, yeah.
That'll be when Roger Goodell goes, all right, guys, Wednesday games. Just like Christmas. We're taking over Wednesdays, boys.
Yeah. Exactly.
I know you got to go,
Trash
but did you see?
tough.
Did you see?
Trash vomit.
Did you see Michael Beasley and Lance Stevenson?
How could I? Man, is he a bucket? Man, is Michael Beasley tough?
It was a weird IG story that followed, but
yeah, it was.
Last week it was just weird in general.
Yeah, it was
with Michael Beasley. It was weird, but I saw some of it, just highlights and stuff. And I saw when Lance Stevenson almost got in a fight with the spectator. Did you see that?
Yes. He
Somebody
got
just
into the crowd. It's tough.
This is wild.
Whose spectator video was tougher, Lance Stevenson or DeMarcus Cousins?
Definitely because.
Yes.
That
And
was,
also Evan Fournier had a good spectator.
Oh yeah.
He snuck one in.
Yeah, well, I think I saw his on your. I think I saw his on your feed.
That one did a lot of views. I think it has like 35,000 likes or something on that post.
Damn.
TK
doing numbers.
And the queen of threads.
Yes, she is.
Trying.
Numbers.
And headed to Sacramento soon to sing with Wake Up Call.
She'll have you on in a second. America's next pop star, Trysta Krick.
No, nobody's a better hype person. If Katie wanted to just stop being a host, she could be my agent. Really, like almost no one believes in me more than Katie does. More than my own mom.
I can.
She texted me right after the show last week, and she's like, "I'm just like Audrey. I'm watching everyone. I'm listening to everyone."
I was gonna say your mom, but you're talking about Katie.
Yes.
Oh, that's
Katie
terrific.
texted me right after last week's show.
That's terrific. Hi, Mama Krick. By the way, you know, Mama's always watching.
What's good, Mama Krick?
Mama's got a little bit of, don't mean to break a HIPAA violation, but she's got a little kidney infection going out. So give your prayers and wishes and antibiotics to Mama Krick.
Oh, man,
we're gonna get Mama better, and we're gonna get her a microwave because we learned that Mama Krick doesn't have a microwave. So we're gonna get her. She doesn't want one.
Doesn't want one.
She doesn't want one.
Just
never had one.
Yep.
Never had one. Never had a dishwasher.
Nope. She ain't about that life.
Key Sweat said those are the type of women that are going by the wayside. Need to bring them back.
Well,
Key Sweat said they don't know how to cook no more.
Well, that's all Mama Krick does is cook.
That is.
She's
cooking up.
TK cooked the internet.
Yep, steak and vegetables tonight.
Oh, there you go. There you go. All right, TK, we love you. We appreciate you.
Take care, TK.
See ya.
Trysta Krick, we'll come back. We'll get back to the Sacramento Kings. I guess we can talk a little bit more seriously about the DeMarcus Cousins video that hit the internet and what Zach Lowe had to say prior to all of this about Trae Young. That's ahead here. Plus, Jason Jones still on the way on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm with Brian. Get the dishwasher. I need to get the top of my dishwasher fixed, that the rack falls off its track if you don't pull it out super carefully.
There's some real sick people in this building who think it's okay to throw their dish in the dishwasher with all the food and gunk on it as well. Like that's not
sick ain't the word, man. These motherfuckers is lazy.
I'm not even gonna get into it. Like, did no one teach you guys?
Yeah, man, you motherfuckers is lazy. I bet they wouldn't do that at home either.
I'm scared they would.
Scooter as a shoot, yeah, I might. Katie will not touch the top rack of that dishwasher because that thing just falls right off its track. And I know it's not something serious. I just can't fix it. Makes me feel quite inferior.
Scooter, you don't know the half of it.
That's facts. What's tomorrow? Wednesday? Yeah. Huh. Jeremiah, we haven't watched Love Island. Abby watches it. It's not something I don't think I've seen. She watches so much of that stuff, though. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what's what. But I know Abby watches it. Zabo, Katie isn't a Pacers supporter. She is somehow a Pacers fan. It took one game. She was sitting on the couch the other day, like yelling at the TV. You would legit think she was a lifelong Pacers fan.
Pacers for life.
I legit looked at her like, are you going to do this the whole game? Yeah. You're going to do this every game?
Oh, she's going to drop it. Yeah, can't believe the Kings traded him.
Okay. Oh, that's the first time I've seen that. I had read a bunch of the clips that Ty was walking with a noticeable limp after game 2. That's the first time I saw that clip they just showed. That was a limp, all right. Didn't talk for 10 minutes after game 2.
It beats like funny. That.
That didn't happen. That girl ain't never gone 10 minutes without talking. Certainly not after that game. That's true. One time. Man, y'all be on these reality shows. What is Temptation Island? And Katrina, whatever you did to get your son to stop doing that, you need to come out here and talk to the staff here.
Yeah, Casey, we were talking about how people at this building will throw their dishes in the dishwasher with all the food still on it.
Come on now. Come on.
Yeah.
What sense does that make?
The dishwasher's going to get it, I guess, and the dishwasher monster will eat the rest of leftover food.
Why would you do
Dishwasher
that?
monster.
I guess that's
I'm
their logic.
hungry. It's funny. I still have this piece of paper that have the notes from my conversation with De'Aaron on it. It's funny when you're talking to someone, like reporters do this all the time. It is a fascinating thing to watch. Like old school, like beat writers, they write stuff down, right, on their notepads. But it makes no sense. Like if you looked at a reporter's notepad, like I bet Jason Jones is the same way. If you look at Jason Jones' notepad, it probably doesn't make any sense. But he knows exactly what he wrote down and what it means. I'm looking, I told the guys for some reason, I still have the notepad that has the notes from that conversation I had with De'Aaron, where I was like, hey, you cool if I keep track of what we're talking about? He said, yes. I don't know what any of this stuff means. I mean, some of it I do, but there's literally a note that said, Mike got fired. And then there's an arrow pointing to the word probably.
No, like you guy got fired.
No, Mike definitely got fired. I don't know what the probably meant. And I'm trying to figure out, like, I have all of these arrows pointing to different notes. Like, what does this even mean? I don't know.
You knew at the time.
I knew at the time. I knew the next day what it meant.
That is what matters.
This is comedy. The Mike got fired with the arrow that says probably is so funny to me.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to do something I rarely ever do real quick. I almost never do this.
Okay.
When I say it, you'll be like, you're right. You don't really ask for this. Giants start a 3-game series against the Rockies tonight.
Okay.
I'm gonna need all 3. I'm gonna need a sweep. I don't do that.
Yeah, the Rockies stink.
I'm gonna need all 3, bro.
I got you.
2 out of 3 is
That's okay.
not good enough. The Rockies have 12 wins right now.
Yeah.
I need all 3.
I got you. And you got it's the Dodgers after this. Or
Dodgers
the
after
Dodgers?
that. Yeah, I was watching Dodgers Padres last night. Extra inning loss. Padres couldn't get the job done. But yeah,
you're gonna feel that way the 4th of July too, aren't you? I'm gonna need you to just smack the A's around and get out of here.
If
score a minimum 10 runs a day.
Willie Mays is playing.
I was about to say if you got our boy out there,
yo,
that's that might be the best catch I've ever seen.
That was crazy.
We need to that one's gotta go on the screen.
That was crazy.
That was absolutely insane.
He wasn't even like under it either. He had to reach out to the side.
Yo, so
and had some hang time on the wall.
Yeah, I don't.
Can someone else do it? This is Kyle's computer. Yeah, Kyle's being a smart ass and logged out of Twitter.
Why?
Oh no!
Oh,
actually,
we know why.
Twitter logged us out. The company logged us out.
Well, no, this was Kyle's personal Twitter.
I got logged out on this one too.
Oh, come on, man. We're all logged out. This company's so whack. Stop logging us out of stuff. Let me figure out if I could do this.
Let me see. I think I might.
I just want to put that catch on. There is something about.
Hold on, I'm here. They couldn't get your boy.
There's something about that play that is so spectacular to me. Like those.
It's unbelievably difficult. Like that is a tough play.
Like I watched those Bo Jackson plays on loop when I was younger. I'd watch that Bo knows Bo video over and over and over again.
We could play YouTube videos on here, right?
Yeah. Well, no, I got you. Hold on. I got you.
Sorry, I reached to the punch, pal.
They couldn't. Oh,
okay. Sorry, Casey.
You got to be quicker than that.
All right, so here's the
reaching base.
Play last night. We can go ahead and jump that down.
And this one to center.
Oh, nice crack at the bat and a little choppy video, but goodness gracious.
What a play.
And look,
what a play.
Denzel Clark.
I'm with you, Jesse. That's one of the greatest catches I've ever seen.
I love the strut. My boy's like, what's good?
One of the greatest catches I've ever seen.
That is Bo Jackson, Ken Griffey Jr. levels.
He's not even, like I said, it's not even a normal home run robbery or whatever. He's literally, like, look where he's at, reaching over for it still.
He's climbing the wall.
Come on. And like I said, one of the things that gets lost sometimes, I know I did it until you, like, get out on the field. The wall, like, that's not easy. That's not easy to climb the wall. And then to be going full speed, time where the ball is going to be, all this other stuff, it's crazy.
Watching this, he's catching the ball on its way down. A lot of guys are snagging it with the snow cone in the air.
Yeah.
He's catching it on the other side of the fence on the way down.
This catch right here.
Goodness
Mike
gracious.
Trout had an insane catch in Baltimore one year. Griffey's got a great one. Did Bo go rob one?
Oh, Bo robbed a bunch of them.
Because I feel like the one
Bo did the one where he came running in, kind of like Denzel was just doing, pumping his fist. That was one that was over.
Yeah, I feel like
that's one of his better ones because that's one where he got his elbow was over the fence, and he reached back and caught that one and ran back in, pumping his fist. Then there's one that Ken Griffey got. And he, for some reason, caught it and then just took off on a full sprint back to the dugout.
I'm not imagining the Bo. The Bo one is one, but I mean these are I say these moments. It's like 5 of the greatest catches I ever remember. Then this is one of them now. Man, that might be the best.
Bo got that one. He was chasing. He caught it just before the warning track and then climbed up the wall.
That's the one I always think. I saw that the other day. That's iconic, absolutely iconic. But between,
let's run some Bo highlights here. Oh my God,
Yankees. Look at this one.
Let's run some Bo highlights.
That's a tall wall right there.
Give me that.
Give me that.
That boy is bad. That boy is nasty.
Jesse, while we're here, can we see the? Can I see the Mike Trout joint? That one.
So what's funny? I don't even think that was the end of the inning. Bo went running back, and then no one else. I think he just like slowed down and threw the ball back in. Like 1 out. Bo is bad.
Mike Trout was against the Orioles, right?
Yeah, that's before yesterday. That was probably the greatest one I'd ever seen.
This is one of my favorite plays in all of sports.
Robbing the home run.
Yeah. Like I mean the good infield stops and the throws, those are good. The diving catches, in the field of play are good. But these ones, there's an exhilaration to this. Yeah.
It is special. Here we go. Got Mike Trout up, dead center in Camden Yards. Oh, go get that young fella. Go get that Mike Trout.
Barely got that one.
Mike Trout. Go get that. Oh my goodness.
Man, and
Denzel Clark
he's sold out there. I would rank Denzel's above that one.
Torrey Hunter, I just seen him in that clip.
So
he got one against Bonds in the All-Star game.
Yeah, he had a crazy
Torrey Hunter was
one.
one of the greatest center fielders ever.
Yeah.
He was fantastic.
I love that play, man.
Yeah, so if Clark's in center field when the Giants come, I mean, I don't know. My boy
might be 11-2 that day instead of 13-2.
I'm about to say my boy Wilmer Flores might get robbed.
How the hell did the Giants score 11 runs with that batter's box?
Oh, who knows? Yeah, you can barely stand in it.
You don't be great.
You can barely stand up.
Logan Webb is tripped for the 5th time today trying to pitch off of the mound. This is unbearable.
Logan Webb's going to strike out 16 and go, this is the greatest mound I've ever been on.
And there goes Bob Melvin thrown out. That's all. Wait a half hour until he gets to the clubhouse.
This is the Giants come out after the series. Man, I don't know what it is. This is the safest ballpark we've ever been in. I'm not.
No, you're not supposed to say that.
Yeah, no, the poor River Cats just taking their own lives into their own hands.
It's all started GoFundMe for the River Cats, given they have to play on this field.
Come on, man. I'm not saying
this field is safer than sitting courtside at a DeMarcus Cousins basketball game.
That is not safe.
That was tough.
Look. I hear you.
What he had to do?
Hey, shut the hell up. There's my advice to you. You sit in courts. The fact that you didn't get your clearly you was saying something, because by the time DeMarcus turned to you, you had your middle fingers in his face.
Right.
The fact that nothing really happened, brother, you're fortunate.
Mm-hmm.
You are absolutely fortunate.
Man, that's what I'll be talking about, man. People just think they can say whatever.
Bro, this isn't the NBA. There is no invisible line here where the ghost of David Stern is going to come down and put some fear into these guys.
People think they can just say whatever at any time.
Of course, I don't know what the penalties are for punching a courtside fan in a different country. So maybe
might be prison.
It might be. It could be worse. So in that regard,
yeah.
Thankfully,
hopefully he's out of
trouble.
Like I want him out of Puerto Rico because I don't know.
Also,
out of there.
It's Puerto Rico. I saw the way that those wrestling fans responded to Bad Bunny. I don't know.
First, want him to throw a chair at him.
We don't want no smoke, man.
Yeah, because
leave my boy Boogie alone.
I don't ever want to see that from Cuz, man, because that situation could have gotten even uglier. You know what I'm saying?
It got pretty bad.
It was
like
bad.
He that video of him walking to the locker room is pretty tough.
Yeah, but what if he was able to get into the stands? Like was something like that's
the thing. It's a tough part of this whole situation, whether they said something to him or not. Like this isn't a situation that DeMarcus Cousins could win either way.
No, it's definitely
you could maybe get your one lick in real quick, but then
just to fall out from that.
Yeah,
it was literally DeMarcus versus that whole damn crowd. And he egged all of them on until someone threw a beer, and then he lost it.
Yeah.
He lost it. He took like 3 of his security guards out.
And understandably. So this goes back to why are you throwing anything at this guy? Like, why are you throwing something at this guy?
We've talked about this before. Like, clearly it's not just the NBA. Like, people think that there's an invisible barrier right there where they can act how they want.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Luka Doncic acts like it's there too. He called like Luka will be calling people courtside out their name.
Yeah, absolutely does. We could get smacked up one time.
Yeah, it was like, hey, this is a two-way street, pal.
But yeah,
the video of DeMarcus trying to get to the locker room is kind of crazy.
Oh man,
that's kind of tough.
Boogie's a weird player, I guess, just legacy-wise, because he had Hall of Fame talent, but just never really realized anything that could come with that.
DeMarcus turned around to fight and didn't really know who he was going to fight.
He was just gonna go in there.
Everyone was throwing it at
him. Yeah, he was getting beer dumped on him all over the place at that point.
Yeah. And that's once again, man. It's like I said, what makes you think you can throw beer on somebody or anything on somebody? Because you don't like the team.
He got hit with one beer, turned around, then immediately got hit by like 6 more.
Yeah, man. Like I said, that was bad. That was really, really bad. It could have been even worse. So hopefully, hopefully he's in a place where he can continue to play out there and finish.
Yeah, maybe just come home, bro.
But I was about to say, like, is it even worth it at this point?
Yeah, maybe just come home, dog.
Just come on back.
Like I know you got a love for the game. I know they're paying you. I am attempting to see how much. Either way, I don't think it's worth it, man. Come on back. I found a bunch of this. So DeMarcus has been with that Puerto Rican league. What, this is his second or third year. I can't find a dollar figure.
Well,
okay.
Drum up the band.
I hear you. All right.
Drum up the band.
This one's gonna be tough because he never got that deal from the
I was
Kings.
gonna say what would be a little bit tougher is figuring out what would have been DeMarcus Cousins' career earnings. And here we go. Obviously,
you got a sheet of paper that I can use? I might be all out in here.
Oh, this guy not even prepared.
Well,
give me the win now. Give me the win.
In his defense, the company's short on money, and it's difficult for us to afford paper.
I found one.
This does not include any money from Puerto Rico, just for the record.
Okay.
The 11-year NBA veteran who was drafted number 5 overall out of Kentucky in the 2010 NBA draft. 11 NBA years for DeMarcus Cousins. Stunningly, his peak earnings were $18 million in the year 2017.
This was sad.
$18 million. 11-year veteran, former number 5 overall pick by your Sacramento Kings. Peak earnings, again, $18 million. This does not include money from Puerto Rico. In one of the sadder career earnings in history, DeMarcus Cousins has earned, hold on, Jesse, we don't have you on the screen yet. DeMarcus Cousins has earned what, gentlemen? We got 113 from Kenny Caraway. We got 90.
Close.
We got 98 from Jesse Tapia. For a gentleman who was on the verge of signing a $220 million contract extension with the Sacramento Kings, DeMarcus Cousins' career earnings are $94,281,285. Jesse Tapia with another victory.
You look like you had something you wanted to say. Do you want to say it?
I believe that was directed at you. And
yeah, I'm talking to you.
Do you have
Kenny.
anything that you
look
would
like
like
you were
to
all happy.
share?
Yeah.
That brings Jesse's win total to 10. Casey's win total remains at 4.
Job's not finished.
And Kyle has still quit the league.
Well,
as evidenced by the scribble on the mark.
I think I didn't start my run until mid-June last year. So, it's about to happen. It's about to happen.
Third straight game he said that.
It is. Like, in fact, I think you actually won one.
Yeah.
I'm like 2-1 in the last 3 right now.
Like I said, I'm going to reel off 8 of 10. 8 of 11. I don't have to win all the time. Just going to reel off like 8 of 10, 8 of 11.
$94 million for DeMarcus.
That one hurt. DeMarcus was one of my favorite players at one point.
James Ham reported that contract extension for DeMarcus was on the way. It wasn't 220. I don't remember what it was at the time. I think it was 5 and whatever the max number was then. I think it was 200, maybe 205, 203 for 5 years. James reported it. Mark Stein jumped on it a day later. It was Vlade commented on it. And then he was a Pelican. Then he was at the All-Star game, and suddenly it was all over. What holiday is in February? Is it President's Day?
Yeah,
because I remember we were off.
Into that sort of thing.
No one was doing a show the next day. Then DeMarcus gets traded, and famous last words, we all go to do a show that day. And we're working like different hours, and everyone comes into work, for 3-4 hours, whatever. And yeah, quite a moment. A dark cloud was lifted, if I remember correctly.
Gosh. I had to call in on that one. I was like, hey, bro, you need to stop. You need to cut it out.
You called your boy that day?
Yeah. So you doing
That's funny. He didn't say all of that when he had to face DeMarcus that day or that night or the day after. But, man, when he knew DeMarcus wasn't coming back, boy, his balls got big. He was Tyrese after the shot running around doing the Sam Cassell joint. All right, man.
I tapped in. I said, man, you got to stop doing this, man. Stop acting like.
Hey, Vlade was his BFF. That was they were best friends forever, man. Like, he was going to have his back. That's what the whole thing about me was about. Like, that was his boy. I hurt his friend's feelings. All right, man.
Yeah, that was
all right.
That was crazy. And as far as,
Hey, if Vlade did that whole press thing, people, Jason, there was like 4 people here. They were in New Orleans with DeMarcus. They weren't even back. He's holding this media scrum, but he's not talking to the entire contingent of media. And then he drops the better deal 2 days ago, and no one follows up because they're gone. And I think everyone's staring at him like, what? And I'll never forget. I'll never forget the look on his face. I had a better deal 2 days ago. And it became into this whole don't trust agents thing. It's like, all right, this is why you don't put a notice is your boy. This is the difficulty in first-time general managers, period. It's also the difficulty in someone who does not have experience in a front office. I can't remember DeMarcus's agent's name. For some reason, I think we lost him recently. I don't remember who it was. But his job is DeMarcus. That's his job. It's not you or your franchise or the future of your franchise or Buddy Hield. It is DeMarcus Cousins. It is his client. So this whole thing about learn you can't trust agents. Well, you're a dumbass for trusting them to begin with. Bro, think about when you were a player. Your agent rocked with you. Their concern was not Sacramento or LA or Charlotte. Right. It was you. And that is this whole, you get years into this. Yeah. Then you, why do you think agents are becoming Leon Rose, an agent? He's becoming a general manager. Why? Because he has relationships with all the general managers around the league. People looked crazy at the Los Angeles Lakers for hiring Rob Pelinka. Rob Pelinka was Kobe Bryant's agent. Knew every general manager in the league. This whole game is about relationships. Yeah. Vlade didn't have them. I think we've learned Monty did not have them. I don't know if Wes had them or not. I just got the impression no one liked him. That is not the case with our current general manager. Man. That is a far. And what was PJ's last job? BJ's last job, by the way?
Who?
BJ Armstrong.
Oh, he was an agent.
He was an agent. Yeah. These things go hand in hand, man.
Yeah, man. 100%.
But Bob Myers was an agent. Thank you. I forgot about that.
Right. And you need that in this game. And this is the silver lining, not saying that it's guaranteed to make everything better, but this is the silver lining for having a guy like Scott Perry in there compared to the last 10 to 12 years of Kings personnel decision makers.
Mm-hmm.
None of them had those relationships.
None of them.
Not one. Not Pete, not Vlade, not Amani. None of them had to. So when people ask, like, why would it be different? You literally have a completely different type of person making the decisions now. Not a first timer and not a guy with no relationships and connections. And I'll tell you right now, this is just Kenny Caraway. Once again, not reporting. If they are able to pull off a trade for a Trae or a Darius Garland, I'm pretty sure none of the regimes before could pull that off.
I'm with you. Completely.
That'll be 100% off the backing of a guy like Scott Perry and the relationships that he's created in the NBA world and in the agent world. So we'll see what he can do.
Hopefully it's something. There's rumors out there about the Kings having interest in Darius Garland. There's rumors out there about the Sacramento Kings and Atlanta Hawks having conversations about the Kings acquiring Trae Young. We've heard different incarnations of this deal, some involving 3 teams, some involving just the 2. There's rumblings that there have been conversations for over a month now. You could take that for whatever you want. If there have been conversations for over a month and they're just now getting out now, why are they getting out now? Are they closer? Is this thing real? Who's holding it up? One thing I would absolutely expect is, should a deal be in place, or should a deal come to fruition for Trae Young in the Sacramento Kings, fully expect a 4-year, $229 million contract extension for Trae to accompany that.
Yeah.
It seems, I mentioned Zach Lowe earlier. Zach Lowe didn't believe that the Hawks were going to trade him, partly because he didn't know what the market would look like. Now, again, I don't know if this is Zach Lowe speaking on information or Zach Lowe just speaking, but there might be some teams who aren't all in on the idea of Trae Young for what would be the equivalent of 5 more years, 220. Well, it would wind up being closer to $280 million, counting the year already under the year he's already under contract. So that's fine. I've been through enough of. Well, almost. I'll sign. I'll do it. That's fine.
Yeah.
Keep working. Work on other deals.
Right.
But yeah, I'm good.
I'm signing up.
I'm good. Yeah. We'll see it. We'll get Jason Jones' thoughts on all of this stuff we're discussing when he joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Does a Jay Cutler comp work for DeMarcus Cousins as far as all the ability in the world, but just never realized anything close to it, I guess?
The only thing
Jay was never as good as DeMarcus in the league, but
the only thing that I would say is we never got to see DeMarcus in a different situation because then he tore his Achilles.
Yeah.
So that would be my one caveat with him.
Diet soda in the fridge is killing me, man. So that diet soda in the fridge is killing me.
You had?
No, I just didn't have any. It's just like, why we got Diet Coke and Diet Pepsi? Jacobs, I don't hate this comp. This is a pretty good one, actually. It might be it. And Dominican Suit. I'd have to look at his accolades and stuff like that, but he never really got wins out of it or anything like that, too. That might be the comp. Scooter, I just stay away from diet and zero sugar sodas. They just don't taste good to me. Did he get a ring with Tampa at the end?
Man to make them dance. Man to make them dance. Well, Scooter, it's not that difficult. It is Dr. Pepper.
Chris, I don't think he's on the trade block. I'd be pretty shocked. Right now, a lot of the stuff feels like teams calling the Red Sox rather than the Red Sox offering players up right now.
Did the Phenom get a hit yesterday?
He went 0 for 3. Got a walk and RBI with that. Had a line drive with 115 mile an hour exit velocity. If you're into that sort of stuff, I don't buy that stuff, but whatever. I guess it's just baseball now. But I mean, he made good contact yesterday, so that was cool.
He looked like the truth.
He's supposed to be. Red Sox need better starting pitching. Giants got some starting pitching they want to give up. Good starting pitching.
No, we're keeping it.
I'm also out on trading Jarren Duran too. I don't want them to do that.
Where have I seen this?
Steven, bad take. Diet. You guys lie about diet soda. You guys don't like that. Oh, come on, bro. People who say they like diet soda don't actually like diet soda.
Oh, bro, like stop.
It's not good.
We can't just say anything.
Well, it's like I feel like you say you like it because you know you're not gonna ever drink the other one. So it's like, yeah, I love diet soda, whatever. It's like you don't have a choice.
Oh man, I got this thing on in the background. Another potential fight with Lance Stevenson. This thing was crazy.
That's kind of what I'm saying, though, Brian. Like, you don't drink the good stuff, and eventually you just get used to what you are drinking.
This thing was crazy.
Did you go see Wiz last night?
No, had to make an airport run, and I had a headache last night.
Man, it was Monday.
What?
She ain't paying me enough to go out on a Monday.
I go out on a Monday.
No, not me.
I ain't tripping on that. For some reason, I had a headache.
See, zero sugar blackberry Dr. Pepper. Will just get the regular Dr. Pepper.
See, let the man live. He doesn't want all the sugar. That's a health fanatic, Will Z, right there. He crossfits.
Cheating the game. You guys are cheating the game.
Or just have water at that point.
Exactly.
Exactly. No, you guys.
It's like, what? Oh, I'm gonna go to McDonald's and get
let them enjoy their Coke Zeros and their diet sodas.
Oh, sorry, Club Soda.
Okay. I hate the members of my show, man.
Oh, man.
It's just acting horrible. Brother enjoys a little club soda once in a while, and everybody goes crazy. Not allowed to drink Coke Zero, not allowed to drink Diet Coke on this show.
I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Club soda.
You can do whatever.
Jesse
you
out
want.
here ridiculing everybody.
It's just Don't try to tell us it's better. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Well, maybe to us it is
And that's
better.
the thing. That's the thing. Me and Casey, like, yeah, it's fine. Drink your diet sodas and all that, but it's not. Just don't lie to us.
Oh, maybe we like it better. I think Coke Zero tastes better than all that stuff. Same with Pepsi Zero.
See, when's the last time you got a regular Coke, though? Exactly. You've been brainwashed.
Well, brainwashing is the way to put it. But
Just having water, man. If I can't have what I want, let me just have water.
some people want Coke Zero is what I'm saying.
Well, hey, they like it. I love it.
We don't keep soda at my house. It's just it'll get drank. So we buy water bottles or whatever.
I don't keep
That's
soda
the
at
best
my
way to
house
get
either.
water to.
That's
drink it.
That's been my technique too, but it has been failing.
Now, no, listen, the other thing, Stephen Brown. And I love ginger ale. I don't care what Kenny thinks. Ginger ale, I just don't get it. I don't get it. My whole family, they love ginger ale. I don't understand it.
See, I could never
It
love.
tastes like crap.
I could never love ginger ale. I can respect the game though. It's not the worst.
All right, well, let's bring in Jason Jones of the New York Times and get his thoughts on ginger ale.
The Dodgers win one damn game, and here he is putting the damn.
I'm representing for my people, man.
Well, Jay was out there at Money in the Bank at the Intuit Dome. How was it?
Oh, it's one of the better shows they've put on in a minute, I think. You know,
I heard the latter. I haven't watched yet, but I heard the Money in the Bank match was really, really good.
Yeah, they both. Yeah, they both were. And I didn't get to Worlds Collide, but this is one of my favorite Instagram follows. So, you know, my Brown brothers down there and having a lot of fun on the internet. So I had to make sure this was the shirt I wanted to get. I was
That's
like,
a dope shirt. That's got some color to it. That's a dope shirt.
The one I wanted, they didn't have in my size. It was like the clown with the beanie on, with the little knives behind it and all that. So I had to settle for this one.
Did you had you been to the Intuit Dome before that, right?
No.
Oh,
I don't cover the NBA anymore like that. I had no reason to go. I mean, unless I was going for a show and I hadn't been. So it's my first time there.
What'd you think? The lights on TV always look weird. It like the lights that they have. I think they're on the seats. I don't know if they're on the seats.
That was weird. I was like, it reminded me of when you're in a parking structure. That's how you figure out where where you can park. So I was confused, but I mean, they have like little charging stations there. So if you bring your cord in for your phone, you can charge your phone at your seat. Yeah, it's a.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely building, and it's like the way they have that, because you know how like SoFi and like Jerry World have the big circular screen or whatever. Seeing that inside of an arena was different, but it does make it to where you can see everything. Like there's really nowhere where you sit where you can't get a view of the screen, because where I was sitting, I actually had a view of like the inside part of that, because like there's like the inside view in that. So yeah, it's a dope building.
Okay,
good stuff.
No, too bad it'll never get used in June for anything but WWE or whatever. But hey,
that's
a shot. That is definitely a
just
shot.
saying. I mean,
that doesn't mean he's wrong. It just means it's harsh. What'd you think of R-Truth's return before we get to?
I thought it was cool, man. I thought it was cool that the people raised hell, let the people know that they did not approve of what was going on, and hey. So we got to start getting campaigns going. For people you want to see on TV, get a campaign going. I'm starting the Karrion Kross campaign. I'm like, the stuff he's doing is so good, and they give him like 8 seconds on television. Like, either advance this story, do something. This is weird.
Give Karrion a chance.
Yeah, I'm all for that, man. I mean, for him to bounce back from when he went from like a killer in NXT to Vince putting him in like that weird like BDSM outfit on Raw and letting him lose to Jeff Hardy for no reason at all. So I mean, I think he's doing great stuff on TV. He's making the most of it. But yeah, I'm just one person. But yeah, that place went crazy when you realized it was well, I guess it was Ron.
Yeah,
it went crazy because everyone's going, "Who was that?" I'm like, "That's a black dude." Like, I'm like, "There's no way in hell he's already back." I said, "Wow, I guess he is." I couldn't. I was like, because my thought was, well, "Who the hell is that?" I'm like, "Oh, damn, it's him." Okay, let's go. So, but yeah, it was a good show. Everybody, I mean, I had a great time down there.
Did you? It wasn't said specifically that it was all part of the show, but it was implied by Triple H. Do you buying that?
Sure. 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 They got the whole locker room to confess their true feelings for Ron, and no, it wasn't. That was proof. That's money talks. They realized, hey, just maybe just I think if you even remove just the wrestling world, it's in sports. There are people who are more valuable than just where they fit, say, in a lineup or in a locker room. Just because someone's not the top guy does not mean they're not valuable. And I think that was a clear example. Just sometimes there's people who in everyone's job to kind of hold things together, to kind of keep everyone's spirits up. And he's clearly one of those guys.
We've been talking Kings basketball all day. There's rumors and rumblings, and you know how this time of year is. You don't really know what to make heads or tails of, but there's reports out there that at the very least, the Sacramento Kings have had conversations with the Atlanta Hawks about potentially acquiring Trae Young. With Trae comes a 4-year, $229 million contract extension, almost certain in any negotiation with wherever he's landing. What do you think of Trae as the player?
I think Trae's a hell of a player. I think he had the one, deep playoff. I think he's a clutch type guy. You don't worry about him in the final minutes of a game. I think he's a hell of a player. I don't know. I guess the question is, if he's your number one guy, what's your ceiling with that? But he'd walk in and be the best player on the team off the bat. But I think if you're the Kings, you probably don't want to bring back what you ended last season with. You got to do something different. What it is, I don't know. But I mean, yeah, I think Trae's going to come up with a lot of teams. Just because everyone's assuming Atlanta's going to do some, try to shake some things up. And I think a lot of it will come down to what happens with Kevin Durant first. I mean, I think also you have to look at that second pick with San Antonio, because they can go so many different ways. They can keep that pick. They can package some of the guys they have with that pick. They can package some of the guys and keep the pick. So I think this is going to be another one of those real crazy off seasons, and it wouldn't surprise me if Trae ends up somewhere. It could be one of those 5-6 player team deals where a bunch of guys end up getting tied to one deal, and guys are moved all around the place. So, I mean, I think Trae would be box office in terms of name, relevancy, so on and all that, but all depends on what you got to give up to get Trae. Do you want to make that financial commitment to Trae? I mean, because you can't make that deal and then lose him in a year. You have to. You're making that deal because you believe he's going to be a cornerstone. So, I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. But I like Trae Young, the player, even though I heard he doesn't pass. He just learned how to pass the ball like last month.
Just learn.
Just learn how to pass the ball. So, not bad.
If you were the Kings, and their situation, what's going on with them, would you commit yourself to Trae Young? Give him the extension, have him here for 3-4 years beyond this upcoming season if it was available.
If you don't make that trade without that commitment.
True.
I think if you're making that trade, you're making that trade because you plan to keep him around.
Would you though? Do you feel that way about Trae Young? Would you make the trade and make the commitment to kind of start building around him if you were the Kings?
I would. I mean, because what do you have right now? I mean, DeMar's older. I don't think. Do you want to build around a Zach LaVine Sabonis combination? I mean, you can't bring back the 2022 Bulls next year. You just can't. You gotta. I think if you have a chance to get you're getting Trae, you're getting a top 20 player in the league. And I'm assuming you would assume a deal like that they wouldn't be dealing Sabonis in that deal. So that would give you two, top 20-ish type players. And I think to have a chance to make the playoffs in the West, the way things have shaped up, you got to have that, or you got to have supreme depth. Like you got to be how the Clippers were last year when they just had, they were solid with, from James to Norman Powell. Then you get Kawhi. You got to have, you got to figure out whatever your blueprint is. And if you're going to go with two players, you're not going to have a whole lot of teams that have a better combo than that. It's just a matter of how you make it work, how you fill the rest of the roster out.
You feel like you can build around Trae?
I think you can build around anybody with talent.
Or maybe Trae and Domas. Like maybe that's the.
I think that's how you have to look at it. You got to look at who you're pairing him with.
Yeah.
And I don't think Trae's ever played with a player, especially a big, who could be creative and allow him to have time where he can just be a scorer and not have to worry about running the team. I know that wasn't Clint Capella, So I think that that would be intriguing to me to see what you could do offensively with those two. Of course, the concern is going to be defense, but I think you can scheme and work around that in a lot of cases. But I think that's compelling. I think if you're a team like Sacramento and you don't want to bank on, we'll clear cap space and we'll lure free agent X to the team in a year.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you can get a deal and get Trae to agree to, because to me, you only make the deal like that if Trae agrees to the extension. You don't want to make that deal and be like, well, he needs a year to feel it out. You mess around, he'll be in San Antonio or he'll be somewhere else. Yeah. So I think you only make that deal with the extension. And if those are your two guys, I'm assuming, but all like I said, depending on what you're giving up, I think if I'm Atlanta, I'm asking for Keegan, in a deal like that. And if I'm Sacramento, okay, fine. No, all right, because you're getting a
there
star.
went the defender.
Huh?
I said there went the defender.
Yeah, but okay. Yeah. But I think, that'll be on Scott Perry to go out there and find some more guys to do that. Because you're not going to get someone, if you're Atlanta, you're not making that deal to get Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. Unless you're just trying to clear money off the books. You're going to want something young, a young player and part of that probably. Unless you're just saying, we just want to clear the books, and then start fresh and assume we're going to sign some people down the road. I mean, if you're Atlanta, you're crazy not to ask for whatever their best, because it's not like Trae's like 35 years old. What is he, like 26, 27?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so you're looking at possibly, getting Trae's prime years. Yeah. So, I mean, to me, if the deal includes Keegan to make that happen, that's, to me, more than fair. I mean, you probably have to throw in someone like, maybe you throw in like someone like Devin Carter too, and you're going to need a big salary. That's why I said Zach, somebody like you're going to need a big salary to make that work. Mm-hmm. So obviously you're probably shipping out Zach LaVine in a deal like that, but you still got Malik.
Right.
So you don't mind. Yeah, I don't think you mind that when you still got, you got a Malik's younger than Zach, right?
Yeah, he's around the same age.
Oh, yeah, they're not. It's not like So I think in that case, if you can make a deal like that, I mean, what you got to you know what you got right now. You kind of know what the feeling for that is right now. Mm-hmm. So you got to try something, and to me, that would be something that would definitely be worth trying.
On the flip side of it all, RIP. If you're Atlanta, why would you be looking to move on from Trae Young?
I just think they're probably just trying to reset things. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we've had 7-8 years down there or whatever the case has been. I don't even know what that, I mean, I know they got Dyson Daniels, that, the young player, kind of a core, but really what is Atlanta right now? Like what are they?
I haven't known that for years.
I mean, and it's kind of like you say, you know what? I mean, maybe it is time just to go ahead and start over. Like, not even that it's Trae's fault, but I just don't know what they are.
It's almost kind of like, yeah, we kind of messed up with this. Maybe we don't want to invest that, what would amount to be 5 years, $280 million moving forward into Trae. With Atlanta, it might actually be more than that now that I say that out loud, because if Trae can sign a 4-year 2-something with Sacramento, that means he could sign a 5-year
that 300 that Jalen Brown Tatum type deal.
Yeah, I'm assuming he could approach.
It's kind of like the
number.
situation with Dallas with Luka. It's like, do I want to pay all that? Even though I think it's different for the teams were. I mean, Atlanta wasn't in the finals last year or this year, but it's like, do I really want to commit $300-something million to Trae Young so that we can be in the play-in every year? And it's not like, we've all been to Atlanta. I don't know if you've all been to Atlanta for a game. It's not like you can say, well, Trae's box office and everyone's coming to see Trae. People ain't flocking to no Hawks game. I mean, I could see various reasons why they say, you know what? Why are we going to bring Trae back and pay him $65 million or whatever it is for us to have a half-empty building with half the town waiting for whoever we're playing to come to town so they can get loud in here. They're waiting for the Warriors, the Lakers, and the Knicks to come to town so they can have a packed building. I mean, to me, I just not knowing exactly what Atlanta really is, I can see why they might just say, if we can get a bunch of young assets and picks, we can make some, we can start looking toward the future and just say, you know what, we got to one Eastern Conference Finals with Trae. Maybe that, maybe it was a little fortuitous they got that far, but to me, they kind of, even though they got further, it reminds me of the Kings in 2023, where you get seduced by that 1 year. It's like, reality was the Hawks were not the second best team in the East that year. They had a good run, but they weren't the second best team in the East. And you ask yourself, well, what did you guys do after that? How did you make this team better? What did you do to I mean, I can't think of what they did to get better.
Yeah, one interesting component that I just noticed looking at the Atlanta Hawks slightly disjointed roster. Dyson Daniels played 76 games last year. Okongwu played 74. Risha State played 75. Trae played 76. No one else played 60. Like, they've had kind of a mismatch up and down, make some changes here. We got Clint Capella, DeAndre Hunter's that we have all of these like
you trade Hunter to Cleveland, you trade Bogey to the Clippers. It's screaming we just want to start over.
Yeah, it's screaming something, but I'm not exactly sure what it is.
Yeah, and
but it's a disjointed mess. Is the point is it's a disjointed mess.
They're in like that. They're in that purgatory where they're not good enough to do anything. But if you have a guy like Trae on your roster, you're not going to be like a 20-win team unless he gets hurt, because he's going to win you. He's going to win you 15 just by being Trae Young, and then you'll get So yeah, so I mean, it just might be time, and so it's not surprising. I think we all kind of expected his name would get out there, be floated a lot. It's like Kevin Durant. Anyone who plays for the Phoenix Suns, his name is going to get mentioned.
Yeah,
I just think it's going to, Gafford. Thanks to the lottery thing, Daniel Gafford. I hope he's renting and not owning in Dallas, because one of those guys is getting traded.
I hope Jason Kidd is too.
Well, apparently Jason Kidd's got some options.
That is crazy.
For those who aren't hip to that, there's a couple of reports out there that the Knicks are really interested in Jason Kidd. A bit unclear if Jason Kidd is their top target, but yeah, that's a thing.
And stuff like that too. You never know whose side that leak or that rumor comes from. Is it the Knicks? Is it maybe Jason Kidd's agent? I don't know his agents. I'm not trying to smear, but that doesn't just come out. Unless you got someone who has no ethics. That doesn't just come out.
Jason Kidd is very literally the guy who said, "I'd love to coach the Los Angeles Lakers," while the Los Angeles Lakers very much had a head coach. So I don't know. I don't know that Jason Kidd works on the same.
Hey, I mean, if he didn't have that
everybody else
if he didn't have that legal situation, he would have been the coach. But they didn't. He was clearly the coach in waiting when they hired Vogel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're going to put you on the staff, Jay Kidd. So when this guy struggles, we just kick you out. But then Kidd gets another job. So yeah, that would be crazy for him to end up coaching the Knicks. He played for them for like 8 weeks or something. Remember?
Yeah, a lot of people believe that it's up to Jason Kidd what he wants to do. If he wants to be the Knicks head coach,
that would be so crazy. It's like
it's a trade. There'd be a trade involved.
Yeah,
New York would have to trade with Dallas. Yeah.
I wonder, what do you trade for Jason Kidd? Like, how much?
How bad do you want him?
Yeah,
I'm Dallas. That's what I'm saying. How bad do you want him?
Give us Jalen Brunson back, and you can have him.
I don't know if you can do that. Can you trade a player?
I don't know that you can.
I feel like
it'd be picked
trade draft compensation because
what
players,
draft capital do the Knicks even have?
I don't know, 2031 something. I don't know.
I mean, they're kind of draft picks. I mean, doesn't Brooklyn have rights to most of theirs right now?
They got a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the other thing that kind of came up, we talked a lot about Trae Young, but one of the reports was Trae Young or Darius Garland. If you're looking at those 2 point guards for the Kings, who would you rather take a chance on, Darius Garland or Trae Young?
I'm taking a chance on Trae. I think Trae's a better player, and if you're going to take a chance on the better player.
Knicks got to. Knicks have their own 2026 pick, by the way.
Oh, okay, good for them. Somehow, some way, they got that.
They'll flip that to they're trying to get that and cobble up a bunch of other assets to try to get Kevin Durant. They'll be like, hey, we'll give you this. God, who on our roster do you want outside of these 5 guys? Like, who do you want?
Well, they might be willing to move Cat. I mean, if you believe the rumblings, Cat could be. Cat, Mikal. There's contract ways that any Kevin Durant thing for New York works.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know if Cat is realistic. Mikal is 27 with a year left. 27 and some change, I think, with it as an expiring.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on, I have no clue.
This is going to be a wild offseason, and we're going to see some stuff that we don't. It's going to be something we don't even see coming happen. Watch, it's going to be something like out the blue, some big name.
I think we already got that. We got that in February or January or whatever it was. I don't know if we're getting that again.
But I saw
Giannis.
He expects draft around the draft to be when the movements are made.
Yeah, because now you can go up, and now another, what is it? How does it go? Like, now you get to the draft that that pick, whatever, you can use a different, you're armed with more picks and all that, and team, this will be a great year for a draft pick to not get too comfortable with his hat. He might get 2 or 3 hats that day.
Oh man, I hate when they make them brothers do that. Put the hat on and be like, "Yeah, you've been traded to such and
My
such."
favorite thing is when they're doing the interview. She's like, "Yeah, hope you don't like that hat too much because you're not going to be wearing that much longer." Dude's like, "Yeah, I heard. So where am I going?"
Damn it.
Mind you, most of these kids are like 18 years old.
Don't give his family that hat. No. You're not going to Chicago. You're going to Orlando.
Oh man, can you imagine thinking like you're going to the San Antonio Spurs? You're going to play with Wemby and Castle and all these. Yeah, actually, we made a deal with the Charlotte Hornets. You're in fact.
Do you like Cajun food? Why you're actually going to New Orleans? Like, okay, yeah, it's like, that's got to be. You got to kind of like watch your facial expression. Imagine you get that they like tell you that You're actually going to Portland, and you're like, what? I thought I was going to LA. Nope.
That's where you're looking like Steve Francis.
Oh, that was an all-time classic. He wanted no parts of that. It's like, why are you crying? It's like, what is it? They thought he was overcome with emotion. Like, I don't want to go to Canada. My man wanted no part of that team. That was like the most. It was like, you're like, oh, he must be so excited. I'm like, I don't think he wants to go there.
Now everybody trying to rush off and get to Canada. Crazy
how life works.
Crazy
and they say life comes at you fast.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I'm with you though. This could be. I mean, I think there are so many, like the Celtics, for example. You talked about Jalen's contract a minute ago. There's so many like questions. What are the Celtics going to do this offseason? Like, are they going to try to get under that cap, or not the cap? Are they going to try to get under the apron? Or are they just going to run it back out there with Tatum gone? Are they just going to try to maintain things with Tatum out? You know, we talked about Trae. There's so many, and obviously Giannis looms. There's so many like questions headed into this offseason that it could create some Luka Doncic like tweets.
Yeah, because you look at Boston. If it wasn't for that apron, there's no question you run it back.
Yeah,
because you've still got a really good team. You know, if you've got Jaylen Brown, Derek White, Drew Holiday, like it might be Drew who gets traded.
Mm-hmm.
And that's crazy for as good as Drew Holiday is. He just keeps getting treated. That would just be crazy. Like, go ahead and trade Drew Holiday again. You know, elite defender, good, clutch shot maker. Okay. We're all right. Go ahead and move you along to the next spot.
We talk about this all of the time. How, it's obviously it's Drew Holiday, it's Trae Young, it's Tyrese Halliburton. That's who's getting traded. But in a lot of these situations, their contract is getting traded.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the player. It's a team trying to get under a salary cap. It's a team trying to, trying to advance their story. Trying to advance their timeline, so to speak, their championship timeline.
Mm-hmm.
It's teams kind of resetting their timeline a little bit with rookie contracts. Like it's almost like it's not always the player.
Right. No, and that's what makes it tough. And that's what makes it tough a lot of times, especially if you're a player. Like, you did nothing wrong. We just paid you too much.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we think you're worth the money, but if we're not going to win a championship, we don't want to end up. I think I saw one where it might have been with the Warriors, where if you break down, like, say, one of their end of the bench guys, and you factor in all the apron, like, you're paying that guy, like, you're paying essentially $20 million just to have the guy on the roster.
That was Kelly Oubre. When they had Kelly Oubre, his contract was like $16 million, but it was like, I don't want to exaggerate, but it cost them like $60 million.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
It's crazy, and what it's done is it's made teams that used to be able to, there would have been a time where, say, if you're the Celtics or the Knicks or the Warriors, you wouldn't even care. We'll pay your luxury tax. We'll pay it. Now it's like, do we really want to? It's not just much the apron; it's what it does in terms of those exceptions you can use in the offseason. That's why the whole big deal. People in LA are like, "Come on, LeBron, take a pay cut. Let us have that other exception, and if you don't, we don't have it." Yeah. LeBron, I'm like, yeah. So there's just so many different layers. I think it's one of those things when the NBA put it in, even they didn't realize the effects it would have. Because you even look at OKC in the finals. If they don't win it this year, how much longer is that team together?
Mm-hmm.
It's just the nature of it. Jalen Williams will be a supermax guy. That means, Chet got to go? I mean, these are just the decisions that are going to have to be made now going forward. I mean, of course, OKC has like 800 draft picks to trade. But still, that apron is the apron. And now I think your draft picks also become valuable because now that becomes an affordable way to fill out your roster.
Well, I hate to say it, but you know who was right from jump? It was Draymond.
Well,
Draymond was like, we're being punished for building our team. Like you hit on your draft picks, you build through the draft, you do all of the right things. You're being punished. Like you can't keep your team that you organically structured together. We told him to shut the hell up, but it turns out once you weed through the riffraff, my man's he's been right a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I'm looking at it used to be like, hey, their window is 8. You have like a long runway of a window. Now it's like your window is 3 years.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's like because especially if you have the draft picks like one after the like 3-4 years, like okay, eventually this guy's got to get paid, and then this guy's got to get paid, and and then if you're an executive, you're like, I hope that guy don't make All NBA. Oh, like Memphis, that cost Jaren Jackson how much money? By him, he missed All NBA by like a couple of votes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then it happened to Klay Thompson a few years ago where he didn't make All NBA, so that cost. I think I feel like the owners put in all these rules to govern themselves because they make terrible decisions, and so now they're all the quote unquote smart good front, they're all going to pay for it because owners can't control themselves. Like even the idea that the salary is based on an award that the media votes on. That's crazy. Yeah. I want no say in how much money Sabonis is going to make. I want no say in that. That's not my business. But because I happen to one year maybe think that Sabonis is third team and another guy doesn't think he is, that means Sabonis should lose $100 million. That's crazy.
That's crazy. That is wild.
Like if the Grizzlies want to give Jaren Jackson Jr. a supermax, they should be able to give him a supermax. It shouldn't be because this guy who covers the Thunder decided that Jaren Jackson shouldn't be on the All NBA team.
Yeah. You know why that Jay's right. You know why this is happening. Timofey Mozgov.
Oh.
See, why we got to bring up?
I'm just
Thanks
saying.
a lot, Jason.
It's look, you can't trust these general managers to police themselves, so they had to create a collective bargaining agreement that prevented them from doing really stupid things.
Thank you.
That's all right.
I mean, I just had recovered and I moved on with my life.
Come on, man. You got LeBron and Luka. You guys are.
They had Luol Deng. They had Luol Deng on the payroll for like 15 years.
I think Luol Deng is still on your payroll until someone proves otherwise.
I was like, did you amnesty him till 2030? How are you still paying him? My God. Funniest story, one of their people down there told me that they were like, hey, we're going to bring in Luol Deng. Oh, that'd be a great mentor for the young guys. What, a 1-year deal? No, 4 for $70. What the hell? Why? What do you guys remember? That was remember the cap bumped up and teams were just like throwing money at everybody. Like we gotta spend this money.
Mozgov was like 1202 too.
I was like,
egregious.
Mitch Kupchak was at the door like that was LeBron. He was like ready for it. Like, oh yeah. I was just like, I guess, yeah.
All right, Jay, this was fun as it always.
Yeah. Thanks for go to the room cabinet now. Thanks for reminding me of those good old days.
Hey, we got a Dodgers Giants series coming up, man. There's plenty of reason to be excited.
Me and Kenny were talking last night about the big win last night.
Stop, bro.
He's like, hey, Machado getting mad. We love that.
Yeah,
no, Machado. That was actually pretty cool because I was watching the game and they had the ump camera on, and they went to the ump camera.
And Machado's crashing out. I'm like,
so he's just all in
that up.
He still owes that fan half of his contract, right?
No, leave Machado alone.
You know, he said
we're gonna beat your ass this weekend. That's the bottom line.
How that I don't understand what you mean by that, given that we're playing the Padres right now. We're not playing the Padres this weekend. I don't understand what you mean.
No, the Giants are gonna lay the smackdown on the Dodgers.
Okay, I don't care. So,
Jake, we appreciate you as always.
Okay,
It's our man Jason Jones of the New York Times, aka The Athletic. Always a fun conversation with him. Great perspective of stuff happening around the league as well. Well, this was interesting.
Business may be picking up.
I'll just do it again tomorrow.
Until it happens.
Until something happens. Plus Game 3 of the finals. Make sure you're tapped in tomorrow morning beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Denzel Clark. I see you, boy. Getting that Sports Center treatment.
Mm-hmm.
That was a crazy catch, too, on Friday. Oh, Jesus. Appreciate you, Filthy.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Filthy. Katrina's right. Y'all know what time it is, man. We headed over there now. Hope you could join us. If not, all good, man. We'll see you. Actually, no, it's not all good. Take your ass over to 1025, please. If not, we'll see you tomorrow.